Hey guys, welcome back to the One Nation of Gamers. Geico, this is day 3 at PAX South, another Hearthstone Open tournament. Joining me on the cast is Sottle. How's it going, dude?
Yeah, going good. 2 awesome days of Hearthstone so far. Great mix of some quality players and meta decks, and just the occasional off the wall entry from a let's say less experienced player that's making the thing a bit more interesting to watch overall. So yeah, I've been having a lot of fun. Looking forward to another great day today.
Yeah, and today we have Frodan and TJ going to be playing in Heat number 4, we're told. So, we're going to have some established casters once again trying to get qualified, join Admirable in the finals today. Jumpy is returning as well. He almost qualified on day 1, I believe. So,
Yeah.
we got some returning players coming up. So that's pretty cool. People are trying again, trying to get into that final 3, which will be happening at the end of today, and that's for an additional $500. So lots going on today for the last day.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting that it seems like both of the casters today, both Frodan and TJ Asimo, have entered in the same heat. We did have a bit of suspicion on day 1 and day 2. There was a little behind the scenes casters conspiracy to all split themselves up so they could all get into the final 3. But yeah, TJ and Frodan have both entered Heat 4 today, so it's very possible we could see them go head to head in the finals if they are lucky enough to get split up onto opposite sides of the bracket.
Or they just go at it round of 12,
That's
straight at the
that's very
beginning.
possible too. Yeah.
So yeah, today, well, starting off on Heat 1, is that Zinjamble? Is that what I'm reading?
Zombie, I believe, is what we have there. So
Zin
Ninja
no.
Zombie, but like reversed. Yeah.
Okay, so Zinjan and of course Jumpy. Jumpy got very far last time. I think he got knocked out in the final single elimination, like 4-man single elimination of day 1.
Yes, he
I'd
made
like
it to top 4. Yeah.
So he got very close. And Twesticles was another player who entered on the first day. He didn't get out of the heats, but yesterday he got into the top 4 and was very close to qualifying as well. So players are returning from previous heats to participate.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the kind of unique properties of this. It's a very unique sort of open tournament format. It's being held on the floor at PAX South. Anyone can come and sign up for any of 4 individual heats on a given day, and if you're not lucky enough to qualify through one of those heats, you can then come back on a following day and try again. So plenty of opportunities for newer players to have as many shots as they can to make a good run through the tournament, which is what this event is all about for Geico and Onog.
Yeah, just giving the common player a chance to experience what the pros go through playing in a tournament atmosphere. Casters being streamed live on Twitch. And of course, they have a shot at winning $200 and then qualifying for the 3-man round robin at the end of the day with additional $500. So, yeah, lots of fun stuff, sorry, for the players to get involved with at the Geico booth.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you are at PAX South and you want to come and check out the Geico booth, feel free to come along. There's not just Hearthstone here; they also have a Smash Melee setup, as well as various other Xbox games. But Geico and Onog have an ongoing partnership this year. This is just an introductory event to a huge circuit of tournaments that they're going to do this year, similar to the summer circuit, if you're familiar with that from 2015. It's kicking off with this event, and then we're going to move on to 10 fully open tournaments with a $1,000 prize pool in each of them. And then the winners of those open tournaments will be seeded into feature tournaments, which will also feature some invited pro players. Each one of those will be for a $6,000 prize pool. And then the whole thing feeds into a finals event at PAX Prime, which will have a huge $25,000 prize pool on the line. So this series of events scales up very, very quickly, and it'd be excellent for these players here to be in at the ground floor. And if they have some success in this, might give them the confidence they need to push their way through those open qualifiers later on.
Now, this Geico One Nation of Gamers event, the summer circuit coming up in 2016 is, oh, well, it's not summer, it's the spring circuit. They're starting in February, but yeah, there's a good opportunity for you if you want to become a professional player. This could be the way you splash into the scene, get a major under your belt if you manage to go to PAX Prime. So you got nothing to lose by entering, just time invested, really. So if you want to get involved, be sure to check out geico.onog.gg, and I'm sure there's more information there, as well as Liquid Earth as well. They've got some more info on those events, as well as dates, I believe. So if you want to plan what events you can enter on the Opens, that's a good site to go to.
Indeed. So it looks like we are about ready to go with our first game of the day. This is heat number 1. We're going to have Jumpy, who we've seen do have some relative success on the first day against a bit of an unknown entity for us in Zinja Nombi, but we will see what they have for us. Looks like, oh baby, looks like we are straight out of the gates with Murloc Paladin from Jumpy. Oh, no, turns out names were switched. And so Jumpy is the Druid, and it's in fact Zinja Nombi that is running the Anyfin Pally.
And Jumpy is the bottom left. I remember Jumpy, the poker face of this event so far. Very rarely shows any expression, and he did rock Druid last time, I believe.
Okay, so is possibly a little bit of confusion here with the player names and the cameras, but we will get that sorted out as quickly as we can, get you a definitive answer on who's who. But for now, Paladin player, Hero Power Pass on turn 2. Pretty standard for Anyfin Pally, which is a very, very slow deck. We do see a Kezan Mystic in the hand of the Druid, which he might feel pretty happy about having against a Paladin, but unfortunately he's not going to come up against any secrets from this particular Paladin deck.
Yep, and Murloc's, the Murloc Paladin list has had a bit of a struggle at this event. We haven't really seen it take off or find a win yet, I don't believe. So maybe Zinja, or Zinjan, such a strange name, Zinjan, will be able to take a win with this. But Druid, as I think both times Murloc Paladin has played in this event, it's always ran into Druid, and it seems like tradition is still intact here, because the first match he gets is a mid-range Druid, which is one of the worst matchups for this Paladin list.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very bad luck so far for the Anyfin Pally players. They have pretty much keyed into 100% mid-range Druid at this point, which is a horrible matchup for the deck. But good recognition there from Jumpy, as we have now got the player cam sorted out. Jumpy recognizes that he's not going to be coming up against any secrets in this deck, having now seen the Murloc War Leader, and decides to just make his on-curve play there with the Kezan Mystic. So good recognition of the metagame from Jumpy to know that there's no secrets coming out of this deck, recognizes what he's playing against now, and he is just going to go ahead and develop his curve, plays the Kezan Mystic, follows it up with the Druid with Claw, and chooses to take the value trade into the War Leader to prevent any silliness with Bluegill Warriors or old Murkai coming and charging into his 4/6 for value.
Yeah, probably hoping this True Silver clears up the 4-1, and then True Silver doesn't find anything that great, other than a minion that's done its job. One interesting card to come to the hand here is Haunted Creeper in Jumpy's hand. Could this potentially be Violet Teacher Druid?
That certainly would suggest that, yeah. Haunted Creeper, obviously an excellent card for generating tokens, which then synergizes very well with cards like Power of the Wild that you're generally playing in the Violet Teacher deck. But yeah, Haunted Creeper, definitely an interesting inclusion in Druid, but the fact that he has the Kezan Mystic, it may just be an additional tech card for some early game to fight back against decks like Secret Paladin. He may just be aiming this list more specifically at that sort of thing, but we will wait and see if there is a Violet Teacher drawn from Jumpy here.
Alright, that True Silver Champion's still intact. The Aldo Peacekeeper, I think, was a nice play on the Panther, just take him down to a 1-1, nothing that's too threatening. This might be an opportunity to drop an Acolyte of Pain and maybe get some ticks off these one-attack minions, or maybe force some removal on it, like a swipe, or maybe even a silence. So hopefully, what do you think Zinja needs at this point? Does he just need more Murlocs? Because he's got both anything in hand, so just drawing Murlocs is probably his agenda.
Yeah, having the Murlocs come out of your deck quickly against Druid is ideal, because you're not going to have a huge amount of turns like you do against control decks to just draw your whole deck and go through your game plan as you please. But the other important thing to have in hand against Druid is an Equality Clear, which he doesn't have access to right now. He actually has no pieces, so even drawing an Equality right now isn't good enough, because he doesn't have the Pyromancer or Consecrate to go with it. We also do see the lower Theb in Jumpy's hand that can lock that out at any point that he chooses to. It looks like he's going to go for that right now.
Yeah, wants to keep this board intact. Although his board is quite sticky anyway, with a Paladin Shredder and a Spider. But maybe he just wants to drop the 5/5 down, put as much pressure on as possible. And Zinja's going to get a draw. Gets a Leon hand, can't play it because of the low Theb. This looks like it might be a good Aldo turn, or a heal bot perhaps.
Yeah, Healbot definitely spends the mana more effectively, but since he committed to the greed of drawing a card there with the Acolyte, he can't clear the 5/5 lower third. So because of that, he might just choose to Aldor here to neutralize it and massively reduce the power on the board. But definitely an alternate option there was just to play the Healbot and Hero Power to spend your 7 mana effectively and just trade the Acolyte and your True Silver into the 5/5 lower third to take it off the board. But both of these plays stabilize the board pretty nicely and buy you a good couple of turns before you have to start panicking too much about combo damage.
I think he's trying to bait out the Patient Assassin with this Doomsayer. Although the Patient Assassin, usually when it goes into a minion, it dies with it, but he'll be able to take it Doomsayer on its own, and then he might find another target with it. And Patient Assassin, I don't believe is a fair card to come from Shredder. Why should that ever come from Shredder? You know, you kill the 4/3 for 4 mana, then it drops a stealth minion that can kill anything. It's just not fair.
Yeah, it's one of those blowout cards that can come from piloted Shredder. You know, Millhouse in the right situation is obviously devastating. Of course, Doomsayer is the nightmare in many situations. But yeah, things like Patient Assassin, Explosive Sheep, Unstable Ghoul, those are all the way up there as well in certain situations. And it looks like he is going to successfully pull it out of hiding there using the Doomsayer, which seemed to be his plan. Now he's going to be able to trade into it with a minion of his choosing as opposed to his opponent being able to dictate.
Yeah, I like that. I like him baiting it out, and then he can deal with it, like you said, his own way. I like the silence on the low fab as well, to get the body back up and be able to do some trading. But it looks like he's going to be able to clear all the minions, so he might be able to protect this Patient Assassin. I spoke too soon. We see a Pyromancer come to hand. Pyromancer is a great way to deal with something like that, with its effect. Don't know if this warrants an equality clear at this point.
Well, I would love to see him use the coin either way to break out those spiders first from the Haunted Creeper. Whether or not you use equality afterwards, I'm not quite so sure. But staring back at his opponent with only 2 cards in hand, I think he'll probably feel like if he can stabilize the board here, then with the Healbot, the Lay on Hands, etc., he can probably starve out his opponent over enough turns here. So I'd like to see something like Wild Pyromancer, coin equality. He can even throw the Acolyte in here to generate some extra value off it. This is a really heads-up play from him, actually.
Yeah, I like it. Drawing lots of cards, dealing with the board. If he gets another spell... Oh, he gets another equality on top of that, so yeah, very good for him. Going to be able to draw 2 cards. He's got a nice amount of healing in his hand, and find that Sludge Belcher will offer him some protection. And now Jumpy, like you said, 2 cards in hand, and we know they're not that great. It was relying on some good top decks, and that's a good top deck.
Yeah, but actually this could have been presented by Zinjanombi. I was fully on board with his line of play that turn. I think he identified the right play really well, right up to the point where he didn't play the Tempo Doomsayer at the end. He had 2 mana left. He could have just jammed that Doomsayer on an empty board, would have locked out his opponent from being able to do anything at all, and then he would have had a free turn to cast Lay on Hands, which is just such an important card for Paladin to be able to cast, just to both get that healing and the card draw to get more Murlocs. So I think that's a pretty big mistake here from Zinjanombi not to cast the Lay on Hands. Now he's going to, not to cast the Doomsayer. Now he's going to end up having to use the Lay on Hands in a much worse situation than he would have been beforehand.
And then, like Freeze Mage, you don't have any kind of stunning freezing effects in the Paladin list. You kind of drop the Doomsayer, hope it doesn't get dealt with. If it does get dealt with, that's damage not taken to the face usually, so it's kind of a bit of healing. And if you do get, you can get value from Solemn's. Is it Solemn's Vigil?
Solemn Vigil, yeah.
So it does have some good interactions, but I totally agree there. I would have liked to see a Doomsayer come down to lock out that board, get kind of an empty board, get the Lay on Hands, and then when he starts developing, you can kind of match that. But he looks like he's used it now to try and force him to use some more removal cards. He does have a lot of them, though. Swipe. Does have Wrath. Yeah, gonna draw first? Yeah, I like that. Another Haunted Creeper as well.
Very interesting list. But he has dug through a large amount of his deck now, and the rest of his deck just seems to be fairly regular mid-range Druid cards. We haven't seen any of the Violet Teacher stuff come out quite yet. So it could be, as I mentioned, this is just a tech decision against things like Secret Paladin, just to have some early board security against those sorts of decks.
Yeah, very clear for Jumpy there. And he does have the board. Zinjan doesn't have any more Murloc. He only has the one War Leader so far, so those two 10 cost cards have been sitting in his hand for a very long time, not really being able to do something. He does have some defenses going into this turn. He could set up a Sludge Belcher, maybe drop a True Silver Champion down. What do you like here?
It's very hard because I've got stuck in the world where he should have had Lay on Hands cast the previous turn. So I'm still very tempted to just use that Lay on Hands because I don't think the tools that he has right now are going to be enough to win him the game. But the usage of the Solemn Vigil here instead of the Lay on Hands allows him to develop a Sludge Belcher, which doesn't get a huge amount of value on the board, but it does stall the game out for an extra couple of turns. And now that he drew the Consecrate, it's actually a pretty nice setup on the board to be able to use that on the following turn for a clear alongside the True Silver. So this has actually worked out quite nicely for him.
Yeah, he drew the right cards he needed. Two Lay on Hands sitting there. And like you said, there's a situation now where do you get the opportunity to dump 8 mana and draw cards when you're always staring at a board? And Jumpy does have sticky stuff. He could go for a True Silver first, pop open that Shredder, then drop the first Consecrate without the Equality. And then he does have Equality Consecrate later to deal with any more threats that come from the Druid. And Jumpy, like you said, is running out of cards. He is dug quite deep. We haven't seen any power plays from him yet. We haven't seen a Dr. Boom. We've only seen one Ancient of Lore, I believe.
Yeah, one Lore has been used, so he still has a lot of his highest value cards left in his deck. Mind Control tech as well, so yeah, this does, like, if I was going to go out on a limb here now, I'd say that this isn't a Violet Teacher deck, it's just a very, very heavily teched out deck against things like Secret Paladin and Zoo, particularly Secret Paladin because of the addition of the Kesem Mystic that we saw earlier. But now the pressure has finally been relieved enough that he thinks he can afford to play that Lay on Hands. Draws into a Solemn Vigil and finally picks up 2 more Murlocs he's been waiting for a long time. Those 2 Anyfins in hand right now are essentially 10 mana Murloc War Leaders, but those 2 Bluegill Warriors will certainly help him out and ramp him up towards his win condition. Those two Bluegill Warriors, followed by 1 Anyfin, followed by the second Anyfin, should be enough to seal the game after the Murlocs from the first Anyfin have been killed off. So looks like the line here will be develop the 2 Murlocs this turn, and then use the first Anyfin to clear on the turn afterwards. Oh, perfect. Okay, this is just getting better and better. So he's in a really, really nice spot now.
I mean, he's got a lot of healing, a lot of removal. The board on Jumpy's side isn't that threatening. He does have very good answers to it in the Murlocs and his weapon. Like you said, can get them killed off, play anything next turn, smack in the face, force Jumpy to respond. Jumpy responds, he plays the next anything, and he wins the game. So, yep, it's looking pretty clean. A pretty clean clear up here for Zinjan, if he goes for that.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what the line is right now, because he's traded off a Murloc already before he's played his Murkai, which looks a little bit strange. I would have thought that all 3 of these Murlocs are coming out this turn. They certainly are, okay. So unless he's going to use this Murkai to trade into a 1-1, then he's obviously made a small mistake here by losing 1 attack. But he does use it to trade, okay, that's fine. So, although he could have had a 4-power Murkai, obviously trading into a 1-1, it makes no difference there. So no great harm done with the slightly strange ordering there from Zinjanombi.
Yeah, it's not bad. He's in such a comfortable position now, and Jumpy will probably feel he needs to deal with some of these Murlocs. However, if he does kill the Murlocs and anything comes down, will these mind control techs have any impact on the next anything that anything can happen that gets played? It's
unlikely. So the mind control tech will steal how many? So there will be 4 Murlocs summoned from the first Anyfin, 2 Bluegills, a War Leader, and Murkai. So the mind control tech will only be able to steal 1 Murloc, and that's not going to have a big enough effect to be able to. Oh, trade your Murkai first. It's free. Oh, okay, never mind. So he could have traded Murkai off once there and just had it revived for free. But doing it this way is more than enough to seal out the game here. He has plenty of time. Nothing that the Druid is going to be able to do to stop this onslaught of Murlocs at this point. Although Ancient of War is a pretty good start, but I am pretty confident he's still going to have enough here with the second anything.
Unless he was playing around mind control tech.
Right, yeah, I guess that's possible, sure.
Alright, so this should be able to close out quite easily. Yeah. Just slam those. Wait, you should have run.
Yeah, he's cost himself a bit of damage the way he's traded. So much damage overkill, it didn't really matter. So excellent, we finally got to see an Anyfin Pally win a game, Aqua, and it's defeated one of its most difficult matchups in mid-range Druid, although that was a mid-range Druid much more teched out against aggro decks, which then gives greedier decks like Anyfin Pally a much bigger chance of defeating them. So Jumpy's little tech decision there, based on the amount of secret paladin that we've seen, has ended up coming to bite him as he queues into a completely different archetype of paladin.
And this is single elimination, guys, so if he loses this game, he is out of the tournament, and the dream is over once again for Jumpy. Looks like he's got Freeze Mage. Oh no, Zinjin has Freeze Mage now, and it's looking kind of like Control Warrior for Jumpy, so this could be... yeah, we've seen this so many times.
Oh boy, let's settle in for a good one, boys. Yeah, hopefully this is over with nice and quickly. The kind play here is just that the warrior draws Justicar Trueheart nice and early, and then both players accept that the game is over and we're put out of our misery nice and early. But we did see on day one, I believe, a Freeze Mage player come in just a couple of damage of being able to win this matchup. It's just a few damage points short with the Pyroblast, I think, due to an Armorsmith that was on board. He was 2 or 3 damage off. So it is winnable, but you are legitimately looking at about 5% win rate for Freeze Mage in this matchup.
I think that was Jason who was playing the Freeze Mage that day, and I think we were discussing that he made one line of play that took away some of the damage potential he had, but I don't think it was enough to win. I think the Warrior had just enough answers and just enough armor generation to block it, but yeah, we kind of... From our perspective, we're hoping Justicar gets drawed, and Zinjin is just like, all right, this is not winnable. We'll just move on to the next game. However, he might decide to grind this out and see if he can squeeze a win. It is possible. You just need the right combination of cards. And so far, drawing most of your secrets is not the right combination of cards.
It certainly isn't, no. That second Mad Scientist, I believe, is still just about live. There is an Ice Barrier in play right now, so if he plays the Mad Scientist this turn, he can still get his second Ice block off it, the one that he doesn't have in turn. Doesn't have in hand, sorry. But yeah, as you say, you're really looking to draw your greedy cards in this matchup. The Emperors, the Archmages, and the Alex Straza as quickly as you can. Drawing secrets is very much a hindrance here. You see double Shredder in this warrior list, but thinking about it now, I think Jumpy was one of the players that we were commenting on day one was playing very, very slow anti-aggro late game warrior decks with additional cards like possibly Tournament Medic or Antique Healbot, one of those two.
It was a Healbot for Jumpy.
It was a Healbot, yeah, so that is just even more misery for the Freeze Mage, the fact there's now a Healbot in the deck as well. So this is going to be a very, very uphill climb for Zinjanombi.
Going back a turn or two, what did you think of the Frostbolt on the Shredder? Do you think that was necessary? Can you expend Frostbolts for minions in this matchup if you want to win it?
Straight answer, no. No, you can't. That, especially with the Antonidas in hand, you're kind of looking at an Emperor draw to then discount that Frostbolt to 1 mana, and it's an effective use of Fireball generation for your Antonidas. You also absolutely need your Frostbolts to activate both Ice Lances for damage in this matchup. You really need every single spell that you have to achieve its maximum damage on your opponent if you're going to be able to burst through the amount of armor that they have. So yeah, using the Frostbolt on a minion is a little bit timid. I think he has to accept that he has to take a bit of a beating here and wait for his AoE clears to deal with minions. But again, we've harped on about it a lot. It really your decision-making process is a little bit irrelevant in this matchup, just generally because you're 95% unfavored from the get-go.
And if he had that Frostbolt, he would have 2 Frostbolts at 1 cost when he plays the Thorson, so more Fireball generation. But now he only has the 1 Frostbolt, which he's going to expend on the other Shredder. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, this is essentially conceding the game, because you now have 2 dead Ice Lances in your hand that, sure, you will be able to turn into Fireballs with Antonidas at some point if you're able to get that going, but if the Ice Lances aren't dealing any damage, you're essentially just throwing away 8 potential damage out of your deck. And with the Warrior already at 33, and with most of his armor generation cards to come, Shield Maidens, Justicar, etc. That is more or less conceding the game.
Yeah, I don't like these Frostbolts being used. I mean, if you're playing this matchup and you're gonna play it through, you might as well make decisions based on the best possible outcome for you. I'll keep my Frostbolts, I'll hopefully draw my AoE, or I'll hopefully get a good Forestun and an Antonidas, and I'll win. You can't just be, I'll start clearing the board and I'll play this match out like I might play against another class. You just don't have that luxury against Warrior, because as long as they hit the armor button every turn, every turn you're 2 health away, 2 health more to the Warrior, which you can't deal with. So, yeah, I don't like that. Lack of experience, perhaps.
Yeah, definitely a lack of experience. Maybe also just a pride factor. Like, he might feel in the back of his head that he probably knows enough about the matchup to know that he has very, very little chance of emerging victorious. But just as a matter of pride, that this is probably his first streamed appearance playing Hearthstone, he doesn't just want to concede. So he's trying to play the match out as best he can. And he's sort of struggling to come up with any line of play that's going to help him win the matchup. He just wants to stick it out. And you can't really blame him for that. As we've mentioned multiple times, it's kind of what this tournament is about. It's just giving players like this a little moment of exposure and to live the life of a pro Hearthstone player for a couple of hours at a time. So we can't really blame him for milking his moment on stream right now, right, Aqua?
Yeah, that's fair enough. If he wants to play on stream, he wants to have the experience. I can't fault him for that. But it is a miserable situation for him, unfortunately. He had such a good Murloc Paladin game beforehand, but he had to deal with this eventually. He must have known once he's seen the Warrior in the lineups this moment would come. The Armor Smith, is that his first? Yeah, that's his first Armor Smith, so he still hasn't dealt with the Armor Smith, so any damage-based AoE clears are going to generate more armor, and yeah, again, the misery of the Freeze Mage Control Warrior matchup.
Absolutely, and that is now the second Ice Lance that we've seen drawn in quick succession after the Frostbolts have been used. So we are staring at a hand just full of misery and pain here for Zinjanombi. He does have the Emperor Antonidas combination, which would usually enable him to get something going in this kind of matchup, but having used both of his Frostbolts, which are 2 of his best cheap spells, to then turn into Fireballs with Antonidas, he just doesn't even have enough gas to think that Emperor into Antonidas is even going to be a win condition here, and he's just going to continue using his spells defensively to limit the state of the board.
Yep, and that's more damage. He's taken away from his final burst to try and take Jumpy out. But maybe he has a trick up his sleeve that we don't know about yet. Maybe he has a Leeson or something and relying on a Deathwing draw from I don't know,
Sure.
Maybe he's going to surprise us. Flame Strike comes down, generates more armor for the Warrior. It does deal with the board, but the board isn't the issue. It's the life total that Jumpy's generating. You don't win through board with Freeze Mage, you win with spells, and when you start throwing spells at minions, especially in this matchup, it just becomes really tough. But I don't think Jumpy is going to take much longer to win this game, especially with Grom then, and no real answers in Zinjan's hand.
Yep, also manages to get the perfect pop, attacking with 12 first to take him down to 1, and then has that last point of damage with the slime, so everything lined up really nicely for him there. And a Malagos comes into hand, so this is actually a build of Freeze Mage that's slightly more favoured against... Not favoured against Warrior, but has a slightly stronger chance of winning because of the extra burst damage that Malagos can provide. But again, since he has Malagos in the deck, he should have been being even greedier with those Frostbolts and Ice Lances in terms of preserving them for the burst damage that he needs. And now that Malagos is going to sit in hand dead, with no hope of having any spells to combine with it. And this is just going to be a quick finish up job here for Jumpy as he pops the second ice block now, and now there's just no line of defense left for Zinjanombi, and the series is going to get leveled up to 1 game apiece.
I'm glad he didn't drop the Malagos just for the sake of dropping it. He didn't reveal that information to Jumpy, so that can come as a surprise in this next game, where it's going to be the Teched Druid versus the Freeze Mage. Now, if this was a more traditional Druid, you'd probably have a better time against the Freeze Mage because you have some of the more heavy hit and mid-range minions, but I don't think those Haunted Creepers and that mind control tech is going to have much of an impact in this matchup specifically. So this might give Xinjin an opportunity to take what can be considered an unfavorable matchup in most cases.
Absolutely, and just because there's a little discussion in chat right now about Zinjanombi maybe sticking in that matchup because he wanted to gain information about the warrior deck. We're actually playing Conquest format in this tournament. So once the warrior deck had won, it's then essentially eliminated because you have to win with all your decks. So there's actually no merit there even in sticking around just to get information about the decks. He was going to lose the game anyway. He could see that, so he knows that it's the one and only game.
2 Kezans in hand, that changes a lot.
That does indeed change a lot. Yes, Freeze Mage against double Kezan Mystic mid-range Druid. This is going to be a struggle, to say the least.
Oh, I wonder what that is. If that's an ice, like stealing an ice block from a mage, it's just brutal. Especially as a Druid as well, because 1, you have to pop that block, and 2, you have to invest resources in dealing with the mid-range threats, which kind of build up really quickly. If you have an ice barrier down, so he steals the ice barrier.
I'm not sure I like this. I think I would have waited to have a minion in play first and then attack face, find out if it was an ice barrier. Because with those 2 Kezans, you can basically just steal both ice blocks, right? Or steal the first ice block and then destroy the second ice block if you still have your first ice block in play afterwards. So you could have rationed those out nicely just to get rid of both the ice blocks from the deck. And there's no great rush. You know, it was the on-curve play, sure, but he had a Shredder to develop anyway, so I would have liked to see him wait and find out if that was a barrier first before he stole the less valuable secret.
I agree. Like, the way you want to use Kezan in this matchup, especially, well, if you have 2, you've just got a luxury that most players don't have, but you want the Freeze Mage to think he's safe behind an ice block when you have stuff on board, and then you steal the ice block and you win the game. That's generally how Kezan's utilized the best. If you have 2, like you said, steal the first ice block, and then steal the second.
Slightly strange again from Jumpy there. He chooses to hero power instead of playing a 5-drop, which he may have suddenly caught onto the mentality of wanting to know whether or not that was a barrier before he played his Kezan, but sacrificing playing an entire Druid of the Claw there just to hero power face and find out doesn't seem particularly reasonable.
So this way now he will steal the ice block, which is going to be a bit tough for Xinjin, but a series of unusual plays might just give Xinjin an opportunity for it to not be too devastating. How do you feel this matchup goes once an ice block's been stolen?
Yeah, it's not something I have a huge amount of experience. Kezan Mystic, not the most common card to see in Druid, to be perfectly honest. But it's already a hugely favoured matchup for Druid from the get-go, just because of how difficult to deal with their minions are in the first place. They have answers to Doomsayer with the Keeper of the Grove, and then obviously they just have all the burst damage in the world with combo. So if you add the Kezan Mystic stealing Ice Block factor on top of that, it becomes increasingly miserable. But what I will say here is that Jumpy has given Zinjanombi every chance in the world by using those Kezan Mystics very, very inefficiently. There's no need to steal the Ice Block right now. You can wait as long as you like to steal that Ice Block. It's always going to be there. So he could have spent these turns developing his powerful minions like Druid of the Claw and Ancient of Law, and just had that Kezan Mystic in hand as a trump card to steal the Ice Block, as you said, when you're about to threaten lethal. So he has given his opponent a little bit of a chance here by his eyes have lit up with the Kezan Mystics, and he just needed to get them into play.
Ooh, this is a cool card. I'm going to play this. Oh, damn,
Right.
stole nice barrier. That sucks. And then next, like you said, the next time he used Kezan, he did actually test the ice barrier to steal it, but he lost so many opportunities to develop a threatening board and actually push pressure on his life.
Yep.
He spent so many turns kind of working out how to steal an ice block efficiently in a situation where he didn't even need to steal them.
Yep, absolutely. On turn 5, he chose to hero power to check for Ice Barrier instead of playing Druid of the Claw, so he passed up having a 4-6 on the board, and then on the following turn, he chose to hero power to clear an Ice Barrier, just so he could play his Kezan Mystic, and passed up playing Ancient of Law to draw 2 cards. So he's a lot further behind in his board development this game than he should have been because of that need, that greedy feeling of having to get those Kezans onto the board and steal those secrets.
Bit of excitement coming from Jumpy, I think. Ooh, Kezans, let's play them. Let's try and make this Freeze Mage miserable, but Xinjin's probably going to be quite thankful of it. Like you said, it's going to give him an opportunity Two still win this game. The one thing Zinjin is missing is a little bit more card draw. The Loot Hoarder definitely helps, but I'd want to find some more damaging spells. He has Alex ready to throw that down when he needs to. Oh, well, there we go. There's a Roaring Torch. Maybe another. Arcane Intellect's great. Start cycling more, but drops the Alex straight away. He's going to run into BGH, but he does start chipping away at that health at least.
Yeah, and it's worth noting now, just because the overlay is not exactly clear, and this is a pretty strange situation, but the Druid, and that is correct, the Druid does have Ice Block in play right now.
Yeah.
So he's not under threat of dying anytime soon.
Well, Jumpy does have another key card in this matchup. He does have Low Feb, so once he develops a strong enough board, he can drop a Low Feb to protect that board. Like Ancient of Law into Low Feb was pretty nice, but yeah, things are seeming pretty bad for Zinjin, even though Jumpy had some kind of unusual plays at the start. Because he still has to pop that block, right?
Yeah,
it doesn't matter.
He still has to pop the block, and we do see two preventative cards. Ancient of Law, although it's primarily wanting to be used as a card draw tool, it can be used as an emergency heal for 5 damage to the Druid. And then Lower Theb can also come down to buy an extra turn to lock out the Mage's Burn spells. So he does still have a lot of defensive tools to prevent lethal on himself. And we see that Zinjanombi hasn't drawn into his one remaining Ice Block yet, which means he has no way to really protect himself from a combo kill coming back the other way. But there we go, spoke too soon. There is the Ice Block, so he does have some preventative power in his hand now. Going to go ahead and Fireball the Emperor, so nothing too ridiculous can happen with the mana discounts on things like double combo. And now the game has kind of evolved into more what we're used to seeing of mid-range Druid against Freeze Mage, which is Druid developing multiple big minions each turn, and the Mage having to find a way to deal with it all.
Yep, he can invest a Low Fab here if he wants. I don't think it's necessary at this point. Could probably get a bit more removal out first. We just did see a Fireball on Forsen, so he's just used... well, speaking of which, Malagos... do you think this can tilt this matchup in Zinjin's favor at all? He didn't get a discount on it, because that's the problem. And he didn't get a discount on Ice Lances and Frostbolts, which is the key cards you want to be discounting when playing something like Malagos. I don't know if Malagos will have any real effect other than being a big 4/12, which will just have to be answered.
Yeah, if he's gonna get Malagos value in this game, he's gonna have to find a way to clear the board. Probably with a Doomsayer, because that's the best sort of anti-tempo removal. You actually lock your opponent out from playing anything on their following turn as well, and then just spend a turn dropping Malagos on an empty board and go from there. But that is going to be fairly difficult to engineer with the current hand. So it looks like we might be looking at an Antonidas Frost Nova here to start generating some fireballs. He has the Ice Lance as well that he can use to pick off one of these minions and turn it into another fireball. He's going to turn that one down.
Although Jumpy does have an immediate answer, Charge Claw, Druid of the Claw into Swipe, so the Antonidas only generated one fireball. I'd like to get a little bit more out of Antonidas if I was going to play him. I think the Ice Lance could have been a bit useful, since you can't combo it with Malagos in kind of one burst because you didn't get Forson discount on either of the key cards there. Would you have liked to see an Ice Lance?
I think I would have heavily considered it, yeah. It's definitely the best card you can use with Malagos in the deck. Malagos Frostbolt Ice Lance is one of the huge combos that you put Malagos in your deck for. But like you said, he didn't get the discounts on any of those key cards, so it would involve a full turn of Malagos sticking to the board without being silenced, which is not hugely likely to happen. So I think he just needed to Ice Lance one of the minions there, probably just the Big Game Hunter, just to take it off the board. Because he doesn't even have... Oh, saying that, he does have Blizzard in hand. So actually, Ice Lancing down the Big Game Hunter probably didn't achieve a great deal. May have just been better to Ice Lance the 5/5 to set it up so that it died to Blizzard this turn.
Ah, he's playing Falnos, and then he's going to... Alright, so now he's decided it's time to start doing some damage to that armor and that health. Chucks out one Fireball with the Falnos. I don't know, he had a discounted Fireball in hand. If I was going to use Falnos, I'd want a combination of spells to get the increased damage. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, he could have just done Fireball plus Ping that turn, instead of investing the 2 mana in the Blood Mage, which deals the same amount of damage, and then you keep Blood Mage in your hand for a further volley of spells, as it's, provides spell damage to each individual spell that you cast, so provides more damage there. So 21 health from the Druid, and we have Fireball, Roaring Torch, Frostbolt, Ice Lance this turn, I believe is 10 mana, yes? 6, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so that is 6, 12, 15, 19, 23 damage. So he can pop the block this turn if he wants to. Again, the Druid does have Ice Block in play right now, so this is not outright lethal, but he does have 23 damage, I believe, if I counted that correctly.
But we've seen two fireballs, one of the torches. We don't know if he has another torch. 2 Ice Lance. Has he used another Frostbolt? Does he have a Frostbolt left?
I believe he has second Frostbolt left, yeah.
So even if he does pop the block, he still needs to find some direct damage, because Ping won't be enough. The Druid can just hero power, and he could low feb as well if he wants to lock out the second spell. So he will kind of be relying on drawing another spell. And he'll be hoping, I guess, a Savage Roar doesn't come down, because he doesn't have his own Ice Block up. So it's going for kind of a riskier. I kind of like it at this point, because nothing's really going on in his hand. So pop that block. Kind of hope the Druid doesn't have what he needs to win the game, and hope you draw a Frost. A lot of hoping going on.
Indeed. So there goes the Ice Block that the Druid has had in play since very early in the game, because he chose to very, very hastily start stealing the secrets from the Freeze Mage, which isn't a necessary way that you have to play this matchup. But now he is in a pretty awkward position where, if his opponent does have the follow-up burn here, and it's any card that isn't Pyroblast, even Lower Theb isn't going to save him, because any card, Fireball can still be cast, Frostbolt can still be cast. So it depends on, how well he's kept track of his opponent's draws, which cards have come from Antonidas, which cards are natural occurrences in the deck, and he needs to work out what is left in his opponent's hand, whether Lower Theb even has any effect, but he does choose to play the Lower Theb here. Which means if that Ice Block wants to come down, it is going to be the entire turn for 8 mana here. But he also draws Frost Nova, which is a pretty solid option itself. He knows if combo was to be in hand, he would have died that turn anyway. So he can probably just afford to Frost Nova here and buy another turn that way, play the Ice Block more cheaply on a following turn if he wants to go down that line.
Yeah, the Frost Nova will allow him to draw an additional card, basically. If he plays Ice Block, he gets 1 draw next turn, and then that's it. It's going to be his winning draw. If he goes to the Frost Nova, he gets the draw, and then he gets Ice Block next turn if he doesn't find the Frostbolt. And so he gets himself essentially an extra draw, and he is going to go for it. He can ping the face. I've been kind of keeping track of the spells. I think he might have 1 Fireball, 1 Frostbolt left, maybe a Pyroblast. So he definitely has what he needs to finish this game out, and Jumpy doesn't draw with the damage he needs. No Force of Nature hand, no Savage Draw, so Zinjin has the opportunity to win here.
So this turn his outs are a natural draw for Pyroblast, which he probably doesn't play with Malagos in the deck. Usually it's one or the other. Or he can draw Fireball, Frostbolt, or he can play Acolyte, ping his own Acolyte, and still be able to draw Fireball or Frostbolt. So he actually has a ton of outs this turn to be able to draw the cards he needs. Arcane Intellect can be thrown into that mix as well and still provides the same outs.
And it doesn't look like there's many cards left in his deck. Probably between 4 and 6, I would say. So he definitely has a great opportunity to win the game. And like you said, so many outs. We've only seen 1 intellect. He has the... Oh, no. Wait, almost out of cards. Do you say that when you're on your last 2?
Yes, there is 1 more card left in his deck. So that card is just Fireball, right? The Frostbolt must have been used and we've just forgotten about it. Oh, yeah, I think he Frostbolted the first Kezan Mystic that was played. I think that's what happened. So I think his last card is just a natural Fireball, if we've been counting this correctly. In which case he's just mislethal, because he could have just pinged his Acolyte. Interesting. Is the last card a Fireball? That's all that matters right now.
Unless he put a Torch in instead of Fireball.
Ah, that's very possible as well. We did see the Forgotten Torch, you're right. He might just be out of damage here. Because I think both Frostbolts have definitely been spent. So if the last card is a Fireball, he's going to find out now. The last card is Flame Strike! So he's just out of damage. Alright, awesome.
So he must have had, must have replaced the Fireball with a Forgotten Torch.
Yep.
So yeah, kind of a shaky game from both players, I suppose. I guess Zinjin didn't have any real answers to Kezans. If Kezan comes down against Freeze Mage, you kind of just have to deal with it and do the best you can. It was interesting he went for the full kind of damage burst on that turn if he knew he didn't have any damage left in deck and continued playing. So
Yeah.
I imagine he wasn't really counting what he had used. I think the biggest mistake he made was using that Falnos. That Falnos could have potentially won him the game.
Absolutely, yeah, because he would have been able, if he'd have saved the Thalnos for the following turn, he could have popped using less of the spells in his hand in combination with Thalnos, and then kept an additional burn spell to then deal the additional damage after the Ice Block had been popped on the following turn. But as you said, without the second Fireball in his deck, unless we missed a second Fireball being cast, which is possible, but I'm fairly confident there was only one Natural Fireball, one Antonidas Fireball cast in that game. So yeah, if that was the case, without the second Fireball in his deck, he was in big trouble. But if the last card was Fireball, he would have had lethal with Acolyte, Ping Acolyte, draw Fireball. So very, very fine margins. Jumpy definitely made his life a little bit difficult with the inefficient use of the Kezan Mystics. But the matchup is just so favoured that stealing those ice blocks at any point just ended up being good enough to seal out the game. And Jumpy looks like he's going to be able to follow up his decent run through on day one. And he's going to have a good crack at making his way through the bracket on day 3 as well.
I'm curious if he lost to a Secret Paladin in the finals before, and that's why he's kind of kept his Druid up. He's like, I'm not letting that happen again. That is not happening. I'm going to chuck in all this stuff to kind of deal with it. I'm curious to see how Jumpy's Haunted Creepers have an impact in that matchup. If that's specifically why he put them in, which I can't see why any other reason. The only reason you put Haunted Creepers in is for that specifically, or you're running kind of like a token Violet Teacher build of a Druid. So I'm curious to see if it actually lives up to the tech choices live up to what they've been included for.
Looks like we have the info on our next game. It's going to take a couple of minutes just to set the players up, but it looks like we're going to have Jumpy coming back on to play It's Bill, who I believe is another player that we saw on day 1. If I remember rightly, he was in one of the opening heats of day 1. I think he played Druid and possibly Shaman on the first day, or Druid and Warrior. Looks like he has switched over to the dark side here and is going to pick up a Paladin. Suspecting Secret Paladin, of course, we have seen 100% Murloc Paladins today. So if he wants to continue to buck the trend and go with the Anyfin Pally, then I'm perfectly fine with that. But I'm going to predict this is a Secret Paladin coming down against the highly anti-Paladin teched Druid deck from Jumpy. But honestly, how do you even feel about Kezan Mystic against Secret Paladin? Do you think it's an effective card?
I don't know. 2 of them seems a bit overkill. Keeping the 1 Kezan for Freeze Mage seems okay. We have seen a few Freeze Mage decks in this tournament. And of course, Tempo Mage is just a nightmare. If you can steal an entity, that's pretty good as well. But 2 of them seems overkill. Against Paladin specifically, I mean, the power of Secret Paladin is having all the secrets interact together when they're all dumped onto the field through Challenger. On their own, Avenge seems to be one of the most efficient ones because you get some buffs. Noble Sack can do some stuff in, say, aggro mirrors where you can kill one of their minions, but it's very situational. They work best all together. So stealing a random Avenge might not really make a difference.
Yeah. If you look at stealing something like Noble Sacrifice, for example, so essentially you're playing a 4-3 with Kezan Mystic, you're killing a 2-1, essentially, which is what their Noble Sack is, and you're gaining a 2-1 taunt yourself. So it's kind of like this situational 4-mana card that's barely even better than a Shredder in the first place in terms of the total effect of what it does. So yeah, I'm not even sure how powerful Kezan Mystic is against Secret Pally. You do need to steal one of the core secrets like the Noble Sack away from their Challenger turn, so you can just continue going face and not worry about proccing all their Avenge chain and things like that. But either way, we're going to see how it works out here, and there is a nice juicy secret on the board already for that Kezan Mystic to stare at, but she's a few turns away from being able to grab it for herself.
And that is a redemption. If I think it was a redemption when I was looking. And if you steal a redemption with Kezan, the thing that's probably going to get killed first is a Kezan, and it's going to come back as a 4-1. So is that even that good, really? I don't know. Kezan in this matchup specifically doesn't feel great. Maybe he's teched it in for Freeze Mage, but 2 Kezan just feels a bit overkill in Druid, where you want more important stuff in the slots, especially when you got 2 Kezan, 2 Haunted Creeper, and a Mind Control tech. That's 5 slots from the mid-range Druid deck. What do you cut?
Yeah, absolutely. And interesting, he had the option to trade one of his routes into the shield there and use Wrath to take down the shielded minibot, but it looks like he gave a lot of respect to the potential redemption and chose not to kill the minibot there, because redemption on a minibot is one of the strongest early game turns that a Secret Paladin can have. And he does steal the secret and gets the news that it was a redemption, but unfortunately, Blessing a King's going to come down here on a still shielded minibot and just start pushing a ton of pressure here.
I enjoyed Bill's reaction to that Kazan there, and he was just like, what on earth? Like, what's going on? But yeah, Wrath is going to be able to deal with a shield. 2 mind control techs. That's 2 mind control techs, 2 creepers, and 2 Kazans. That's a lot of teching going on there.
Interesting to see what he's cut. I don't think we've seen any Azure Drakes so far, so that may have gone out. Maybe the Aspirants as well have disappeared if he was running that previously, although not everyone is running Aspirants anymore anyway.
I do remember seeing Ancient of War and Aspirant as well.
Okay.
So what's your thoughts on tech in a deck like this? If you're going to tech... This ended up brilliant, but... Yeah, stealing the 6/6 is very rough there. So what's your thoughts on heavily teching a deck out like this? Is it a good idea?
I'm personally not a huge fan of it, especially in Conquest mode, where each deck only gets to win once. You can't tech a particular deck against someone's entire expected lineup and then just sweep them with it. You kind of only get to win once with it. So if you win the wrong matchup with the deck, and then suddenly you have this teched out deck against a deck that they still have in their lineup, and it doesn't really work out. I think the best strategy for Conquest is generally just to play solid middle of the range top tier decks and just play them to the best of your ability. So yeah, massive use of tech cards is not something that I'm a huge fan of in tournament personally. So, but seems to be working out for Jumpy so far. That mind control tech has got him a ton of value. The Kazan Mystics have been excellent for him so far in the matchups that he's come up against. So definitely doing some work for him here.
Gets to clear up some of the stuff with equality, and again, that's not a common card in Secret Paladin. Robin did pack win equality in his Star Ladder deck, and he did win Star Ladder, so it can be a nice surprise sometimes. But a lot of Paladin lists, Secret Paladin lists, do have a few tweaks here and there. But I think Jumpy is on his way to winning this, especially with a low Feb. He just has a second Kazan, so he can steal a Noble Sack if. That Bill will get from the challenger, but he's got there's a lot of chance involved, right?
He's going to have to take his pick, yeah. He really wants that Noble Sack away, although actually it's just lethal regardless, right? There's no need for the Kazan Mystic silliness. You just hero power away the Noble Sack and then hit face for 9 and it's GG. Yep. But he can go ahead and Kazan for swag here if he really wants to, but there's no real need. Hero power face is more than... Well, hero power anything and then go face with minions is more than enough to seal out the game, so...
Well, he's thinking about it. I think he's just going for that. No Kazan swag. Maybe not revealing the second Kazan, but then again, it doesn't matter. It's Conquest. Once this deck is gone, Bill may never see it ever again. And be haunted by the Kazan Mystic Druid that we're seeing. So yeah, Jumpy taking a very quick game against this Paladin. His teched out Druid has done its job, I guess, in the matchup he wanted to win. But now he has to play a Warrior in potentially a Control Warrior mirror. I'm pretty sure Bill ran Control Warrior last time because we commented on how there was a lot of Control Warrior on the first day of PAX. And these are some of the first day PAX guys who are playing right now.
Right, I believe these were the 2 guys that both had the extremely slow Control Warrior builds. One of them had the heal bot and one of them had the Tournament Medic. I think these were the 2 players that specifically had those little tech choices. So this could be a very slow, grindy matchup. But there is a key card for a very slow, grindy matchup in the hand of its Bill, which is Mrs. Justicar Trueheart.
The one thing to note as well, Jumpy is packing 2 Shredders, right, in his Control Warrior.
Yeah.
So he's got a bit more mid-rangey, not totally mid-range, but he's got a mid-game that's probably a little stronger than Bill's, but the late game is going to matter the most, and how you deal with the threats and how many resources you can keep a hold of.
Absolutely. Nice clean axe here to come down and kill off the Acolyte of Pain. Honestly, as you know, if you're an experienced player in this matchup, your Acolyte dying for a single card in the early game is not going to bother you too much, because you fully expect this matchup to go all the way to fatigue these days. Since the addition of Justicar True Hearts into the deck, most Control Warrior mirrors do end up going all the way to fatigue. So you definitely don't want to accelerate your fatigue too much by drawing too much with cards like Acolyte of Pain and Shield Block.
Yep, that seems pretty reasonable. Although Bill does have Justica first, which will definitely help. I think we had a situation, and I don't know if it was these two players, where the one player played Justica first, and he armored up a lot, and then it got a bit later on in the game, where the player dropped the Justica a little later, and he still, that player who dropped it later, still managed to out-armor the early Justica. And it might have been these two guys. I think it might have been these two. So
it may well have been, actually. Now that you mention that, it is ringing a bell in my head. That's very, very possible. But we do have a fairly classic scenario in this matchup, which is one of the warriors is pushing ahead on tempo, whereas the other warrior has all the survival cards in their hand, like Justicar True Heart. But Sludge Belcher is going to come down here and delay proceedings for a little bit, and he's just going to look and hope that his Justicar is able to come down on the board next turn without there being too much pressure in play.
Yeah, the Justica will get taken out pretty easily with a Fiery War-Axe when it comes down, but it gives him an opportunity to start getting that health total up, ready for the Fatigue War. But Jumpy does have a more minion-based hand right now, another Shredder sitting there ready to go onto the board and put pressure on. And like you said, he's taking kind of the tempo approach. But there's a Brawl, so Bill does have an option to let go of a Brawl if he needs to. I'm pretty sure Jumpy ran 2 Brawls in his Control Warrior last time, but I don't remember Shredders, so he has tweaked it since he previously played in the on the first day of PAX.
Yeah, I think almost every Control Warrior we saw on the first couple of days was running a double Brawl variant. Very, very popular way to build the deck right now, just because of the threat of things like Zoo and Secret Paladin, which are extremely common. But Brawl, which is usually not a particularly good card in the Control Warrior mirror, quite often you just use Brawl to kill Dr. Boom in this matchup, because they generally don't get more minions on the board than that. Actually, turns out to be pretty effective here for Bill. The Slime gets in the way, stops that fallen hero from being able to take down with the Fiery War-Axe. And it might be in his interests here to fully clear the board, just to relieve the pressure for next turn, so he's able to get that Justicar True Heart into play. It looks like that's what he's going to go for.
Yeah, I think it's fine leaving the slime up for now. Slime's not going to be doing too much. He has the weapon ready to deal with it. And now Jumpy doesn't have anything to play. He's generated a lot of armor, but Bill can take care of the slime. The Fiery War-Axe is a bit frustrating, finding the second one. If he didn't have another weapon, that Justica would have just been so sweet. But he still can play it if he wants. He has coin Shield Block as well if he feels like drawing another card, but I like getting the Justica down. You're on 16, sorry. So I like building up some armor and trying to match his armor when it comes to that Fatigue War.
Yeah, it'll be interesting now as these turns develop. We'll be able to see which one of these players has the strongest understanding of how you're supposed to play this matchup. We've already seen Jumpy actually cast Shield Block there from his hand, which feels like it's gaining you armor, but actually if the matchup goes all the way for Fatigue, it's netting you a loss in damage, because you get one further card into your deck and end up taking more Fatigue over the course of the game. And now both players have chosen to voluntarily cast their Shield Block, although Bill there needed it to activate the Shield Slam while not having Execute in hand. So it seems much more reasonable for him to use it in that situation. We do see him pick up Elise Starseeker, which could be a pretty useful card if we do go down to Fatigue.
I don't see why he didn't play Coin Elise at that point. He floated 1 mana, he played the Armor Smith, he could have coined Elise out, got the map in, for the draw, get the Golden Monkey ready for when he needed it, and he would have had a 4/3/5 down.
I think it's fine, because coining Elise there actually passes up a tank up, which is really, really important in this matchup. You really do want to be tanking up every turn. It's a slow-paced matchup anyway. Yeah, but he couldn't have tank up coined Elise, could he?
He played Armor Smith instead.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Which is interesting. And he didn't have the Death Spite. Jumpy didn't have a Death Spite down at that point. He only had a Fiery War-Axe. And it looks like Jumpy's going to drop his own True Heart. And now this is where the fun begins.
Yeah.
The Control Warrior mirror.
The tank up wars begin. So he's going to have to decide here whether he wants to use a Death Spite and eat 6 damage to his face. Looks like he's totally fine with that situation. And again, as I was mentioning, mentioning wrongly last turn, but again, I would really like to see him use the tank up button there instead of playing the Shield Maiden, just to make sure he's maximizing his usage of that button on every turn. He's going to go ahead and just develop the 5/5 for some minion presence, which is totally fine too. But this is not a matchup where tempo matters a great deal. You really do just want to be maximizing your resources and putting yourself in the best possible position for fatigue.
It's just going to eat a Shield Slam. You're expecting one at this point. We haven't seen Jumpy use one at all. I don't think we've even seen it execute from Jumpy. So he's probably sitting on a lot of removal. I think Trump put this matchup pretty well. It's like 2 metapods hardening.
Yes, yeah.
Back and forth.
I was a big fan of that analogy as well. I think that's very, very succinctly put from Trump.
Armor up pass. Yep. This is
Sylvanas is a much too high value card to just expose on that board into a Death Spite. So there is going to be a series of some armor up passes going on here.
Harden time.
Yep. Metapod used Harden. Yep.
Metapod used Harden. This is what happens when 2 bug catchers bump into each other in the forest.
Yeah.
And you've got red and blue, so your metapods can't learn tackle. They only have Harden. And there's just Harden back and forward forever.
Yep, so finally we see Jumpy break. He had 9 cards in hand that turn, so he wasn't forced to play a card, but he's going to expose an Armorsmith, maybe just to try and bait out that Death Spite. But Bill recognizes there is no need to swing here because he's still gaining 3 life per turn. That Armorsmith represents no threat. It's just chipping away 1 of his 4 total armor gain each turn. He's in a perfectly comfortable position to wait. And there we go! Tournament Medic, just to increase the power of our tank up even further.
Yep. This is exciting.
It's like using Harden and casting a potion on yourself in the same turn.
Yep, that's pretty good. And now Jumpy will probably remove this. You don't want to leave this Medic up and get him back up to 30 health. At the moment, Jumpy is ahead on total life, but not on armor. But that makes up. He is ahead at the moment. You want to stay ahead. You can use a resource at this point to clear the Medic. Just depends what he wants to use. What would you use at this point? I think Shield Slam's a bit too valuable.
Yeah, that Shield Slam is going to do 50 damage to something by the time it gets used. So that is your absolute premium removal in hand right now. So it looks like he's just going to go and try and use the Doomsayer here to get rid of the Tournament Medic. And it's up to Bill to decide how valuable he thinks that Medic is right now. Just as a matter of interest, if we could get a check on the cards remaining from the Spectator, that would be very, very helpful. 9 cards and 8 cards. Okay, so Jumpy is slightly ahead in the Fatigue War, so the onus is going to be on him a little bit, but he does have a higher health total. So this is actually a very, very evenly matched Fatigue battle here, and it's going to come down to who manages their remaining resources in their deck more effectively. Of course, Bill does have access to that Golden Monkey at some point, which could be a huge swing in his favor.
Yeah, you'll turn those Cruel Taskmasters, the Coin, potentially the Armorsmith, and the Shield Block into some heavy-hitting legendaries. He hopes. You can still get some bad stuff from Elisa, from the Golden Monkey. I've had like 3 habits.
They just trade bashes to the face. What a fantastic matchup this is. Oh, wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, Acolyte of Pain, one of the worst cards in his deck. Probably just straight up the worst card in his deck right now, but the plus side for him is that he has access to the Golden Monkey at some point to be able to turn that Acolyte of Pain into a more useful card. Ooh, we're going to go ahead and use Grom there just to deal 4 damage and demand some sort of proc for Execute as well as Execute here, or Big Game Hunter if he wants to go down that line. I'm not sure I'm a huge fan of using Grom to only do 4 damage there. I think I would have pushed it through. If you want to throw it away here, which makes sense, because at some point you probably need to cast Elise, you definitely don't want your Grom being transformed into a different card. I think if you're going to play it out, you do want to make sure that you deal the full 12 damage with it.
Yeah, you could have used the weapon. You could have used a Cruel Task as well, and
right.
Well, he would have got ahead in the Fatigue War. I don't know if he would have been ahead. He did 12 instead of 4. I'm not going to do the maths, but he might have been ahead at that point. But like I said, what's the point of throwing a Grom down at 4-9?
Wow. Only 2 damage from Boombots. So he attacked a minion, took Boombots to face that turn, and took a grand total of 4 damage, which he then immediately absorbed by tanking up afterwards. Pretty solid turn from its builder.
And now Jumpy can decide if he wants to deal with the dwarf. Although the dwarf doesn't do anything, but this gives Bill an opportunity to out armor.
No. I'm not a fan of the empty board Sylvanas here at all. Sylvanas is one of your most effective cards in Fatigue Wars, especially since you have the ability to play Sylvanas and then shield slam it yourself to steal any sort of catastrophic minion that might come out from your opponent. So I'm really not a fan there at all of just playing the Sylvanas on an empty board and getting it removed for no value. You can see here that Jumpy has had access to that same play for many turns and has just decided not to use it.
Premium removal being used here. Shield slam to get rid of that guy. He still has 2 executes and a cruel task and a bash, so he has 2 ways to activate both those executes.
Yep.
Belcher's a lot more expendable when it comes to playing stuff on board. But Sylvanas, I wonder if that will ultimately make things a lot worse for Bill in the long run. Oh, Dr. Boom. There we go.
Yep. Belcher is a pretty nice pickup, but Dr. Boom's fantastic as well, although we do still see that Jumpy has access to his big game hunter, hasn't used that yet, didn't use it to deal with Grom. So he has a nice snipe here on the 7/7, and he's starting to develop a bit of a board that will demand an answer, because he is now representing enough pressure to be able to race the tank up, but the Boombots could very quickly put a stop to that here.
They're pretty close. I mean, I think Bill's only about 11 health off. And these Boombots are going to be able to deal with some of that health. Is that a bash he was looking at? Yeah, he might want to. Yeah, he might want to run the other Boombot in if you want to use the bash. But he has revenge as well. Interesting.
I'm just thinking. So the Sludge Belcher Death Rattle will go off first here before the Boombot Death Rattle. So the slime will spawn as a possible target for the Boombot if he attacks it in. Otherwise, he could bash the 3/4 first to put it down to a 3/1 and attack with the Boombot and have a very high chance of shooting down the big game hunter with the bomb explosion. But because of the ordering of the Death Rattles, this line seems pretty solid. Alex Straza is a nice pickup here, but it only does 5 total damage to his 74 health. Not a huge deal.
Whereas an Alex from Bill would be great for him. He'll do 14. So he's going to deal with the Belcher that way. That's pretty nice. If the Boombot does land on the Alex, he gets to execute it without using a cruel task. Oh, just a full clear here. That seems pretty good.
Fine, expends the Cruel Task, and honestly, with the Grom gone already, that Cruel Taskmaster isn't a particularly great card. It's maybe the only concern is that it's something he'd like to have in hand to turn into a legendary with the Golden Monkey when he drew that. So slightly unfortunate that he does have to use it there, but it's not like he's going to be pinging his own Acolyte with his Cruel Taskmaster at this point.
So now the game actually begins. We've gotten through the pleasantries between these 2 control warriors, and they're both coming up to fatigue, and Jumpy only has resources in his hand to use now. The Golden Monkey, on the other hand, will spice things up a little bit.
Yeah, I believe if I'm looking at this hand, I think I'd like to use that Execute before I cast the Golden Monkey. I think that Execute is too valuable to take care of one more important target, and then I'll look to play the Golden Monkey after that, because the rest of your cards are not looking too useful here.
He does get the last charge of the Death Spite gone, so that is one of the activators for Grom. There is a Cruel Taskmaster in hand, and I do agree with you there. Use the Execute first. And Jumpy started fatiguing first as well, so Jumpy is behind in this war at the moment.
Yeah, that's the power that you have here. There's no need to rush things, because you're 2 cards ahead in fatigue. Even though you're at a slight life disadvantage, you are going to win this fatigue race. So the onus is on your opponent to push the initiative here. So I would like to try and use that Execute, but it looks like he's going to go ahead and Monkey here. And let's see what his last few cards here are going to be. He gets a second Grom, which is pretty fantastic, especially since he still has that Death Spite equipped to be able to maximize the damage from the Grom. And then Mist Caller to play on curve to make all his minions 1/1 bigger. That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's worked out for him really nicely. I think Bill has this now. Especially once, I mean, even Mukla is going to be really handy once the Cruel Taskmaster and the Grom gets taken out, because he won't have anything to play the bananas on apart from Bill's minion, so that's a nice 5/5. Kel'Thuz as well. You can even buff up Gazrilla with the Deathbite as well, so a lot of cool options for him.
That is very true, yeah. Gazrilla Deathbite synergy. Who would have thought? He even has the Rend, but unfortunately no dragon in hand. Gazrilla is a beast, unfortunately not a dragon, so there would have been a possibility for the Rend snipe on Gromash when that came out, but it doesn't have that option right now. So yeah, he's going to have to be a bit careful here, because he knows his opponent has not played a Brawl. So even if he doesn't know there are 2 Brawls in hand waiting for him, he does have to be at least suspicious of the first one.
I would have played the Rend there, I think. I think the Gazrilla's got more value than a Rend at this point.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you here, but if the Gazrilla now wins this Brawl, yeah, now this is all of Jumpy's resources gone, apart from that second Brawl. So if its Bill now just develops these huge minions one at a time from here on out, he's in a pretty fantastic position. For example, just Grom right now and use the Deathbite to clear out that 2/2 is looking pretty fantastic.
Now he goes for Rend. Gonna force an answer, play a bit more patiently. I do like the Grom with the Deathbite, because then you just have that 10 attack minion sitting there charging, forcing an answer, and if he hasn't got an answer, you just keep hitting him and wait until he decides to play something at some point. If he does have an answer, you drop the next legendary and you win the game. But I don't think Bill is in a spot right now, especially with this Brawl goes. Once the Brawl's gone, it's pretty much game over for Jumpy anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. He may just feel under pressure enough that he has to Brawl right now, because he knows, like, he can't pass this turn to an experienced opponent, and like in this position, no one with any experience of this matchup would play a second minion, because you are winning this race 1,000,000 times out of 1,000,000. You have 9 attack against 2, and you're 2 cards ahead of Fatigue. So the initiative is on Jumpy to come up with an answer here. So yeah, he does play the Brawl. Chooses not even to attack first with the minion, but he does win the Brawl, so he does get to push his 2 in. But now, finally, I think Gromash Hellscream should just be GG.
Yep, and he's going to play it. Oh, it's a buffed one as well, so he gets an extra 1, I think it is.
Yep, takes out the minion, and now with Grom and no activator left in hand, he has no possible way to deal with this Grom, so that is just going to be game, and we are going to square this this long and tiring series, Aqua, up at 1 game apiece.
You know, the real match begins once the Fatigue comes and they have their remaining resources, but that was pretty quick from Fatigue onwards. We should have like we should have a fast forward button. We just fast forward straight to Fatigue.
Yeah.
There should just be a card that a control warrior can play only in the mirror, where they just draw all their hands and go straight to Fatigue, and they have 10 cards, and they just have to work with what they've got, and it comes to the end of the game. That's what I'd like to see with this control warrior mirror exclusive card to speed up that matchup.
No, I don't think there would be too many people who would complain about those additions. I'm sure there are some sick, twisted individuals out there somewhere who enjoy playing those 40-game Fatigue mirrors, but for most of us, they drag on just a little bit too long.
So it's gonna be the Paladin and the Druid? No, Paladin and the Warrior. I think he's picked the wrong deck here. No, wait, he went with the Warrior. Yeah, I'm confused. Wait, doesn't Jumpy have to play the Warrior?
Jumpy has to play the Warrior, yeah. Jumpy's
he picked the Druid.
Jumpy's the one that's made the mistake here. He's queued his Druid. He needs to be queuing his Warrior. But I'm sure, due to the somewhat less than the serious element of this tournament, no one's going to punish them too hard for this. They'll just be able to re-queue with the correct decks. I'm sure no one's going to try and claim the default win here, and we'll just be able to queue up relatively quickly with the correct lineups.
Yeah, they should be fine. These guys seem like good sports. So yeah, Paladin into Control Warrior, and the beauty is Bill has seen everything, pretty much, that Jumpy has to offer from this deck. So he does have an advantage when it comes to that. Divine Favor, pretty good.
Yeah, Divine Favor is going to be a pretty useful tool in this matchup. Very, very slow deck from the side of Jumpy, even from Control Warrior it errs on the side of slowness.
Well met.
So, Secret Keeper, obviously one of the best cards that you can have on turn 1. He has a nice curve to follow it up with the mini-bot. No immediate secrets to get any value out of that Secret Keeper, but he does have a Keeper of Older Man on turn 4 to be able to buff it up into a more imposing minion if he would like to. So the armor is going to come down. No Fiery War Axe here to start fighting back against this board. And he's going to continue developing with his Haunted Creeper and start putting on the pressure here.
Yeah, a lot of pressure coming down on the board. Sticky minions as well. He does have a Death Spite. Start clearing up some of this stuff. He pops the Creeper here if he chooses.
I was going to say, it'll be interesting as to which target he picks. Oh, excuse you.
I couldn't mute the mic in time to sneeze. It just came out.
That race to hit the mute button just didn't quite make it. So yeah, interesting choice of what he chose to Deathbite last turn. Because now with the Creeper still intact, he would have to attack the Creeper specifically if he wants to clear out those tokens. Obviously, he probably wants to attack the Knife Juggler. So he could have chosen to attack the Creeper on the previous turn and split it then, but that would involve leaving the Secret Keeper alive, which is a scary minion if your opponent has secrets in hand. So very, very difficult decision to make when you're working on blind information.
What do you think of this?
Happened? That is a interesting line of play. Full stop.
He just threw a Death Spite away. A second charge of a Death Spite.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the plan was there. I'd love to find a line that defended that, but I can't think of one right now, so I think we're just going to have to call that a mistake.
Yep, maybe the nerves are starting to come up. He just had a long, grindy game, which he lost. After all that time invested, he lost. And this board is a bit of a threat. That Death Spite, both those Death Spite did nothing, as far as I'm concerned. They had so much more potential.
I could understand the play on the previous turn if, say, the first Whirlwind popped open the Creeper. And then he immediately had a second charge of Death Spite up to be able to deal with the 1/1s again on the following turn. But the way he did it there just seemed to achieve very, very little indeed.
This might just wrap it up, this Mysterious Challenger. I can't see there being a great way for him to come back. Can't even armor up, so he has 7 health to deal with here. And
and no Competitive Spirit as a bonus here, because the Competitive Spirit would have actually been lethal. So he is going to live one more turn, but Sludge Belcher Hero Power or Mysterious Challenger number 2 is just going to come down, and I don't think even Brawl is going to be enough to save him. Actually chooses not to play the Hero Power to play around Brawl and potentially Mind Control Tech, which is actually a pretty strong play there from Bill.
Yeah, smart stuff. He's seen MC Tech. Well, he didn't see any MC Techs from Jumpy's Control Warrior.
That's true, but it is playing around Brawl, of which he saw too, so it makes a lot of sense.
Goes for the Shield Slam. Try and do something, but he just chooses death. And that is it. So, no, it's Bill. Didn't go through the heat last time he played, but this time he's done pretty well. I've liked Bill's line of play. Only a couple of things that were a bit iffy, but overall, I think Bill played well.
Absolutely, yeah. So well played to Bill, makes his way through. Jumpy had 1 or 2 little problems there during that series. But we will go to a very quick break now, and we will be back with you for the next series of Heat 1 on day number 3 of PAX.
Maybe Skype is not liking me today. Didn't like.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to day 3 of One Nation of Gamers here at PAX South. We are progressing our way at a relative pace here through this first heat, slowed down just a little bit by that Fatigue Warrior mirror that we just experienced, but we are now sitting all the way in the finals of Heat 1, where we see it's Bill, who successfully navigated that Fatigue Warrior match in the last game you saw, up against Philtor. Joining me here is Mr. Aquablad. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. We're the finals of the Heat now, so Heat 1 will be over shortly. And I know you guys are excited to see Frodan and TJ play. We're a little while away from that yet. But Filtor is a player we haven't seen yet. Bill was here yesterday. He did run the Tournament Medic Warrior. That's where I remember him. And him and Jumpy played. They played each other yesterday as well, the day before. So I think he's glad to beat Jumpy finally and get an opportunity to go into the four-man single elimination bracket, which will happen at the end of the day. I guess we're going to presume Secret Paladin from Filtor, although we have been surprised by Murlocs a few times.
Yeah, Secret Paladin Midrange Druid seems to be a very popular lineup in this tournament, and it's a solid plan, honestly. If you're not a fully experienced Hearthstone player, high rank Legend player, tournament player, professional player, whatever, bringing two of these curvy midrange decks that can sometimes just win games on their own is a very solid idea. I'll give a shout out to a good friend of mine, Lorinda, here in the UK scene, who started entering constructed tournaments where he himself would admit that he wasn't quite up to the level of a lot of the other participants. And he was a very big advocate of, playing to his level, and he made sure he was bringing decks that, were capable of beating people with the right draw. And now he's progressed to definitely be one of the strongest constructed players in the UK in his own right. So if you want to get your start bringing these sort of simple mid-range play-on-curve decks to tournaments, it's definitely a good way to start out.
Yeah, and Hoy found a lot of success doing that plan in Conquest. He brought just 3 mid-range decks. He invested a lot of time into Druid, and then he started taking like Hunter and Secret Paladin when Secret Paladin came about. And Hoy is... Although he started doing that, he's developed into one of the best players in the world, I would say. But maybe it was from making that decision to bring these kind of simple decks that he made the progress to the player he is today. So it's definitely something to consider, like Sottle said.
Absolutely. And the curve here for Filtor is looking pretty reasonable. He did miss his turn 2 play, drew into that mini-bot just a little bit too late. But turn 1 Secret Keeper and turn 3 Muster for Battle, pretty solid start for the Secret Paladin player, but we do see, staring back at its build, that he has the option for the nice clean coin Consecrate here just to reset the board and put himself in a position where he's one small minion ahead of the play here.
Yeah, he doesn't get too far ahead, just has a creeper on board. Phil does have an opportunity to start replenishing it next turn, but this is just... Oh wow, he's going for the Alderman.
Interesting.
I don't mind that too much.
I don't mind this at all either. I think this is a very disciplined play. I think a majority of people there would have slammed the Consecrate, but he's going to try and pick up some additional value from his Consecrate here. And if Filtor decides to turn down, what the full trade into the Keeper here with all of his recruits, or 3 of his recruits in the weapon, then the Consecrate is going to be even more powerful this turn because he'll get to protect bigger minions on the board and force even more tempo to go face.
Yeah, I like that a lot. So Consecrate essentially does the same thing as his Keeper of Alderman, but like you said, he does get an opportunity to get extra value, and I'm not sure if Phil's going to run everything in. Actually, it looks like he is. So Bill's game plan paid off. He has a 3-2 now instead of a 1-2, which he would have had if he had Consecrated. He does get to keep hold of a 1-1 because he gets to tank it with the weapon. So
yeah,
the more a little bit more even.
The more I look at it, the more I really like this play, because as you said, the triple trade there into the Keeper basically makes it the same thing as a Consecrate anyway. And then in the other world where he refuses the triple trade into the Keeper and just goes face, then he gets to punish with the Consecrate. So it's just such a win-win scenario with the line of play that he took here. Turns out being a very, very strong option.
So what do you like here? Coghammer seems pretty juicy, protecting that Haunted Creeper, getting the weapon down, but then again you have Muster, and I guess you want to develop those tokens before the Coghammer perhaps, because the Coghammer weapon has more value. What would you like? I mean, I do like Muster and Secret Keeper, but then again, you do open yourself up to Consecration, so I can see why he's hesitating a little bit.
Yeah, I'm actually a pretty big fan of the Coghammer play there, especially when the Secret Keeper came off the top to fill out the curve with it. You just use the Coghammer to double trade into the mini-bot, and then you have your Haunted Creeper taunted, which means the opponent has to attack into it and get you your additional value from the 1/1 spiders. So I think I would have liked to see that line here, but the Muster for Battle, as you said, he wants to get these recruits on board, and then he can replace this inferior weapon with the superior weapon with the Coghammer later on. So this line makes a lot of sense too, but I think I would have personally gone with the Coghammer line that turn.
Luckily for Bill, he doesn't get punished by a Consecrate because he could just pop the spider, consecrate the whole board, and then he's left with the mini bot kind of untouched with the shield. But that's not how it went. And now Bill has a great opportunity to get value from his consecration, which he didn't use in the previous turn, clearing the entire board, and those mini bots are becoming a little bit useless.
This is just a beautiful looking Consecrate. He has the competitive spirit to come down on 3 minions to back it up afterwards, and it fills a dead turn that he needed to fill to curve into his Mysterious Challenger the turn afterwards. So this is just a fantastic looking Consecrate, and again, that discipline on turn 3 to coin the Keeper instead of the Consecrate has really swung this game in his favor. But now Filtor is in the power position where he's able to drop 2 Mysterious Challengers followed by a Tyrion. But because of the board advantage his opponent has gained here, it might just end up not being enough. We'll see.
Yeah, it's always great having board before a challenger comes down on the opponent's side. Comp Spirit's going to come out. You can use the weapon, the proc, everything as well, so he doesn't have to use a minion, drop a challenger of his own. And then he has a bigger board going in with all his secrets. But like you said, the other challenger might have an impact, especially with a Secret Keeper to go with it. But we'll have to see how the players decide to deal with each challenge. They might just start smoking each other's face. just ignoring the challenges altogether.
So the standard secret chain is going to detonate here, the Noble Sack, Avenge, Redemption. I'm going to see he's going to choose to trade the 2/2 there. He could have popped his spiders. Both of those trades reduce the total damage on board by 2, so it's pretty much a wash which one you decide to trade with. And does play his own challenger, and is very relieved to see that the last secret was Competitive Spirit and not Repentance, which would have neutralized his 6/6 down to a 6/1 that turn.
I think he wants to keep the spider up because Comp Spirit's already gone off. Maybe if he had found a Comp Spirit through his challenger, he could have popped the spider open then to get more value. I think the spider's great because it's just a sticky minion at the moment. I think we'll see Phil go for some trade. Oh, he can't really trade into that challenger.
Yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of has to, right? Because otherwise it's just threatening lethal back the other way. This challenger is going to pull the second Noble Sacrifice, but that's easily dispatched with the weapon that the Paladin still has equipped. So if he didn't make the trade there, he would have just been staring down lethal this turn. So he's just forced to make the slightly bad trade of the 10/9 into the 9/8.
And the Bills gets to go on the aggressive here, which is what he wants. He doesn't have the power play to back up this turn, but he does have Shredder Coghammer, and that doesn't seem too bad either. And he can just keep putting pressure on his life total. Tyrion is going to be the card, I think, that's going to make it or break for Phil. And then Bill's going to need to find an answer to that, maybe an owl. But at the moment, I like where Bill is. It very much depends on how he can deal with the Tyrion.
Absolutely, yeah. Tyrion is... I mean, Mysterious Challenger is probably the best card in the mirror. It's the best card in almost every matchup. But if there was one card you'd pick out apart from that in this mirror, it's absolutely Tyrion Fordring. Because it's just a nightmare for the opposing Paladin to deal with. And it just can swing even games where you seem to be miles behind. But this Coghammer does hit the Shredder with it, which is probably the preferred target. Because he's now going to have to deal with that Shredder if he wants to push through and give his opponent another 2-drop on the board. I don't see many alternative lines this turn other than drop Tyrion and cross your fingers.
He's even going to tank the shield with his weapon. I think that's okay at this point because with the Tyrion down, you're hoping that will protect you from stuff like Blessing of Kings anyway. The perfect combination for Bill to have is kind of owl. Have an owl at this point.
Although saying that, Blessing of Kings would actually be lethal now because of his choice to make that attack. He would just pop the shield with his weapon, Blessing of Kings on the Trog to deal the 6, and then the 4 would go face for lethal. So there is a certain amount of risk to taking the extra damage on his face that turn, but he feels like he needs to address this board in some way. And the knife hitting the Divine Shield is huge there. That's going to allow 2 more damage to go through to his opponent's face this turn if he wants to break through the Tyrion.
Could he attack? Oh, I don't think it makes any difference. Could put the spider in. He might be able to get 2 daggers to face you and win the game.
Yep.
Oh, he hits the challenger, which you will probably ignore. swing for phase to 2, and see if Phil has a way. Oh, he's just going to clear it up.
Yeah, I don't mind him taking it out there, because, again, you're staring down potential Blessing of Kings, although he may have his own second Noble Sacrifice in play, which would prevent that being lethal. But getting rid of the minions there plays around things like Kings, like Coghammer. The combination of those two things could still potentially lose you this game, if he's able to get the Blessing of Kings down and get it taunted. So I don't mind him clearing out the minion there, because he just has so much power on board that the extra face damage doesn't really matter. He's just threatening lethal from a mile out here with his existing board.
Yeah, Bill does have Noble Sack down, so he just lets the weapon tank that. I think this is good game for Bill. Nothing Phil can do here.
Yep, so it was Noble Sack Avenge that he had, so the Blessing of Kings drawn there from Philtor wouldn't have been lethal, but as I said, there's no real harm there in clearing the minion just to play around things like Blessing of Kings and Coghammer, because those are your potential bad beats. It's hard to imagine a world in which you lose there where you just clear the board. So
They're just playing pretty solid there, both of them. Bill especially, making that decision with the keeper was a big one, and getting that massive value consecrate later on. So, Bill's definitely showing he's invested some time into Secret Paladin. His mechanical play has been spot on so far in this match specifically.
Yeah, and beyond that, just the keeper play on turn 3 with the coin is actually, a level of an insightful strategic Hearthstone play, which is just, beyond learning how to play the game mechanically correctly. It's actually, recognizing a situation where you can gain an advantage in a slightly unusual way. And he recognized that, made the correct play, and that alone is a huge factor as to why he maintained his advantage in that matchup.
So Warrior's going to come out against the Paladin. Phil feels like he wants to get the win with this Paladin first before he shows his other deck. I can't quite remember what Phil's other deck was along the Paladin.
He was playing Druid.
Druid. Okay. Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming it's mid-range Druid unless he's bringing a Jackie Chan Egg Druid along.
Yeah, or one of those cursed aggro guys. Good old Leper Gnome Druid with Fel Reavers. Everyone loves that deck, right? Thanks, Cursed. Thanks, buddy, for giving us that one.
Fiery Warwick's a great pickup for Bill. Be able to deal with the Knife Juggler straight away as soon as that comes down.
Absolutely, and gets the Armor Smith as well, so he's actually going to have a consolidated board presence when he starts to chop down these minions with the War Axe. Philtor choosing to save his coin there doesn't coin out the Knife Juggler with no follow-up. He has a nice curve of 3 into 4 and then is able to coin his challenger on 5, so that's what he's looking at as his curve right now, so good discipline to hold on to the coin there.
Yep. Could coin into Shredder if he feels threatened. Muster is a little weak because this Armor Smith can just chop away at those dudes. The Fiery War Axe can then be kept for the Shredder. Not looking bad for Bill. He does have a challenger on 5. Like you mentioned, he can get that down if he does save his coin. He's got a pretty decent hand, but at the moment, Bill has the perfect tools to react to what the Paladin has, and especially with a Brawl sitting there. If things get a bit too hairy on board, you can just drop the Brawl. So I quite like Bill's situation right now.
Right. I don't mind the Muster for battle here. I think he's forced to swing into the Armor Smith with his first charge of the Lights Justice if he does this. But as you said, they're not great against the Armor Smith, but they are reasonable against the Fiery War Axe, because Fiery War Axe is capable of taking down much more high-value targets than these 1/1s. Chooses not to attack into the Armor Smith there, which I think is probably a small mistake, but we'll see how it turns out.
Oh, Revenge is picked up here, so he does have a way to clear these 1/1s and kind of sit back. I don't know if you need to just yet. There's no real pressure from these 1/1s being made. He's generating health from the Armor Smith. You can probably hold on to that for the second Muster for battle. He does use the axe on the 1/1. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think it's fine because he protects his Armor Smith, and this is why I was suggesting you're supposed to hit the Armor Smith with the weapon on the previous turn, because now even if this situation comes up, that would be a 1/2 Armor Smith that you're looking at, and you're able to take it out this turn and just drop Shredder on an empty board. So he may just now be recognizing his small mistake on the previous turn of getting greedy for that 1 extra face damage, and now that Armor Smith is gonna stick around for an additional turn and demand an answer later.
And there you have it, guys. Hit that Armor Smith if she's down. Most of these classes can't heal their minions, so if you can deal with a minion over time with a few weapon hits, you should definitely go for it. What do you think for Phil here? Shredder seems kind of like the obvious play, but he is kind of considering other stuff. Coin Belcher doesn't seem like much better than Shredder. I think Shredder's just fine.
Yeah, I think you would just continue following the curve that you laid out at the start here and just go for the Shredder and then potentially coin into the Challenger on the following turn. You should have been able to deal with the Armor Smith by then, so you have a chance of getting the Challenger down on an uncontested board, which is what you want against Warrior, because you don't want them to be able to attack with a minion and then proc the Daisy Chain of Secrets and then brawl afterwards. You need to, if you want to make them brawl, they have to have the minion in play first to be able to activate all the secrets. So you really want to try and get that Challenger down on an empty board, and he had a decent chance of doing that. But his curve fills out pretty nicely here with the Shredder Redemption this turn. Two very, very high-value Redemption targets in play with Belcher and Shredder. So his line of play works out reasonably well here as well.
Yeah, I think he was planning that. I think he wanted to get the Redemption down. I would like to run the 1/1 in here, yep. So you're making sure you're getting one of these Death Rattle minions back from the Redemption. That seems pretty good to me. He gets to clear it up. And now...
You see again there the Armor Smith that he could have killed several turns ago if he'd have picked it off with the weapon as soon as he played Master. He gained 1 extra face damage by swinging to the face, and now that Armor Smith is still alive and got hidden behind a Sludge Belcher and has immediately gained 2 more armor, or 3 more armor in fact, from being hidden behind that Belcher already, and will continue to gain more now. So you can see the fine margins here of when attacking face actually nets you less damage when you're playing the more aggressive deck.
Now, ultimately, you want to kill the Armor Smith more than doing face damage, because, like I said, face damage doesn't matter. You want to get bored, and you want to be able to drop that Challenger down on an empty board. He does have a lot of nice minions down to go with the Mysterious Challenger at this point, which is definitely a benefit to him. And he can clear up the Armor Smith, finally, but it's netted him so much health, like you said. It could have netted him far less if he had dealt with it earlier.
Yeah. And as I mentioned before, there is now a minion in play that can start this chain going, but the problem is there's 2 Death Rattle minions in play, so the Brawl is not going to be hugely effective, but will probably feel necessary here for its build, because it will still reduce the total amount of damage on board quite significantly.
Alright, let's see where all these secrets go off. He doesn't get the value he wanted from the Redemption. The Challenger did negate that by getting the Noble Sack in play. But yeah, I can imagine a Brawl being thrown down here.
It looks juicy, right? Brawl, shut your eyes, hope that 2-1 lives, and see where we go from here. But this is just kind of the power of Secret Paladin in this matchup. It feels like Control Warrior should have a decent matchup, but Secret Paladin is just able to put on so much pressure. And even this situation where he does have what should be a perfect answer with the Brawl. Like, look at the state of the board still. There's just 9 power coming back at him.
Yeah, it just didn't do anything.
Sorry, never mind. 12 power coming back at him.
And he gets the... what's he called? Is it a Cut Purse?
Cut Purse, yeah.
Yep, so he gets to get a coin as well every time he attacks, which is not much of a big deal, I guess. But it might add up. He might be able to play some extra stuff. He's seen 1 Brawl, and I believe Bill runs 2, right? Oh, no, I think he only runs the 1.
I think we only saw 1 from him in that Fatigue Mirror that he plays, yeah. Jumpy was playing double Brawl, but I think we only saw 1 from Bill.
I like Shredded Coghammer here. Put more protection down. And this is a point where I think the Warrior might not come back. So it's very tough. He needs to be able to... I think the one way he does come back is getting that revenge. Do a lot of damage from having his health being depleted and maybe an execute on the 7/7. Unless he goes for it now. Yeah, it looks like he's going for it now to try and just get an execute on the 7/7.
Yeah, looks like panic mode has been initiated here from Bill, and he just can't facing down that 7/7 anymore, and he's just going to have to take it down off the board. He does have both executes, so he can clean up this board significantly this turn. So he's going to execute the Shredder first, see if he can get a Doomsayer to come out of it. And since he does not, he'll go ahead and use the second execute on the Challenger. So good ordering there. Just factor in the possibility of a Doomsayer that turn.
So many cards used, though, to not even clear the board. He used, 4 cards, wasn't it? And he cleared 2 minions. Well, yep. one part of a Shredder, only 1 part. And he had to use the weapon on the Sludge. Yeah, it's pretty tough. I think Phil should be able to win this match going forward, unless Bill... I don't think Bill had anything too crazy to swing the game. He didn't even have Baron Geddon, so he doesn't even have that AoE clear available to him. I think he should have been a bit more patient with that revenge. He could have shield blocked, He could have Shield Maidened even, just to take less damage, then procced a big revenge, clearing all the board, and then he could have executed the Challenger and potentially killed what popped out of the Shredder. Do you think he was a bit too hasty?
It's possible. He was staring down a ton of damage that turn. He had no way to properly execute apart from using the revenge, so I can definitely understand his need there. But as you said, using so many cards there to not even really get an effective board clear is probably not the winning line. The line to be greedy there and tank even more damage from that huge board is definitely very, very risky, but it may be the play to win in that scenario. But hopefully he'll just be able, or hopefully from his perspective, he'll just be able to grind his way back from here with some clutch draws off the top. Remember, he does have things like Tournament Medic, etc. loaded up in his Warrior deck that can dig him slowly but surely out of trouble. Justicar still to come as well. So he's able to stabilize, even with a low amount of cards in hand. He may just be able to starve the opponent out, but there is a pretty good card to prevent yourself from not being starved out of a game. Mr. Tyrion Fordring.
Yeah, that's an amazing pickup for him. And he gets a coin as well from the attack, so he does have 11 mana to play with if he wants to. Can maybe
spend 12 mana this turn. He has two coins in hand
yeah, he has
already.
2 coins. Yeah, that's true. Does go for the trade. Muster, then he can coin Tyrion.
Oh, the cut purse play. I wish that card was good in Constructed. It just makes so many fun things happen. Right? Wow, that's pretty unlucky. So he's gonna turn down the Tyrion here just to protect his Knife Juggler. So he could have traded the Knife Juggler there and still gone coin Tyrion. But he is so greedy for that Knife Juggler to live that he's gonna press Hero Power instead of Tyrion Fordring, which is a level of hero power greed that I'm not sure even Trump would identify with.
What was strange there is he attacked the minion with his weapon, then played Haunted Creeper. So I don't think he planned out his turn at that point. I think he was just rolling the knives, and then he thought, I best clear it. Oh, I might play a minion as well. So I don't think he properly planned out everything he wanted to do in that turn.
Seems a bit unusual. And double Shield Slam. While he has 7 armor, so those Shield Slams should be good cards, but he's just staring down a board of 1 attack minions that he just has no interest in Shield Slamming. But now that armor is going to get eaten away, meaning those Shield Slams are going to be much less effective when a big minion does come down. And we see Philtor still turning down, playing the Tyrion Fordring. It looks like he's decided to make a push with his other cards first, and try and look for things like the second Brawl. And the more premium removals like Execute, like Shield Slam, make those things need to be used out of panic, and then he has Tyrion Fordring as like the final push for the line at the end. So looks like that strategy is going to work out for him here at least.
Yeah, it should be close to lethal, right? 6, 7, 8. Yeah, True Silver will be able to clear this up. And the minions go face, and Phil does tie it up in the finals here. So the next game will decide which player goes into the 4-man single elimination bracket at the end of the day. So it's tied at 1-1, and Bill has his own. Well, he has a Warrior versus Druids. So we don't know what Druid this is yet, but we'll just assume it's mid-range, because that's all we've seen so far from the Druids at least.
Yep. Absolutely. So I just got half an eye on chat right now, and there's a discussion about whether or not Trump would play Hero Power or Tyrion Fordring right there in chat. And I watch a lot of Trump stream, and I have definitely heard him say on at least one occasion, do I play Tyrion Fordring here, or do I make a guy? That is a genuine decision to that man. God bless him.
He enjoys that value, right?
Oh, he loves pressing that button. But we are here now in game 3, and we have the super slow control warrior of Bill up against what looks to be a mid-range druid. Could still possibly be an aggro druid with that draw. Living Roots, Savage Draw, Swipe. Definitely played both in mid-range and aggressive druids, so we will see.
He threw away the roots. Doesn't he want the 1/1s at the start?
Yeah, I mean, there's a concern that you kind of just want bigger minions and ramp against Warrior, but those 1/1s can turn out to do a lot of work if you get them down early. They can end up doing 4 damage, sometimes maybe 6, help you to make initial trades into minions, although things like Armorsmith and Acolyte of Pain both kind of counter them pretty effectively, so... Alright,
hero powers from both players. A slow start for Phil, no wild growth. He doesn't even have a good 4-drop at the moment. He does get to play some roots at this point, but if a Acolyte comes down, if he does decide to play him, You probably have the Wrath, but he doesn't really have anything on 4. He does. He looks like he's gonna hold on to it.
Yeah, I think you should go ahead and generate the roots here because, as you say, if the Acolyte comes down, which is kind of worst case scenario, you do have the Wrath to take it out anyway, and you don't really have a strong on curve 4-mana play built up. Like Keeper is not really a card that you just drop on curve and go from there. So it seems like getting the Living Roots down to start picking away a bit of damage would be reasonable for Filtor here. But since his mentality in the first place was to mulligan them away, he probably has the impression that they're just not good in the early game in this matchup, which is consistent with him not playing them there.
That's actually a nice pickup. He gets the Wild Growth as well with his Wrath. He's going to Wrath anyway. If he drawn a Shredder, he could have played the Shredder. But yeah, that's a great draw to go with the Wrath plan. And now he ramps up a little bit more and gets closer to that Dr. Boom.
Yep, definitely a good pickup to fill out the remaining 2 mana there. But Phil here is going to choose to develop the Death Spite here. And actually going to swing face as well, which is a little bit unusual. Possibly trying to set up just to deal with, this guy. I was going to say, one possible reason why you'd swing a weapon there is so that you have the 5 damage charge ready to go to possibly slam into Emperor Thaurissan that could be dropped this turn. So if that was his idea, it's worked out pretty nicely. But honestly, he could have also just played Tournament Medic that turn. And then the following turn, if Emperor had come down, he could have just poked with Tournament Medic and equipped the Death Spite and done it that way to deal the 5 damage. So we'll see what happens here and whether he gets rewarded for his line.
I kind of feel like Phil needs to play the Azure Drake at this point to bait out the rest of that Death Spite. I don't think playing Thaurissan feels great at this point. You might find... You do hit the Savage Roar, though.
Yeah, you hit Savage Roar, we'll take it down to 2 mana, but it's not like it lets you double combo just to hit Savage Roar, right? So the Savage Roar will be 2 mana, and then if you draw Force of Nature and Savage Roar, that's another additional 9. So your double combo still costs 11, which means it's not having a huge effect on your total burst damage. So I agree with you, Filtor seems to as well. Azure Drake comes out here just to try and bait out that second Death Spite charge.
He does have a good follow-up as well with the 5/5 getting that Shield Maiden down, and this will be able to challenge the Thaurissan if it comes down. So he seems to have an answer to Thaurissan in 2 turns in a row here, but we might want to find... Oh, Ancient of Law.
Oh, hey.
That's even better. Just slam... Oh, you can just slam Boom, I guess.
Yeah, Boom is green, which is usually a sign that it's a pretty good play. But with the intention of playing Emperor fairly soon, I wouldn't mind the Ancient of Law here whatsoever, just to cycle through and try and pick up some more combo pieces like Force of Nature. But honestly, Dr. Boom on turn 7 is almost never a bad play. Ancient of Law gets punished really easily by Shield Slam. Dr. Boom gets punished really easily by Big Game Hunter, so it's again a bit of a wash on what you decide to go with here. There'll be 2 Shield Slams, 1 Big Game Hunter from your opponent. So maybe that tilts you in favour of playing the Dr. Boom. But either way, I think it was perfectly reasonable. Dr. Boom does go ahead and get Shield Slammed here, but it costs him the additional 2 mana to armor up, which means it's not as much of a tempo loss as the Ancient of Law would have been. Fiery War Axe to take out a Boombot, and I imagine this 5/5 will just put some pressure on his opponent's face. Yep.
Yeah, things are not looking too bad for Bill. If he had played the Ancient of Law, he could have just run the 5/5 in, generated another 5/5, and then he would have had enough armor to just Shield Slam the Dr. Boom on its own. But I'd be surprised if we don't see an Ancient of Law this turn. It's a bit more mana in... Well, he can develop the 1/1s as well. What do you... Well, Shredder just dies to Fiery War Axe. I think Ancient of Law is what you want to go for here.
Yeah, I think Ancient of Law definitely happens. Draw first with the Ancient of Law. You could end up picking up something silly like Innovate and Shade of Naxxramas, which would make your turn incredibly good. Looks like he's going to use the Living Roots to clear here. Which may have been an option. You may have ended up doing this with the roots at the end of your turn anyway, but there's no reason not to draw with Ancient of Law first. He's going to go ahead and do that now. So slight misordering here, but it's fine. It's very, very unlikely he will have drawn anything that changed his play. That was very nearly Innovate Shade of Naxxramas, right? It was close. It was close.
Very close, yeah. All right, so the 5/5 sits there. He does have Bash. And is that the shield? Is that a Shield Slam again? All right, so he's going to Shield Slam weapon, and then he's going to drop a shield. Wait, did I miss something there? Don't you just?
No, you didn't. The person who missed something there was called It's Bill, and he missed the fact that Shield Maiden gives you lots more armor. Sure.
I think he thought he had more mana. He did hover over Boom to play it, and then he realized he didn't have 8 mana. And then
Oh, I
thought, oh yeah.
see. So he wanted to shield slam for tempo and then play Boom, but then realized he didn't have enough mana at the end. All right, makes sense. I mean, it's still a mistake, but it's not as ridiculous looking a mistake if you felt like you could play Doctor Boom. That makes some sense, I guess.
And keep in mind, this is the finals of this heat, and these guys aren't pro players. They're just like guys enjoying the convention at PAX South. So, they haven't trained hard. They had like mechanical play at home, grinding ladder to legend. These guys are just people having fun. So can't be too harsh on them.
Right, and this is part of the experience for the players. The idea of this is to let them know what it feels like to be a professional Hearthstone player. And one of the things that all of us, as people who've played in tournaments, have to overcome is tournament nerves, and you have to learn to play your best in the most clutch situations. And it's not a skill that everyone has straight away. Some people are just totally fine with it and never experience the whole tournament nerves thing. But for some people, it's a huge issue that needs overcoming and can make you play quite suboptimally for some amount of time before you overcome it.
Things were a little awkward, though, after doing that. He would have had a fiery War Axe left if he hadn't made that misplay. He could clear up the Druid's Claw with a Bash and a War Axe, then take out the Forest cleanly, maybe develop like a tournament medic. But now things are just a little awkward.
Yeah, indeed. And it looks like he's just going to go ahead and play the Dr. Boom, and there is going to be 2 turns of Emperor Thaurissan for Philtor here. Which is fantastic since they're hitting Savage Roars, both of them.
Yeah, 1 cost Savage Roars. Oh, man.
Right. He's counting damage here. He has 9. Each Savage Roar adds 6, so that is 21 total damage. His opponent's at 28, so adding the swipe to that plus the hero power, he's 1 off, I think. I think he has 27 this turn. 1 damage off lethal.
And he's got a big game hunter for the Dr. Boom. So Dr. Boom didn't even get to do anything, really.
No.
The Boom bots might help him trade, but he can just go for swipe hero power here, right? And hope the Forest Sun sticks around. But he does have the minions on board. Where are they going to go? Takes out the Dr. Boom. Yeah, that seems pretty fine to me. Hero power. Another tick on Forest Sun. And Phil is very close to winning this final.
Yeah, absolutely. Cementing his spot in the end of day playoffs. And of course, after that, if he's able to make it through the end of day playoffs, going all the way to the finals between all of the day's victorious champions from day 1, day 2, and day 3. So this is the first step to get there, and he's looking very, very close right now. Tournament Medic and Justicar Trueheart are both in hand for Bill, so he does have some methods to sustain himself for a long time here, but the aggressive minions are going to keep coming here from the Druid, even if he's not able to win immediately with Savage Roar.
0 cost Savage Roars are going to come up as well.
Yep.
The Silence seems pretty decent as well. It just becomes a 1/8. Can drop the Shredder. He has to be cautious of Brawl. I wouldn't overcommit another Keeper here. Just swing in the face, knock off that armor, and then just pray he draws that Force of Nature, and things will look pretty good. A win will be on the horizon. But Bill, like you said, he has stuff to sustain. He has a Belcher, he has a Brawl to deal with the board, and, the Tournament Medic has been dealt with. But, still a few cards that could help him.
Yeah, I think I like holding on to the second Keeper here for sure. It can do a lot of good things for you. It plays around the Brawl, it can silence a Sludge Belcher, it can function as 2 extra burst damage when you need it, etc, etc. So definitely a big fan of holding it onto there. And the Shredder winning for Bill was actually the best possible outcome there, because it reduces the amount of minions in play to 1. But we do see that Keeper of the Grove now getting rewarded for being kept in hand. Silences this Sludge Belcher out of the way. Shade of Naxxramas can be added to the board, which is the best minion you can possibly draw when your hand is double 0 mana Savage Roar.
And after a Brawl, right?
And after a Brawl has just been played, yeah. And I don't see any reason to send this damage anywhere else except the face. Puts him to 14. And the end is nigh here for Bill, I believe. So much armor gain in his hand. Double Armorsmith, Justicar, Trueheart. But I don't think it's going to be good enough here. Going to play Justice for Justicar, gain 6 life, push himself all the way back up to 20. We have 3, 4, 6 damage on board, plus 8 from each Savage Roar. He has him covered. Living Roots will do the job as well. And as long as Philtor counts this correctly, I think we are golden here.
Yeah, it's looking like it's going to be a win for Filtor. He's just doing the maths quickly to make sure he has enough. You don't want to commit all this stuff and realize you don't have lethal, especially at this point. But I think he's realized it, and Filtor is going to be the first winner of the first heat here at PAX South, and he'll be going to the finals later on today. Bill had a good run, I think. He definitely showed some signs as a very good player, some very good decision making in previous games. But Filtor is going to be Heat 1 winner, and excellent for him. You know, he gets a chance to win that $200 and potentially play for an extra $500 at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's just one of the traps of Conquest there, really, that Bill ran into, which is, your lineup is only as strong as your weakest deck because you have to win with all of them. And unfortunately, that Control Warrior queuing into Secret Paladin and mid-range Druid, the both types of mid-range power spike, powerful mid-range decks that Control Warrior struggles to deal with. And that's exactly what happened. The Control Warrior just couldn't pick up a win against either of those decks, and Filtor was able to make it through on the strength mainly of his lineups and of the matchups that he encountered against Bill. But well played to him. He's going to take a spot in our day's finals, and we will be moving on from here.
Yep, we're going to have Heat 2 coming up for you guys very shortly. Going to go to a quick break where we bring on Trump. I know you guys will be very excited to have Trump casting, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with Heat 2.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We are about ready to start heat number 2 of day number 3 of the One Nation of Gamers tournament here at PAX South. We've just seen our first victorious player in one of our heats. He will now take a place in the end of the day playoff, and he will be joined by the winner of this second heat, plus the winner of the next 2 heats. Joining me here now is the man you've all been waiting for, Mr. Trump SC.
Hello, everyone. Wow, flattered. Great to be here. And what a great production we have to go right into the second heat so quickly after the first one. That's what I'm talking about.
Absolutely. And it looks like we have a very interesting game coming up here. We have Jared versus Eltain, who is actually a player that I am a little bit familiar with. Hangs around a few streams, including my own. A lot of the UK scene streamers. Is a very, very common member of Twitch chat. So I'm going to have to try to avoid my bias here of rooting for one of my stream viewers. So Trump, you'll have to take the side of Jared here to ensure we have some balance in the cast.
Wait, but that's going to be difficult because I know if someone is watching your stream, they're going to be an above-average player. So Eltain's probably going to win. Jared's got a tough road ahead of him.
Kind words indeed, Trump. But yeah, just looking at the lineups, we have Warlock and Warrior from Eltain, and Mage and Druid from Jared. So slightly more unconventional. We've started seeing a lot of Paladin Druid lineups, or Druid Warrior lineups, Paladin Warrior lineups. Those sorts of things have come up a lot. Not quite what we're seeing here. We've got a Mage, we've got a Warlock. What are you looking forward to seeing in these lineups here, Trump?
I'm always hoping for some weirdish decks, a little bit unconventional. I haven't seen many Warlocks yet. I think that's the big surprise of this tournament. I almost want to say that it would be very difficult to see me without bringing a Warlock to a tournament. I think it's my favorite class at the moment between Zoo and Reno with the combo, and there's just a lot of good ones. Here we go, though. We'll see what it is, perhaps? Yes, we will. Oh my gosh. This is a cool one.
That is a Dread Infernal. Seems to suggest some sort of Demon Lock could also still be on the fringes of being a Reno deck, but Demon Lock is looking somewhat likely here against what appears to be a fairly standard mid-range Druid here from Jared. Still using the Darnassus Aspirant, which is a card that some people have been cutting recently from mid-range Druid. Do you have any opinions on the old Aspirant, Trump?
I love Aspirant, but it is... I also love that it's being cut because it's so good, yet everyone plays around it that it becomes less good. It's really cool how that card has evolved. On the topic of Eltain, maybe he watches my stream sometimes. Those are some of my favorite cards in his hand. Except the Mountain Giant. That one's not so good in my opinion, but it looks to be a Reno lock deck, in my opinion.
I would lean towards saying it's a Demon Handlock at this point, because there's kind of that one floating demon slot that you see in Demon Handlock. Sometimes it's a Doomguard, sometimes it's a Dread Infernal, etc. So the Mountain Giant is leaning me towards a more classic kind of Demon Handlock, old school style of deck, but we'll see as more cards are drawn here and as the game developed. But either way, any sort of slow control Warlock is not going to be looking to queue into a Druid, because they are the natural predators of all slow Warlock decks.
Right, and what a good curve this Druid has with a turn 2 ramp plus a 2/3. Turn 3 Shredder, looks like it's going to go into turn 4 Druid of the Claw. And Druid's got the combo. This could be a very fast game indeed.
It could be, yeah. Druid of the Claw is going to come down and protect these 2 minions that are pretty solid trades.
Ooh,
the void. Ooh, okay. Wow.
That was quite a risky play there.
Yeah, slightly unusual to trade into a Void Caller on your turn. I guess he was expecting to be able to deal with what came out, because if you don't deal with what came out, you're essentially giving the minion charge that you've been summoned, right? Because it's free to attack on the turn that's passed back. So it's slightly unusual to see a Void Caller dealt with in that fashion, and now Mortal Coil is going to be able to come down and destroy the Druid of the Claw. Dark Bomb is a decent pickup to either limit the mana or take out half of that Shredder. He's going to go ahead and tap to look for some more options before he does so.
Yep, that's a good pickup. We have... I think we have the Druid winning this turn. Yes, we do. No, it's almost.
Wait, what? Wait,
He's
what?
one man off.
Yeah, I was gonna say he only has 8 mana, right? Yeah,
Oh,
otherwise.
but that's because the aspirant died.
Yes. It's also very, very good ordering there from Eltane. He just caught himself at the end and traded into the aspirant first before popping the shredder in case something like Robocarb, Annoyatron, etc. was to come out of it.
Alright, so Eltane, unbeknownst to him, is one turn off, so he has to taunt here, and that's going to be very difficult. Well, there's a number of things. He can do low tab, he can do heal, he can do taunt. But it's going to be difficult to resist the urge to play a Mountain Giant.
It certainly is. It looks like the winning line here might be Lower Theb, because that will cause the face attack, but not a lethal face attack, and then you'll be able to possibly...
Or tap Molten. That's very, very tempting.
That is also...
Fortunately for him, by taking this, I would argue, the right play, he's going to die.
Yeah, I'm completely with you. I think this is the right line. You're not going to play around Coin Innovate combo in your opponent's hand. But yeah, what would have ended up being the winning line, which would have probably been the wrong play to make in that situation, is just to play Lower Theb to block the combo this turn, and then your health would have been low enough on the following turn to just Molten Defender of Argus, which probably would have sealed out the game. But there's no way you can have the insight into your opponent's hand to make that strange of a play when you have this amount of power to develop.
Right. That's a quick one from Jared. Pow.
Yep. Easy game for the Druid. Honestly, like if you're going to get a huge bad beat like that in a matchup, it's not terrible to get it out of the way in a matchup that you're heavily unfavored in anyway, right? You got put out of your misery quickly there, but generally that is a matchup you're expected to lose anyway, so you don't have to beat yourself up too much about the bad beat that you got. And he can decide whether he wants to continue with his Warlock, or it looks like he's switching to Control Warrior here.
Control Warrior, cool. And Jared with the Tempo Mage. This is a tough one for Control Warrior, but not so tough if you have both of those weapons. Really good start from Eltane's son.
Yeah, that is a really, really solid opening hand, because he has both weapons to help control the board from turns 2 through 5, and then he has the Justicar to come straight after that to be able to start helping him very quickly get out of range of the burst damage that Tempo Mages threaten to hit you with. So pretty strong.
On Jared's side, he has the mirror image, but chooses not to play it. He's going to get punished with the axe here.
Yeah, Mirror Image, one of the very, very best cards early against Control Warrior. I mean, putting that card in your deck, it's not overly effective in a lot of matchups. One of the reasons you choose to include it is specifically for this matchup and how aggressive it lets you be early. So, strange not to let him see it. And he's also playing Spellslinger Trump, which is a card that I know you have a significant amount of experience with.
I think it's time for a Huffer.
Wow. I mean, they're all Huffer, right? You get Huffer, Taunt Huffer, and the Huffer that no one likes. Those are the 3 outcomes.
Yeah, in this case, I'm a little surprised by replacing the weapon. A perfectly good weapon, and 2 out of 3 Huffer outcomes would have been good.
Yep, absolutely. Huffer could have just traded. Misha was obviously just fantastic on the board, but would have got punished by something like a Flame Cannon. He's just going to go ahead and try and keep the board clear here. And in a way, he's going to get rewarded, because now he gets Animal Companion down on an empty board.
Mm-hmm. Wrong Huffer, though.
Yep. So Mad Scientist comes out. Flame Cannon is always a wonderful answer to Animal Companion. You're usually feeling good about that in the Hunter matchup, but hey, sometimes it works against Warrior too.
Yeah, we finally got the mirror image coming down. That still protects against the weapon. We've got Jared almost running out of steam. Has an interesting choice in his Tempo Mage deck with the Sarad. That's going to, if it sticks on the board for a turn, get some value. It's tough to play that card in a Tempo Mage because you usually need to use the hero power immediately, which would mean it's kind of a 7-drop.
Right. It's definitely a card that was slightly more popular a few months ago than it was now. Around the time of the Americas and Europe Championships, of course, you competed in. There were quite a few Sarads popping up in the deck lists of people playing there. I think specifically Jab had one in his deck, did he not, Trump?
Yes, I think it was exactly him, and maybe also Hot Form.
Okay.
Some and I kind of like jabbed at them for having it in their deck too. It's like, haha, you just want to put more showmanship into your deck. I wasn't sure how seriously good those cards were.
Right, and certainly the fact that it's been phased out a little bit then since then seems to be an argument in your favor. But we'll see if it does any work for Jared in this matchup.
Yeah,
He's
oh
certainly
my gosh.
pushing ahead on the tempo here, but that Baron-Geddon is looking pretty juicy for a following turn.
Excellent. Alright, and he's got 7 mana now. Will he go for the Sarad? It's going to go for it, I think. He's rolling over that Inner Fire. He could Inner Fire the 0/2. That's a 0 mana +2 attack. It's about as good as he can get.
Yeah, there aren't any particularly high health stacked minions in the Tempo Mage deck that I can think of that he'd get much more value of it much more value out of it rather than that. So, yeah, playing it here on the 0/2 seems like a pretty reasonable proposition, but he's going to turn it down. Try and look for a better opportunity to use it later, but I'm not sure what other minions. Maybe a Water Elemental, if there's one of those in the deck, would be a decent target.
Yeah, I also can understand not playing it there because that warrior is going to hit the minion with his Death Bite. So you'll be doing 4 damage with the Inner Fire, which is pretty good for an Inner Fire, but I can understand the hopefulness of getting it to do even more than that.
Sure. 0 mana 4 damage seems like a good deal to me, though. I think I would have played it there, but I can understand that mentality too. And now suddenly Tempo Mage problems start to present themselves. This is a thing that can definitely happen with this deck. You just run out of proactivity and just draw all of your spells. The deck does play quite a limited number of minions, so when you come up against a deck like Control Warrior that's capable of going 1-for-1 with a lot of minions, you can find yourself in this awkward position where you're just sat with a handful of spells.
Right, and that goes to speak to how good it is to start with that trusty Fire War Axe and the Death Bite. Altane even has a Gorehowl in it. Have you seen many duplicate cards? The Gorehowl points towards it perhaps being a Reno deck.
It's actually very possible. Have we seen any duplicates yet? I don't think we have. We've seen one Armor Smith that he's been played. That's his first Shield Slam, 1 War Axe, 1 Death Bite. Definitely a possibility. It's worth keeping in mind and looking out for duplicates as he draws more cards.
Yeah, it's cool to see Gorehowl kind of make a return. It's been a while, but things have slowed down a little bit such that Gorehowl can just get that value, and there's more fatigue-based, more control-heavy, between at least Starseeker getting rid of really situational removal cards or just low cards. You get the chance for having these longer games.
Right. And there is the Water Elemental that I suggested might be a good target for the Inner Fire at some point. The problem is that he has now lost the board, which means that Inner Fire has much less chance of being effective, because he's going to need to stick a minion to the board first before he's able to Inner Fire it. And in the meantime, it's worth knowing Altane has drawn the second Armor Smith, which somewhat detracts from the idea that it's a Reno deck, but doesn't completely rule it out yet. Reasonable Boombots, although that was the target we probably wanted to ping this turn anyway, so we're just going to try and rely on the Arcane Missiles to clean up here. And since he doesn't have to ping, he can now develop the Water Elemental, and I actually like this Hand of Protection a lot, because, like I said, this is about as good a target as he's ever going to get for that Inner Fire, so if he wants to get a 6/6 on the board away and attacking, this seems like the best way to do it.
Right, it also dodges Execute, it dodges Shield Slam. Those are 2 things that could have gotten past Mirror Image, so Mirror Image also protects the Water Elemental, but this is even safer. The problem with Jared's point of view right now is his hand with 10 mana is 2 1-mana cards, so that's a bit of a problem, especially since Altane is at 30, but his Water Elemental is about as good as it gets.
Yep. I guess the dream draw for him here is Archmage Antonidas. That would certainly turn this hand into a serious force. He'd do an immediate 6 damage. Okay, so if the dream was Antonidas, was the nightmare Arcane Missiles? Is that what we've ended up with?
Yes, pretty much. That's the worst card in his deck, perhaps, given that he's already drawn both of the Mirror Images.
Yeah, and the fact that he's currently facing down an Armor Smith as well, which just makes the Arcane Missiles even worse.
But that Water Elemental is doing work. Here we go with the Brawl. Looking for the Water Elemental is Jared, but no dice.
Nice. And his decision to attack first there with the Armor Smith has now left that surviving Mirror Entity at a 0/1, which probably won't end up being relevant, but there was no reason not to make that attack, really.
Yeah. Attack the correct Mirror Image.
Yeah.
That's where precognition really comes into handy in Hearthstone.
Absolutely. So Barongeddon not particularly effective anymore, although he can now bash and Barongeddon to get a board clear if he wants to, but he's just going to go ahead and use the Shield Slam and start getting this Justicar value rolling. And with the mage out of proactive threats, this ability to just spiral his health total out of control is probably just going to lock the mage out of the game from here.
Yeah, I loved Bash getting there, but at this point, you can play almost any line fairly reasonably.
That is a pretty high value Justicar. Transforms the hero power for the rest of the game and then eats a Flame Strike to trade with it. That's pretty
really
good.
I can take the hit.
Jared's got some catching up to do.
To say the least, yeah. Mana Worm, not quite the card that's going to do it. It's kind of the double buff of why it's so powerful to draw Mana Worm turn 1 in this deck. First off, it really just like sets off all your synergy rolling, and then secondly, you don't get these situations where you draw it now on turn 11 and 12. So
Yeah.
missing early Mana Worm with this deck always kind of feels bad, and it's just going to get nice and comfortably bashed. He's even looks like he's going to use the War Axe just to get this mirror image out of the way.
Yep. That Mana Worm on turn 1 can deal something like 15 damage, but a Mana Worm on turn 12 usually does about 0.
Yeah. Second Water Elemental. These are the exact kind of minions that he would have loved to have had in the mid-game turns, but he's just drawing into them a little bit too late now. There's just too many high-quality options for his opponent. Could choose to just develop Gorehowl here and face the one turn of being frozen. I don't see anything particularly wrong with that. Otherwise, he has to go for some sort of proc here into an execute on the Water Ellie.
So, Sottle, as Eltane is one of your viewers, any decks that you see him kind of taking from you for inspiration between the two decks he's played so far?
I don't think so. I did run into him last night while I was watching another UK streamer's stream, and he told me which decks he was running. But from the way he was talking, he wasn't particularly confident in his lineup. I will say that he described it. He said, "I'll be the idiot that brought Demon Handlock and Control Warrior." So he wasn't feeling good about his chances coming into this. But his Control Warrior at least seems to be doing the job for him right now.
Yeah, those are definitely two unusual picks, but I usually give the advice to people when you're doing Conquest or when you're doing Ladder, you should just bring the decks that you personally like or you're good with, and it doesn't matter how silly those might sound. If you've played them a good amount, you know how they're done, that's got to be the first step towards having a good Conquest lineup or having a good choice for Ladder.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree with you more, Trump. And in the meantime, this game is just slowly poodling towards a finish, but this might speed things up a little bit, although we do see the execute in hand. But Ragnaros is a minion that we would have liked to see come down a little bit earlier alongside some other pressure, and it just shooting away at 8 to face. That's 2 hero powers at this point for the Warriors. It's not even a huge deal.
Right, I mean, Ragnaros is one of the best cards he could have drawn. It's just that he is so far behind right now that not even the mighty Ragnaros is going to really put that much of a dent. It would be nice if this card were duplicate, but it is Mirror Entity.
Yep. Use the Revenge there, because if it was Counterspell, he could have still swung with the Death Bite and then used the Execute to take care of the Ragnaros. So.
Well, that's pretty good.
Hey, that's an Earth Elemental, sure. And there is a good chance that this thing gets to attack a couple of times. We'll at least get to attack once, based on the hand that we see right now. Is he just gonna? Is he okay? Of course, yeah, destroys it. Yeah, my bad. In fact, it gets to attack exactly once if you count that as attacking. Of course, good recognition there of the 7 damage plus the Whirlwind effect to take out the Earth.
I wonder if Eltane would possibly be able to win this game without playing any further cards from this position.
Yes, he would. If we're counting concede in that question, then yes, he would. And the game will now be tied up at 1 game apiece, and we're going to have Tempo Mage versus Demon Handlock. Who's favored in this one, Trump?
Well, I have played a lot of Handlock in the past, and Tempo Mage was one of the decks that I was scared of. Never got the chance to test it that much. I think it ultimately ended up being I thought that it was very, very poor for the Handlock, but it turns out to not be that bad. So somewhere along the lines of This is one of those ones where it depends on who you ask. Also, I think it's near the middle though.
Sure. Yeah, there's definitely like Tempo Mage is one of the decks that can definitely pick apart Handlock most effectively, but it relies on a very specific draw to do that. If they miss that specific draw, then it can be much more of an uphill struggle for them. But this is a reasonable opening hand for the Tempo Mage. Jared has a couple of decent minions to play out early, and then some cards to up his tempo with Flame Cannon, etc. So, looking back over at Eltane's hand, he has the Dart Bomb to deal with an early minion if he wants to, but he doesn't have any proactive threats to play on turn 4 just yet.
Right. Man, it has been a while, but I would have to say that tapping is the more standard play here because you're trying to tap into Twilight Drake and tap into Mountain Giant. He seems to run 2 of both in his deck.
Agreed, yeah. It's kind of the Reno lock mentality there would lean you a little bit more towards the Dart Bomb, but still, tap would be a consideration since it's a Mad Scientist that you're shooting, so it's not even like you completely remove it from the board with the Dart Bomb, it still summons a secret. But yeah, for a hand lock there, where hand size is everything going into turn 4.
Oof. And herein lies the problem of Dark Bombing that Mad Scientist. You give him that card there. Could have considered playing the Ancient Watcher since it was very likely it was going to be Mirror Entity.
Sure. I'm not completely against this play though, because your 4-mana 3/4 here is significantly better than your opponent's 4-mana 3/4 because of that reason right there.
Yeah. Jiraxis is a really big game changer. I think Jiraxis on the board is one of the best cards against Tempo Mage, just because that card has so much health, and 3 attack is just about enough to take care of most of Tempo Mage's cards.
Yep, seems reasonable. Decides to go for a Hellfire there that wasn't quite a full clear. He could have chosen to just take out one of the minions and develop a Belcher or a Healbot, but that would have left the Flame Waker on the board for an additional turn against a Tempo Mage, which is always something that you're absolutely terrified of doing.
Yeah, Eltane paying the proper amount of respect to Flame Waker there. That Molten Giant is getting very cheap, but it's probably going to cost 0 the next turn, so he's got to make the consideration of Molten Giant this turn or get a even further discount. And if he tries to go for a discount, he'd go for something like Watcher Void Caller here, or he could play one of the 5 drops, probably Sludge Belcher.
It's a difficult decision, because playing Sludge Belcher means that you probably won't be discounting your Molten Giant any further, so he's just going to choose to play it this turn and choose not to tap, because the tap here would actually leave him dead to Fireball. 6-mana Fireball ping for 7 to the face. Well, for 8 to the face, including the ping, which would be the 12. So heads up play not to tap.
Yeah.
Second Flame Waker comes out, and we're going to have a lot of missiles flying this turn.
One of the big ways to win as Handlock is to not get into that Fireball range and the taunt, because it tends to be difficult for a Tempo Mage to get past these taunts. So the good news for Eltane is he does have the big taunts up. The bad news is he is in Flame's Fireball range, but he can get out of it with Healbot. So this could be the start of a comeback for Eltane.
Interesting. He's choosing to hide his Molten Giant behind the 2 smaller taunts here to allow the Molten Giant to continue to be aggressive on the board, which is a very brave line of play. He would have got additional health by taunting up the Molten Giant. But the Jiraxis is sitting there with 6 health anyway, which is definitely not too bad.
Right. Alright. This is very exciting. Let's see what Sarad picks up.
And it is...
Oh.
Boo. So he's just going to trade out as best he can. Looks like he's going to decide to leave the Flame Waker up, force the opponent to attack into that. Mortal Coil, very, very helpful here. Allows the Flame Waker to be taken down cleanly with just 1 attack from the minions. Draws another card. Second Coil, okay. That one not quite as useful.
Yep. I think in order to stop some very unlikely things from happening, you've got to kill Sarad. Is he going to be brave enough to leave it up? No, he's going to use the taunt. I think Molten Giant is what you were leaning towards from the ooh to kill Sarad.
I just honestly I like admire the bravery of wanting to hit face with Molten Giants. I also have played a lot of Handlock, and I think one of the big misunderstandings of a lot of players of Handlock is they don't recognize that sometimes you need to be aggressive. You know, if you get yourself into a position that you have 8/8s on the board and they have, 3/4s and 4/3s or whatever, then you can be the one that's afford to push the damage here. And I really like the fact that he's identified that and started pushing the 8 damage per turn to face. And that's just now allowed him to set up lethal and lock his opponent out the game with the lower third.
Yeah, good for him. He's got that grin. It's like, yes, I've got this. Way to go, Little Giant. I knew that I could. I knew that hitting the face was the right play. That's what Twitch chat has taught me.
Yep. Face is well and truly always the place. Jared is trying to find some method of preventing lethal this turn. He does have a 2-1 taunt, essentially, with Noble Sacrifice, but unless there is a pretty catastrophic series of misplays here from Eltane, we should be good. Attacks with the heal bot to test the secret, and now we are pretty much free to attack however we'd like and end this game, and Eltane is going to make his way through.
Oh, congratulations, Eltane. Man, I like that. He's definitely bringing 2 very underrepresented decks.
Two slightly old school decks. Although Control Warrior is still fairly popular, but a lot of people are moving towards the new mid-range Patron builds, which are starting to prove more powerful again. But definitely outright handlock variants, double Mountain Giant, double Twilight Drake, double Molten, those sorts of builds are very much on the out, or have been on the out for a long time, and have been mostly replaced by various builds of Reno.
Yeah, and in addition to that, that warrior deck is sporting some spice, such as Gorehowl itself. And looks like it's pointing towards Eltane being that representative, the PAX South player. He's PAX South, kind of known for the board gaming, and
Right.
Eltane bringing in all those choices, all those late game power with the Gorehowl, with tapping, with giants. And looks like his opponent is going to be Rini. Didn't we see Rini on day 1?
We did, yeah. I believe she made it all the way into the final 4 and was possibly defeated by Admirable on the way to his quest to win the bracket. But I'm pretty sure she made it all the way to top 4. Not sure if it was Admirable that knocked her out, but she has come back now on day 3 for another shot at fame and glory, and she's going to have to go up against Eltane here.
All right, another top 4 here, yes? At this point. I think so.
No, I mean, I think she was victorious in her bracket and made it to the actual top 4 at the end of the day.
I see.
Well, what happened, yeah.
Another top 4 in this heat so far, and we'll see if Rini can make it to the top 4 of the day.
Absolutely, and she is also packing a Warlock, but she's gone with one of the more popular options here, which is the Druid, expected to be a mid-range Druid. To be honest, I don't remember what exactly she was playing on day 1. Actually,
I remember that she was packing a Zoo, so
yeah, I think
Warlock reminds me of that.
The Reliquary Seeker Hobgoblin Flood Zoo, Zalay style, I believe, is what she was playing.
Okay.
So yeah, that is going to match up pretty interestingly against both those decks. It's a deck that can defeat either of these heavy control decks if it's able to get irreversibly ahead on the board and they miss key answers. But at the same time, if they are able to stabilize on the board, either Handlock or Control Warrior, it can easily kind of run out of power in the late game as they start to wheedle away with the increasing life totals, huge taunts, etc.
Right, and on the other hand, Druid has traditionally been good against both Control Warrior, and Eltane is playing an even slower Control Warrior, so that may bode poorly for him. And the Handlock, it's kind of iffy, slightly in Druid's favor, I would say, but it's been so long since I've seen a Demon Handlock.
I think if you're going to play a Handlock versus a mid-range Druid, the Demon Handlock is the version that you want, because you get to make a little bit of a stronger tempo play sometimes with the Void Caller into Mal'Ganis or Jaraxxus thing. You get to fight them on the board a little bit more effectively, but definitely heavily favored for Druid, as they are against any type of Control Warlock, really.
Yeah, it's very similar to how Demon Reno is superior than, say, a combo Reno like against Druid.
Yeah, exactly. So it looks like they are very, very nearly ready to go. Rini with the Warlock and Druid going up against Eltane with the Warlock and Warrior of his own. Should not be too long before we get into this game. He says speaking increasingly slowly until... There we go. All right,
yes!
we did it.
You stalled just long enough. Good job.
Nice.
All right, in this Warlock Mirror... I think if you're Handlock and you're expecting Zoo, Don't know if Eltane's done his research, but if he's expecting Zoo, he'll have enough time to tap Giant. But he's going to get rid of the Giant.
You're a fan of tap Mountain against Zoo?
Yeah, I am a fan of that,
Wow,
especially if
okay.
it's lower curve Zoo, such as
Right.
Hobgoblin Zoo, like you were saying.
Right.
But even against not that Zoo, I would keep a Mountain and I would tap Giant. You sound surprised. I'm guessing you think it's too slow.
I do, yeah. I mean, I've definitely had games where that's happened. You know, they've had something like a Haunted Creeper and a Rubian Egg start or something, and it's just not that much power on the board. But I feel like if you go tap Giant against Flame Imp Knife Juggler, for example, then you're just asking to lose the game. So I tend not to keep it. At least I don't mind doing it if it comes up organically, but I feel like it's a keep that can get punished if they have an aggressive draw at the start.
That's fair enough. What we do have here from Rini, though, an interesting variant of Hobgoblin where she's added in Zombie Chows. Those Zombie Chows are technically doing no damage. They're more of a board control.
Absolutely, and although they are board control tools, they're not really effective in terms of board control against the huge minions that are going to come out from handlock, so they will probably be relatively ineffective in this matchup, but they have already chipped away for a decent amount of damage each, so they are moving towards being net positive in terms of dealing damage, but the Hellfire is probably going to come out this turn and put a stop to all of that.
We'll see how much of a dreamer Eltane is. I would seriously consider Twilight Drake or Mountain Giant over Hellfire here.
I kind of like
dreamer
it.
over my own heart, yes.
Yeah. So
the Hellfire is like, you have 10 health on the board, you're 27. You don't really have to deal with all this yet.
Right. The counter argument to this is that at some point in the near future, you're probably going to Hellfire. So why damage your own minion with it is the other way to look at it. But I can definitely understand wanting to get a minion consolidated on the board first. You can use it to like pop the Creeper or pop a Nerubian Egg to maybe get clears with better clears with AoE like Shadow Flame, etc. So I can definitely see it both ways.
Yeah, and I think Eltane's going to get rewarded for this because Rini is about to contribute even more to the board, and it's not going to be sticky minions. Other than that, Squire. The Squire will survive the Hellfire, though Coil into Hellfire will be a complete board clear here, and will be a massive swing in favor of Eltane.
Yeah, a colossal swing, especially because he's about to gain 10 health in the process. As well as
he's... if only there was a way to like sneak in with APM that Molten Giant before the Zombie Chow.
Yeah. He can try. He can grab it and try and force it onto the board before the heal happens. Oh wow, he's actually going to turn down the Mortal Coil. Is he just going to get...
He is going to use the Mortal Coil, but he wants to draw a card.
Yeah, absolutely. Even more greed. Wants that card draw with the Mortal Coil instead of the full clear, which it's not terrible either.
It's rare to meet someone even greedier than I am. I actually would have went to the Coil to the Shield.
Yeah, I would have also. I would have liked the full clear there. It just looks like such a solid position to have that Twilight Drake on an empty board against Zoo.
I love seeing the expressions on both players' face on an implosion of 2. Implosion of 4, implosion on 2, those are the ones that get the reactions from both players.
Right, so staring at a 6-mana turn here. I mean, last time he was brave and he just wanted to make the aggressive play, so the aggressive play here is certainly tap Mountain Giant. Looks like he's going to go for the Void Caller instead, which seems to suggest he's still prepared to do a little bit more trading in this matchup. If he'd have played the Mountain Giant that turn, it probably suggests something like attacking face and taunting up on the following turn, whereas the Void Caller is more of a useful ball control tool.
This is also a really good setup play for Mountain Giant into Defender of Argus the next turn. Counting his mana, seeing that he has 7, so he's going to spend mana more efficiently by playing the 4-mana card over the 3-mana card here.
Definitely makes some sense. He probably would have liked a nice juicy minion to trade that Void Caller into, because then he could Argus up the Mountain Giant and the Jiraxxus that would come out of this.
Yeah.
It's probably going to have to make do. You definitely don't play a 3-mana Molten Giant instead of a 3-mana Mountain Giant. All things considered, you're definitely playing a 3-mana Mountain Giant if it costs the same as your Molten, because those Moltens will get cheaper in the future, and that Mountain is as cheap as it's ever going to be.
That's right.
He did mouse over the Molten Giant briefly there, so hopefully he's able to catch it. And yeah, looks like we've moved over to the Mountain Giant now.
I think I can feel what he's thinking. Like the first thing to think about would be, can I tap Molten Defender?
Right.
And that would be unfortunately 1 mana too short.
Well, he's running out of time here, so he's going to have to make some sort of decision. Looks like he's going to go for the Sludge Belcher here instead. So I think, yet again, his greedy eyes are lighting up, and he wants to get that Argus down on the Lord Jaraxxus here.
Yeah, or even on Molten.
Yeah,
Altane is a dreamer, I can tell. It's fun how you can tell a person's personality through their way of Hearthstone, because there's a few different lines he certainly could have taken here. This line is not necessarily wrong, it is very ambitious, though.
Certainly is, and the downside of this is that the play that Rini is making here kind of demands an answer. You don't really want to be leaving a Hobgoblin loose on the board here, and that might put an end to any dreams he has of making the big Molten plays. But actually, this is going to work out perfectly, because he's able to trade the Voidcaller here into the 2/3 Hobgoblin, get the Jaraxxus into play, and then go from there.
Here's the Dreamer play right here.
Yep.
Looks like it's good, yeah. And we're even going to be able to get at least one Molten Giant here, I think.
And excellent sequencing as well. He actually played the Mountain Giant first, recognizing he was about to lose a card from his hand by the Voidcaller Death Rattle going off, which would have made this play impossible if he hadn't have played the Mountain Giant first.
Yeah, and Eltine just pulls back a little bit on the greed reins there. He didn't tap the free tap because he values his 2 health more than an extra card. He looks at his hand and he's like, ah, okay, good enough.
Yeah,
I've got Dr. Boom. I've got another 8/8.
Yeah, another Molten Giant, 2 heals, another Taunt. I think you can well and truly say you have everything in hand that you need to win this game. But suddenly these sorts of turns from this Zoo deck can happen, and he's just developed an enormous amount of power this turn, which is almost competitive to what a Handlock can do in a single turn. He's played an 8/8 and a 5/5 already, and he's only spent 5 mana. It's not bad, right?
Yeah, that's quite good. Let's see, from Rini's perspective, seems like she can only take out the 8/8, and must be thinking about whether or not to tap. Gotta tap.
Ooh, going into the Jaraxxus here, which is an interesting choice. There is 21 damage just staring right back at her here, which means Defender of Argus is just lethal.
Well, there it is.
And as long as Eltane spots this, yeah, he knows what he's doing. He's been watching the right streams, he's not going to miss lethal here. And there we go. He goes out to a 1-0 lead over Rini. Just that huge swing turn with the massive Jaraxxus taunt alongside the Molten Giants. Just way too much for Zoo to deal with, even with a huge power turn of her own with the Sea Giant and the Reliquary Seeker as a 5/5.
Yep, well, Altane's off to the tough part, and we'll see whether or not his confession to you that he's a dummy for bringing these 2 decks will come true. The Control Warrior is going to be the tough one to get through Rini's 2 decks here.
Absolutely, and as you've brought up on the cast on the previous day, in Conquest you're only as good as your weakest deck, so if this Control Warrior now gets stuck against the Zoo and the Druid, then it's gonna that win with the Demon Handlock is gonna all be for nothing.
Yep, Altane gets the comfort of having a Fire War Axe to stop quite a few plays. Rini has... it looks promising, but it's a little bit awkward.
It is slightly awkward, yeah. You do like, when you have an early Innovate hand, you like to have your hand come together perfectly. So, you know, Innovate, Shade into Wild Growth into a 4-drop there would have been lovely, but this is just a little bit off. She can now Innovate Keeper, which gives her a reasonable curve, but Innovate Keeper is just not a particularly powerful play, so that Innovate is going to have to wait a little bit before it does anything particularly useful.
Mm-hmm. Altane's got a pretty good curve with the Axe into the Acolyte into, well, a Belcher on 5. So, nice and steady here. He's getting to clear the stuff off.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a reasonable curve for most normal classes that have to play with the amount of mana that they have each turn, but unfortunately for him, he's up against a Druid. And oh, the Azure Drake here is very, very surprising to me as opposed to the Druid of the Claw. What do you think about this, Trump?
Yeah, it's, I would have even went with Shade of Naxxramas over Outer Drake. The Axe plus the Armor Smith perfectly deal with the Drake, so have to play that into there. What do you value over Shade versus Druid of the Claw?
I definitely would have had a long, hard think about it. Innovate doesn't lose too much value until about turn 5 or 6. Yeah, even at turn 5, you can innovate Ancient of Law, you can innovate Doctor Boom, etc. And getting the Shade down nice and early against Warrior is pretty solid, although at some point you're probably going to have to attack with it to play around Brawl. But I think I would have been okay with either line there.
Yeah, it would have looked pretty good if she still had the innervate, then could have spent turn 4 innervating out the Emperor Thorsan.
So here, I think I would like to see Druid of the Claw in Taunt form, and I'd like to see the Shade revealed to deal with the Acolyte of Pain.
Yeah, I like that.
You're still asking for your opponent to have an Execute or a Shield Slam to deal with the Shade, and the Death Bite does not deal efficiently with the Druid of the Claw itself. So.
Yeah, Rini's next 2 turns look very fearsome, and Eltane is about to run out of answers. The leaving of the Aquablad up, though, gives Eltane the possibility of drawing more cards, but he doesn't have the tools required to draw more than 1 card right now. Well, he does, but it's not very good.
Yeah, I mean, well, the Revenge does draw an additional card from the Acolyte, and it does kill the Druid of the Claw between the 4 attack, the 1 attack. So it's not a terrible option, but it may just be an on-curve play with Sludge Belcher here. Looks like Eltane's going to go for a shield block. No, we're gonna go with the Revenge play, and I think I kind of like this. As you said, he's running out of decent options. That Brawl is definitely a nice card to have right now. This draws him 2 cards, gets rid of the Druid of the Claw, which is a big problem right now. And now he has Shield Block, Shield Slam for a following turn as well, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, Rini's kept her Shade hidden, and that's alright, but now she's kind of got to commit to this Shade being hidden thing since it's already damaged, but she'll have to find the perfect time to reveal it before the Brawl kills it for free.
But this turn should be a fairly straightforward Emperor Thaurissan here. That Force of Nature coming into hand will definitely make it feel a bit better as well, because you usually want to hit at least 1 combo piece with it.
Yeah, there's a little bit of hesitation to play Thaurissan just because Eltane does have a Death Bite out, which perfectly deals with Thaurissan. Given that you're playing Dr. Boom the following turn, I think there can be some consideration into Shredder Hero Power also.
Shredder Hero Power seems reasonable, yeah, but playing the Emperor here and getting the discount on these cards just seems fine to me. Even if the 5 damage from the Death Bite does happen, you're kind of progressing your game plan at that point anyway, right? You're dealing another 5 additional damage with the Emperor. You're cheapening your Force of Nature to speed it up for a quicker turn. So I'm okay with the Emperor being sniped down by the Death Bite here, but it looks like Rini wants to preserve the potential for Emperor Thaurissan to live for a couple of turns. And
Go Rini. I'm a dreamer. I actually support this play more because it seems like the play was always to play Dr. Boom next.
Sure.
And that doesn't really need the discount, so you're only really discounting Keeper and 1 Force of Nature. Got rid of
and the Shredder. You'd have the Shredder. So.
Yeah. The Death Bite had a risk of staying around, which would have been bad if the plan were Dr. Boom, but fortunately Eltane does get rid of Death Bite to kill the Shredder.
Sludge Belcher is going to come down here, and it's a pretty appealing trade for that Shade, although the fact that it's been damaged twice already means that it's not a particularly favourable trade, and she's actually going to choose not to attack, which means the Brawl can be a huge punish here.
Yeah, huge punish coming.
Brawl comes down. So if a Boombot or the Sludge Belcher were to win here, then Eltane would suddenly be in a very, very favourable position. But the Shade actually wins! Wow, again, that clairvoyance from Rini. She just knew that the Shade was going to win. No need to attack with it. Why would I trade it into the Belcher when the Belcher's just going to die from Brawl anyway and my Shade's going to live? That'd be silly.
Alright, and she's about to get into turn 9. She's looking to pick up a Savage Roar here. Not yet. She's just dodged the Brawl, so that Shade is theoretically safe for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I don't mind. Like I would have attacked with it several turns ago. I mean, I would have used it, as I said, to deal with the Acolyte many turns ago. But even now in this situation, I think I'd attack face with it because even leaving it there to compound with Savage Roar damage doesn't really do a lot because you're going to put him to 9 right now anyway. So there's a good chance that if you draw Savage Roar, Force of Nature Savage Roar will be lethal on its own. So I think I just like getting the damage in with it there.
I feel like at this point, after the brawl's been used, there's almost no downside to keeping it hidden. So I'm kind of a fan of keeping it hidden.
Okay.
That said, though, I would have revealed it probably the same turns that you would have, but not on that turn.
Fair enough. So is it finally Emperor time, Trump, or are we going to go for an Azure Drake tempo play with some of the spells?
So it's possible to clear the 5/5 with Drake, Wrath, Hero Power, but that is now getting a lot of cards with Emperor Thorson, indeed. Yeah. I think I'm about neutral between Drake, Wrath, Hero Power, and Thorson.
Looks like Rini is going to favor the Thorison line here. Again, still didn't pick up that Savage Roar, which definitely would have been one of the huge upsides of her line to hold on to it if she was able to discount more than one combo piece. But she is going to remain with this greedy Shade line, and anytime Savage Roar is
second
drawn...
brawl here.
Yeah. It might just be desperate enough times. Can't justicate for double armor value quite yet. Doesn't really have any spectacular answer to this board. Will trade the 5/5, but can't really develop anything particularly great himself. Going to shield block to look for an additional answer, and it looks like he is going to flick the emergency switch to try and get rid of that shade.
You can tell because of the way that he was going to attack the shield maiden right into the hero, but Altane's going to give this a little bit more thought, and he's going to go for it.
Yep. I think I would have sent the Armor Smith into the Emperor, because if Emperor now wins, yeah, it now can't be executed. If he'd have poked the Armor Smith.
And yet, you increase your chances of winning the brawl by quite a bit if you don't do that.
Right.
So there's upsides to both. It depends on how desperate you're feeling, and I think when you're Eltane and you're looking at a hand with as many cards as Rini has, I'd go for the more ambitious play like he did.
Yeah, makes sense. But we are now in a whole world of trouble. Azure can come down here to draw an additional card, which is then going to get discounted again by Emperor Thorison. And that between that swipe, Druid of the Claw, and Force of Nature all getting repeated discounts here, we are going to be building up lethal very, very quickly.
Fortune smiling on Rini is a tough brawler indeed.
Yep. And so Emperor double discount and gets to do 5 to the face here. So she's definitely been rewarded by the greedier play of holding on to Emperor there for additional turns until a more suitable time to play it from her side. It's definitely worked out well for her, but a little bit of luck from both of those brawls has definitely not hurt either.
Here comes the Gorehowl, a little bit slow in this matchup, and we'll see if Rini has it. 8, 12, 16. She sure does.
Looks pretty good to me. Yeah, let's do it. How many times have you seen Force of Nature, Druid of the Claw, and Swipe cast in the same turn, Trump?
More times than I care to admit.
Okay. Alright, Rini's just going to go for the slightly more simple method with the double swipe. Fair enough. And that is going to tie the game up at 1 game apiece. And now we are going to have the Zalay lock up against Control Warrior. How do you feel about this matchup, Trump? Double Brawl is definitely going to be helpful.
Yeah, it sure will. Let's see. Man, with the Double Brawl, I think that does help quite a bit, especially since the Hobgoblin version tends to have less sticky minions.
Right, yeah. The minions tend to become sticky by gaining the health buffs from the Hobgoblin, but obviously Brawl doesn't care how much health your minions have. It's just gonna...
Yeah, it's like Rini flagging down an admin because she queued in with the wrong deck.
Yep. We saw this situation come up before, though. You know, this isn't a huge, high-stakes, try-hard mode, super serious tournament where anyone's going to try and take the win here. I'm sure this will just get queued up with the right decks as soon as possible. So yeah, as you said, Double Brawl is going to be huge. And was Eltane running Geddon as well? He was, right? Because we were talking about a Bash Geddon play at one point. So yeah, he pretty much has the optimal warrior list at being able to deal with Zoo. Revenge as well, teched in, can be a huge card in the late game for a board clear.
Good old Gormok. I was a little bit surprised to find that Gormok's actually kind of in right now, especially even in decks that don't have all this flooding. I've recently, let's see, who's the one? You'll probably know who I'm talking about, but number one NA in ladder right now is actually running a zoo deck with Gormok.
Oh, really? Is it Harudra by any chance?
Oh
know
no,
he's-
I remember now. It's the rat.
Ah, of course. Was he? I saw that he got to rank 1. I didn't realize that it was with Zoo. Very, very interesting. Yeah, I know 6-0 has been playing a lot of Zoo recently as well and is a big fan of Gormok. So yeah, it's just such a huge swing when it does go off. Comparable to Dark Iron Dwarf, I guess, which, Dark Iron Dwarf is a very strong card when it does hit, but sometimes you just have to play it as a 4/4 body and you don't feel too terrible about it as the Zoo player. Gormok kind of fits into the same slot, but with an even swingier effect when it does activate.
Yeah, the metagame's kind of shifted to allow you to have 4 minions. There's quite a few decks which don't immediately trade off everything, such as Reno Lock and just other types of decks.
Right.
Druid too.
Yeah, it's the nature of Reno decks coming into the meta means that they kind of have perfect answers for your board less often, which just by extension means that you get to have more minions in play more often, and therefore Gormok becomes an activatable card in more situations. Abusive Sergeant, one of the strongest cards you can pick up from Dark Peddler as a Zoo player, one of the very best cards in the deck. So much tempo for 1 mana, especially when you have a Nerubian Egg sitting around on the board.
That's right. It's a 1 mana 4/1 with charge. That's amazing.
Wow, second Peddler already has so many resources in hand, and these Peddlers are just going to keep providing her with more options, but she does also have to find a way to deal with this Sludge Belcher this turn. Use that Abusive Sergeant that she's just picked up, and now can activate the Gormok if she would like to deal with the rest of the front half of the Belcher, get a value trade with the 2/2 into the Slime.
Nice use of Gormok there.
Yep.
The main puzzle here is going to be to get past Eltane's double brawl, and I have to anticipate we're going to see 1 brawl here. Although the Death Spite does clear up most of the stuff, so with double brawl, you feel like you can use one of them. But yet, with so many cards from Arini, maybe it could have been worth considering saving even one of them, and then just using Death Spite to clear most of that board.
Right. I was going to say, this is probably a situation where Rini will be happy to see one of the brawls go down so early, because as you said, she keeps an excellent amount of resources still in hand. She's not able to make the most proactive refill right now, although that Zombie Chow definitely helps her to do that. But she still has plenty of cards in hand to keep going, so having one of those brawls go down the drain so early probably doesn't feel like the worst thing in the world to her right now. Knife Juggler, Zombie Chow being developed. I was going to say, there's not much reason not to play the Peddler here. Soulfire, Undertaker, and Secret Keeper. So she will probably go ahead and pick up a Soulfire here. There's no Doom Guards in this deck for Soulfire to clash with, so seems like a strong card to have as some burst against Warrior.
Yep, seems good. Undertaker was a little bit tempting. It's got the Zombie Chow. There's some eggs in there.
Sure, definitely a possibility. Justicar comes into the hand, can provide some more stability in the game later on, but for now this board needs addressing. Knife Juggler is one of those minions that's on an exclusive list of Hearthstone cards that you must kill as soon as you see them, if you can. Knife Juggler definitely very high on that list.
Right you are there. Let's see if Rini decides to go with the ambitious Implosion here. With 2 Implosions in the hand and the need to get rid of them eventually for the Soulfire, I'd be very tempted to throw an Implosion at this Acolyte here.
Yeah, I would too. Obviously, the 2-roll Nightmare can occur, but 66% of the time you put yourself in a really strong position to start developing Sea Giants in the near future. So I think I would have liked to see a... Ooh, just going to go ahead and Soulfire the Acolyte for tempo here.
Oh boy,
she hasn't discarded the coin because it's still green. Alright, Abusive Sergeant, not too bad.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I was leaning towards Undertaker over Soulfire as well. It looked like there were so many cards in her hand that it would have been difficult to empty it first, but I'm assuming that you would have picked it for the very long-term strategy of emptying the hand first and then playing Soulfire.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I would have taken the Soulfire there, but I would have had it earmarked as the last card in my hand that I ended up playing, or just whenever it achieved lethal if it got that far. So decisions to be made here from Eltane. Fiery War Axe, definitely appealing to chop down that Zombie Chow and pick up some life. It's going to have to find an answer for that, that lower third at some point. But it looks like, since he's locked out of spells here, we're just going to have a Justicar hero power turn here. Yep. And now, suddenly, those implosions have the possibility to gain even more tempo here.
Yeah, the dream here is implosion into a Sea Giant.
Ooh, got him.
There it is.
Yep. Ugh. Definitely a little bit of a look on her face there. I think she's considered the implications of second Brawl as she played the Sea Giant, but I think when you're playing the aggressive deck and you've already seen one Brawl happen, you've got to at least like ask him the question, right? Make him have the second Brawl. Don't just give him credit for having it the whole game.
Wow, Eltane's got the discipline to not use the Brawl here. He's gonna go with the Big Game Hunter solution that he drew, and use a lot of single target removal.
Yeah, and that's pretty good, because against a deck like this, once you've used the second Brawl, the fear of Brawl is gone forever. Your opponent has complete confidence to flood as much as they want. Whereas for now, by holding that second Brawl in your hand, the fear of Brawl still exists. And it can kind of work both ways, because the fear of Brawl might prevent Rini from overcommitting too much, but she also might become overconfident that the Brawl isn't there because of that turn, and then get caught in another huge Brawl later.
Yeah, I mean, there's the fear of Brawl killing your overcommitted board, but wasn't that board about as overcommitted as you could get?
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly was. I think I would have highly considered a Brawl there and kept all those spot removal cards for later on, but Eltane, I think, is just scared of how quickly and easily this deck can refill, and saw another option that wasn't Brawl that was still very effective at clearing the board, and is going to keep holding on to Brawl as a very effective kill switch that he can fire off at any time.
Yeah, there's definitely some merit to holding it because there have been no Hobgoblins played so far, and Hobgoblin plus a lot of cards is kind of the turn that you really want to Brawl after.
Yep, that makes a lot of sense as well. Hadn't considered myself that there weren't any Hobgoblins seen yet, but definitely running out of options to deal with that. Although the Gorehowl will start picking these minions apart, but since this Zoo deck is famous for being so small and wide in its boards, the Gorehowl is more of a single target removal option against mid-range decks. Not the kind of
that was some discipline from Rini there. She chose not to play a 5/5 Reliquary Seeker. That comes into the Brawl fear that you were talking about.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
think she's respecting it.
Even with a Nerubian Egg in play, which is kind of Brawl insurance, but even then, if he wanted to Brawl, he could just attack into the egg and then Brawl afterwards. So, yeah, a little bit of discipline starting to take place now, and I think the difference between her fear of Brawl now, her fear of Brawl now and her lack of fear of Brawl earlier, is that she's running out of resources in hand. Whereas before, if the Brawl happened, she still had plenty of things to refill with. She's now sat with 4 mana's worth of stuff in her hand on turn 10, so Brawl could end up being completely devastating. Haunted Creeper comes into hand, not going to do a great deal of work, needs more aggressive minions than that, is really going to want to see those Hobgoblins come down sometime soon. But right now, no particularly great answer to the Sludge Belcher. So probably just going to have to make an irritating board with Taunts, Defender of Argus. Yeah, taunts up the egg, taunts up the Divine Shield, just makes her board irritating to deal with. It's about the best she can do at this point. Just going to look for more powerful proactive options on a following turn.
This is one of the downsides of playing those Hobgoblin decks. When you don't draw that Hobgoblin, your minions become a lot weaker, but she's doing the right thing, saving all those one-attack minions in order to get the maximum value out of Hobgoblin, but at this point the game has gone on long enough that with Tank Up and with all the big cards, and even with that Brawl insurance, it's going to be tough to come back even with the Hobgoblin. Hobgoblin right now would give something along the lines of +10/+10.
Yeah, kind of crazy, but yeah, that slow, awkward turn that she had to take there just allowed the Control Warrior player, Eltane, just the opportunity he needed just to generate a huge minion on the board and start to do the type of thing that Control Warrior wants to be doing. So it's going to be a very, very long and tough comeback path here for Rini. The one thing that she does have in her favor is that the Warrior is very nearly out of cards. And if she can engineer that situation where both people are low on resources, her hero power can potentially take over the game and get a lot of pressure going. But as you said, that emergency insurance policy of the Brawl can do a lot of work.
Yeah, and there's just one more policy that's come up right here. Baron Geddon looks to be able to take quite a lot of this board. He's gonna use Gorehowl to kill the Void Walker, and then he can do 2 damage to the Nerubian with the 1/1s.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
no real need to attack into the Nerubian here, right? You could attack the 2 bombs into the 4/4 and then attack the Haunted Creeper with your face and just take less damage, but effectively this is the same thing, he just took a little bit of extra damage.
Basically the same, yes.
Yeah. Just a little bit of extra damage in the process, and with no board, this Zoo deck doesn't threaten any damage anyway because of the lack of cards like Doomguard, so damage not the most important thing in the world. Importantly, he identified the board clear and played it out, and he's now just threatening lethal himself, so...
Yep. At last, here it is. She sneers as she shakes her head. Where were you earlier?
You wait all day for 1 Trump, and then 2 come along at once. So disappointing. And that is going to be the game and the series to Eltane, who's going to keep working his way through this bracket. 2-1 over Rini, who is a player who was very, very successful on day 1. And so no Eltane's managed to take out there, and he's gonna hope that he can continue progressing here. I'm just about to find out if we have another game ready to go, or whether we're going to take a short break. But in the meantime, how are you liking this heat so far?
So far, so good. I'm particularly interested in Eltane, since you'd mentioned that he's a viewer of your stream. So I'm looking forward to Eltane winning not just this heat, but also the 4-man at the end. And perhaps even at the end, he'll take down the likes of Admirable, and he'll win the entire thing.
Yeah, why not? Dream big, right? He's definitely shown himself to be a dreamer, as you put it, in some of his plays, making those aggressive, greedy life tap plays with the handlock deck. So why not dream big in terms of his tournament standing as well, and hope to go the whole way? And it looks like we are going to continue following Eltane here, and it's Hey Wiz, I believe, is the name.
Hey Wiz.
Text a little bit small on my screen, and Hey Wiz is bringing Mage and Druid. So again, the Druid comes out as a potential hard counter to both of Eltane's decks here. So gonna have a little bit of a struggle again, but a lot of it's going to depend on what exactly that Mage is.
Yep, if it is a freeze mage, it'll be a free win for Eltane's warrior, but the warlock could be problematic. And if it's a tempo mage, then it's going to be rough for both. And there's also some crazy mages out there. I'm rooting for Haywiz to have a crazy mage. A lot of good mages out there which aren't standard.
Yeah, absolutely. Mage definitely a class that's seeing a lot more experimentation now. People have kind of been stuck in the kind of like 3-deck format of mages, the freeze mage, the tempo mage, a little bit of mech mage here and there for quite a while, but I've seen Dog experimenting recently with, I think he's calling Battle Cry Mage, or Concede Mage, he calls it sometimes, because it makes everyone else want to concede when they play against it. It's basically just drawing cards off Jeweled Scarab and Ethereal Conjurer over and over again with Bram Bronzebeard and Echo of Medivh, etc. And there's been various innovations with Reno Mages as well that I've seen recently, so definitely a
Sounds
class
very
that
exciting.
people are pushing forward.
Every so often, you've got the flair of a player who decides to try out Major Domo Mage.
Right. Yeah, Major Domo, always an exciting thing, and a deck that Twitch chat certainly loves to see. Anyway, we are very, very close to going into this game, so the wait will be over and we'll find out exactly what this mystery mage is. Pretty high odds that we're all just massively disappointed now and it's just tempo mage, right? But we will wait and find out.
We build it up so we can get disappointed.
Exactly. But from Eltane's side, we're obviously very familiar with what he's playing. The Demon Handlock with that Dread Infernal tucked in is probably the only unusual card. And then the slightly old-school Control Warrior with a lot of AoE options packed in. Baron Geddon, Double Brawl, Double Revenge. Well, at least one Revenge. Not sure if we've seen Double Revenge yet. But looks like it could be reasonably effective against a Tempo Mage, but probably going to struggle against the Druid. It looks like we are about ready to go with Game 1. And... alright, mid-range Druid it is. Okay.
Savage Combatant, a pet favorite card of mine. I usually try to slip one into all of my Druid Jackson. And that's a Reno.
Whoa, buddy, wait a minute. This is a Reno Druid right here. That's kind of crazy. So is it an aggressive Druid with Reno, or is it more towards the late game kind of old school ramp wall Druid, do you think, Trump?
You know, I've actually played this deck, so I mean, there's so many different ways you can build Reno, of course, but I've had the experience of at least building a Druid Reno deck, and against a high ladder in Legend, I have matched up against a high Legend Druid, and I think the way that you have to build it is as a control Druid. You possibly don't even put Force and Savage in here, but Hey Wiz is going to be rolling with one copy of each, it seems.
Very, very interesting. But looks like Eltane has one of the strongest draws that you can get with Handlock against Druid, which is coin Twilight Drake into Twilight Drake, especially when they haven't hit any ramp. Even the Keeper then isn't a complete blowout. It at least trades 1-to-1 with your first Twilight Drake. Is going to get matched up against the Sludge Belcher here, unfortunately. Mortal Coil would have been lovely for Eltane this turn, but he's just going to go ahead and develop his second foray, and he's in fact going to attack in.
Yep. Hey Wiz with a hand of about nothing right now. Nothing he really wants to play. Very active cards in Mind Control Tech and with Big Game Hunter. He's going to do a swipe and with the Hero Power can clear one of them, and that's something to do with his turn. Not great, but it's something.
Right. I think that play comes down to, as you say, it wasn't a great value turn overall, but since he had just about nothing else to do, it seemed like he might as well spend his mana and at least achieve something. And yeah, the Sludge Belcher has done a pretty reasonable job. It's tanked 8 damage already of attacks since Eltane's lacked the Mortal Coil, so Sludge Belcher at least doing some work here. And Ancient of Lore on turn 7, pretty strong here. Especially in a Reno deck, I presume there's only one Ancient of Lore, so pretty fortunate for him to have that on turn 7, and definitely a very, very powerful play here.
Yeah, and Sludge Belcher has definitely done a lot of work. It's basically done 6 damage, taken 8, and there's still a 1-2. And that 1-2 is going to take, it looks like, at least 3 damage, so it's almost like Sludge Belcher was a 6-11 for 5 mana there. Just to show how good Sludge Belcher can be, because it's very difficult to get the exact math.
Yep, definitely is. And something that was overlooked when the card was first released, and everyone went, "Oh, like it's just Sen'jin Shieldmaster with a gold Shafootman attached to it for 1 extra mana. Like, why is that going to be good?" But yeah, as you say, the exact maths that you have to do to break all those numbers means that it sometimes ends up soaking a lot more damage than it seems like it will.
Yeah, in fact, against any Finn Paladin, it usually soaks in something like 12 damage.
Right. Similar against Force of Nature Savage Roar as well. That's a very inefficient thing to have to attack into a Sludge Belcher with, because everything's 4s and 2s.
But Eltane just continuing his game plan. However, the Sylvanas is a little bit of... It's a lot of annoyance, because 1, he has the Void Caller, which is going to pull in Inferno before the steal, and 2, he has so many big cards. This is a tough point. He really wants to go for an Owl, but no such luck.
Yeah, that's pretty awkward. Any additional minion he plays here is just going to get kind of traded out by the... Ooh. Yeah, I'm not sure how I like the lower third here, because he's now going to lose a extremely high-value minion for sure to this Sylvanas.
Right. Kills a 5/5, steals one of them. It just seemed like there was nothing else that he was really going to be able to do well. If he played the Giant, he risked Sylvanas stealing a full health Giant. It's just rough times overall. And Hey Wiz is going to have the discipline not to kill the 5/5 immediately. He notices how difficult it was for Eltane, and he's going to try to double down.
Yep. Very, very greedy play here from Hey Wiz, but you know, greedy isn't always a bad word. Sometimes being greedy is absolutely correct, and he's going to try and get his additional value here from his Sylvanas, but looks like he's going to be able to mitigate some of the loss here, potentially stealing a fairly useless Ancient Watcher or a 5/1 lower third here. And it is the Watcher, so the greed from Hey Wiz there, he does end up getting punished for a little bit.
Good sequencing by Eltane there, throwing down a useless minion and then trading the Lotheb to have the chance of stealing just a Magma Rager.
Yeah, the only part of that I didn't like is that he attacked face with the Void Caller beforehand, which of course does prevent him from missing damage if the Void Caller gets stolen. However, if the lower Theb gets stolen, he kind of needed that attack to deal with the... No, it's done. Never mind, I'm talking nonsense. He has a Mortal Coil in his hand. Forget I said anything, Trump.
Oh, okay. I thought for a moment that was a really good call, Sal.
Jeweled Scarab has been played. Two of the highest value 3-drops in the game have been presented, just in raw stat for stat vacuum, Druid of the Flame and Spider Tank. But Saboteur, not exactly the worst thing to play against a handlock who's very, very interested in tapping through his deck to lower their own life total, pick up additional cards. But he does decide to go with the Druid of the Flame here.
Yep, and nice value Reno Jackson there. I was about to say that Altane probably, upon seeing the Jeweled Scarab, would start getting, oh, this might be a Reno deck. There was actually nothing too suspicious up until then that this would even be a Reno deck. But there it is, Reno Jackson.
Yep. And chat is now informing me that he drew the Mortal Coil later, so the initial analysis was correct. Anyway, he taps here. Looks like Mortal Coil is a potential option on this 1/1. Plays down his Molten Giant. Okay, he's actually going to forego the Mortal Coil just to be able to make the...
Oh boy,
later.
got a big potential mind control tech here.
Yep. Interesting. Savage Combatant. Whoa! Actually choosing not to mind control tech here and just eliminate both of these minions the hard way.
Okay.
That's kind of crazy.
Feels never lucky there. I don't really see a better time to... He rolls over the mind control tech there.
Yep.
He's like, well, yeah, he's in my hand. Or, not sure.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice clear. It was a very efficient looking clear. It may be that he just played the turn too quickly. He saw the state of the board and then he looked down at his hand and that was kind of the first thing he saw and it felt pretty good, so he went for it. Just didn't consider the fact that mind control tech was in hand until too late, but definitely a prime opportunity to mind control tech with such high value targets on the board.
Alright, well, where's your big game hunter now, Haywiz?
Yeah. I think he'd definitely rather have a big game hunter in his hand right now than a mind control tech. But Emperor is going to come down, do a little bit of work here. It is going to discount the Savage Roar, but presumably in a Reno deck there's no great benefit to discounting combo pieces, since you're not going to be able to double combo just through the nature of the deck. He's going to have to find another answer here to this board.
Well, Altane gives a fist pump. He's really happy to draw the Hellfire.
Yep.
Does get the clear. And even nicer, I thought there was a chance that Altane might have gone up to 4 minions yet again on this turn, but because of the way that he drew the Hellfire and traded away guy, he does not fall into that trap.
Yep, absolutely. Looks like Ancient of War is going to have to come down here as a last line of defense. But it does just get traded out on this board. Doesn't have enough mana left over to deal 3 damage to the heal bot with Keeper and Hero Power.
Cat, yes!
Yeah, 5/2. Alright. So he uprooted the Druid of the Flame, even if he didn't uproot the Ancient of War, right, chat? Is that good enough? Is that good enough?
Good enough, I say. That Ancient of War is pretty good. It looks like it's going to clear the board based off of Eltane's current holdings.
Yeah, indeed. He is fairly safe here. I think you can afford to be greedy with your life total against what has already been confirmed as a Reno Druid. They're not too likely to be comboing you at any given point.
Yeah, Altane's got to be thinking if he taps into a Siphon Soul or an Owl, he'll win. But it looks like tap was not in the plans. He's going to be playing the 8 and the 2.
Okay, fair enough. Still demanding an answer for this 8/8, threatening lethal yet again. But Savage Roar would be pretty useful here to take down the 8/8. Savage Roar and Keeper can be used to do it without taking any damage to the face.
The thing is, if Force and Savage were in Haywiz's hand, that would have been lethal. 14, 19, 21, and then Hero Power 22.
Right. That's very, very true. How does he intend to... Yeah, you have to Savage Roar now, right? But now you can't Keeper after... I think he's just messed up by playing the lower third.
No, I think this is okay. He might hope that Altane doesn't have 3 damage. Keeper is the 3/2, and then he hits face.
Okay. I think the fact that he sat around considering the Savage Roar, he thought he could clear the 8/8 here, after playing the lower Theb, and he's now sort of having to make a backup plan. But you're right, in theory, there's nothing wrong with this play. Just making your opponent have the answer here and making the aggressive play yourself.
Yeah, not to mention, I don't even think that... I think this is actually a better play than Savage Roy, so he may have misplayed into the better play.
Alright, I can get on board with that. So, Dr. Boom comes down here. The unfortunate side of Dr. Boom, the one slight moment of misery in handlock decks sometimes, is that some Fury Protector and Dr. Boom don't play together too nicely, because you can never taunt up Dr. Boom and another huge minion on the same turn.
I'm glad someone's finally vocalized that. All the time that comes up.
It's irritating, right?
Yeah. Alright, here we go. MCT gets to 7-7. Never punished.
Oh, okay, not bad, not bad. Throws out the greetings, but the job is not done quite yet, because there is a big game hunter in hand, and he does still have to Savage Roar here. And he is left with an Innovate and a Dream in hand right now, which is not put him in a great place. And now that the Keeper of the Grove has been pushed down to 1 health, which is a great target for the Mortal Coil. So this game is going to come down to the wire, but Eltane has a very, very powerful turn this turn. Mortal Coil cycles a card, looks to pick up something proactive. Mal'Ganis is pretty proactive, but I think he feels like he wants to big game hunter this Mountain Giant. I probably would have traded the Boombot into something first to see if we could kill it without the BGH.
Yeah. Chooses not to tap here. Eltane feels comfortable enough in Mal'Ganis being able to clean out the game. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're kind of stuck here. Trades out the 4-2, hero power to face, not much else to do, and now Mal'Ganis is going to be able to come down, buff up this Void Cooler. We may, yeah, I was going to say, seeing how Eltane's played so far, we may get greedy here and tap Sludge Belcher, and that's exactly what he's going to do. I think in every single world, play Mal'Ganis that turn, just because it immediately threatens lethal, but yeah. He is going to drag this game out for a few more turns here. Still in a very, very favourable position to win the game. Going to use Mal'Ganis this turn, get a really nice value trade into the Sen'jin Shieldmaster. Push face for another 3. No reason to trade here at all. Yeah. And there's going to have to be something spectacular. A lot more spectacular than a Druid would floor this turn.
Well, for what it's worth, in Arena deck, spectacular things can happen. I wouldn't be too surprised if there were a Deathwing in there. But... yeah. One turn too late on the Deathwing.
Absolutely, and this is going to just be lethal now for Eltane. He's going to go out to a 1-0 lead in this series. 5-3 and the 1-1 trades into the taunt. The BM Jiraxxus comes onto the board, 9 damage to face, finishes the game.
Mal'Ganis and Jiraxxus. I find that they love being up on the board together a lot. I've come up with a surprising number of times where Mal'Ganis and Jiraxxus, they're just sitting together by their lonesome on the board, just wrecking things.
That 517 hype. That's an impressively sized minion, right? If you get a 517 into play, that's pretty good going. And yeah, it looks like it is a standard looking tempo mage that we have here coming up against the double brawl control warrior, sorry. And he did draw both brawls in his opening mulligan and threw them both away there, so he's just looking for those early weapons to control the board.
Hello.
Gets one of them, but not necessarily the one he wanted. It's good.
Okay, so I said this was a fairly standard tempo mage. I'm gonna get the impression here, although there are 2 Frostbolts. I was gonna go out on a limb here and say that Haywiz just really, really likes Reno Jackson, and this is in fact a Reno tempo mage. But there are 2 Frostbolts sitting in his hand, which kind of dissuades me from that explanation. But he is playing Ice Block in Tempo Mage. That is what we know for sure.
Wow, you just Fire Blast face instead of Flame Waker. What do you think about that? Up against a Axe.
Yeah, I think I would have played the Flame Waker there for sure. I mean, worst case scenario, he overwrites it with a Death Spite, or I guess a Cruel Taskmaster is kind of bad, but I think just developing the Flame Waker on the board and demanding an answer from your opponent is pretty good.
Yeah, on the same lines there. I don't really like Eltane using up his weapon there and then armoring up. Perhaps if he was going to use it, he should have gotten the Death Spite out. That would have allowed him to kill off this Azure Drake and not have to spend his turn. Perhaps he could have played Harrison Jones.
Absolutely. So I'm not entirely sure what the secret is that's in play. Since there's an ice block in the deck, could really be anything, but it's looking as, yeah, various sources were eliminated. It was looking very much like Mirror Entity, and it turns out it is, in fact, just the regular Mirror Entity. So he's going to have to be, Eltane is going to have to be very careful as to which minions he commits to the board here. Shield block means that it's no counterspell from his perspective, so he's feeling relatively confident now that he's up against a Mirror Entity.
Yeah, but confidence is not always great because he feels the dread that, oh man, one of these minions is going to get copied.
Right.
Ice Block is certainly not going to be one of the secrets he's expecting, so he'll probably expect this to be one of Effigy or Counterspell.
So he can choose to just load up the Gorehowl this turn and then use that to deal with whatever huge minion he wants to play to deal with the Mirror Entity. He could also just play Big Game Hunter and use that to pop the Mirror Entity, although it's a card that you would like to... Hey! Okay, so that looks really, really stupid, but he was fairly confident that that second secret was going to be Counterspell. And now the BM actual Counterspell comes out of the deck and makes him look even more stupid.
That's brilliant.
He's going to Arcane Intellect
So,
first.
We could have done, what is it, the Apprentice, and then done those two cards, but it looks like Haywiz might be saving for some kind of special Apprentice plus Antonidas combo.
It may even be the Sorcerer's Apprentice silly OTK deck, right? That would be a deck that would definitely benefit from having Ice Block in it more than a regular Tempo Mage, but the rest of the deck seems to just be standard Tempo Mage stuff, so...
Right, I mean, this is a really unusual way that this game has developed with this quote-unquote Tempo Mage on turn 8 having a full hand and having not really done much. And Eltane has just spent turn 8 armoring up instead of developing a 7-mana Gorehowl, which... I think Eltane hasn't quite gotten that those weapons can be preloaded and spend the mana now and then get the benefits later.
Right. Whoa! Antonidas to generate no fireballs on an empty board. He does not have a duplicate up as far as I'm aware. That is Counterspell, Ice Block, and Mirror Entity. Even if he did have a duplicate up, he wouldn't have played the Mana Worm there, so... yeah.
Well, he has the counterspell to protect the Antonidas, though, so... He might be like, okay, I'm going to try to get this. Eltane, on the other hand, has to go through all of these tough motions like, oh my gosh, he's going to get 2 Antonidases when he gets that duplicate. Wait, 4, 5, 6, yeah. And that's pretty tough, but it turns out to be the best play to just Gorehowl it. He's got to feel the dread, though.
I think even if you know for a fact one of those secrets is duplicate, it's still the correct play to Gorehowl the Antonidas, because they make them spend the 14 mana on those 2 more Antonidases to use them over the course of the game. You can't just leave that one sitting there with a full turn to fire spells at you.
Yep, Eltane's all smiles as the Antonidas, as no secrets pop, Antonidas dies.
I'm waiting for that, the moment of bewilderment, as when he eliminates Effigy and Duplicate from this list of secrets, he then has to work out what the secrets are as opposed to what they aren't, so he may end up being able to identify one of them as Ice Block.
This is going to be a lot of damage coming in. Eltane does have the Brawl. He's going to have to make sure to, once again, cast Revenge first, though.
Yep.
This is a lot of damage done from these Flame Wakers, and the Sorcerer's Apprentice finally unloads the load.
Yep, so Revenge here to proc the Counterspell, followed by the Brawl. The problem is whichever minion lives is going to be a problem, and he's not going to have any way of dealing with it since his face was frozen.
Right,
so
that's 9 in the face,
just...
plus 1 from the hero power.
Yep.
Seems like whichever one survives will be able to finish Eltane off.
Correct, yeah. Big Game Hunter.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, now we have a plan. Now Big Game Hunter can actually win the Brawl, and that will keep him alive.
Yeah, not to mention it's a good way to get rid of that secret in case Haywiz did not have this burn in his hand. Big Game Hunter?
Well
Okay.
played.
Yeah. Turns out that Double Fireball would have done the job anyway, even if the Big Game Hunter had have won, but just for drama's sake, it would have been nice. So. Yeah, very, very peculiar build of Tempo Mage and a very strange execution of how to play Tempo Mage, but it worked out pretty well there for Haywiz in the end.
You know, I get asked sometimes, what's the value of putting in a secret that no one expects in your deck? And we just saw it right here. You saw Eltane basically get completely befuddled, and he revenged on, I think it was 6 mana. So he spent his turn playing nothing, and kind of like spend your turn, discard a card, which actually turns out to be a pretty good card.
Haywiz has picked the mage deck again, so we will have a brief moment here while we reshuffle again. But yeah, as you say, like by putting a weird secret in your deck, you get credit for it being all the common secrets. So it will kind of be Mirror Entity because your opponent will play around Mirror Entity. So you kind of got to get the double effect of your opponent having to play silly and off curve to play around Counterspell and Mirror Entity. Then you also get the natural effect of whatever the actual secret is that you've put in. So there definitely is some merit to those weird off-meta secret inclusions. But as we said, Ice Block definitely a very, very strange inclusion for Tempo Mage.
Certainly. Alright, here we go. Hey Wiz trying to take it down with a good matchup. Oh, well, traditionally a good matchup, but this is a Reno Druid. And Reno Druid is going to end up being a bit of a worse matchup than the usual Druid when it comes up against Warrior.
Yeah, absolutely. Just purely one copy of the combo is going to be a huge factor as opposed to 2, as well as some of his minions just being slightly less efficient than the double copies that a standard Druid will be able to play. But his hand is looking pretty solid and Druid-y right now.
Yeah, big decision made already from Hey Wiz. Had the Living Roots, did not cast it on turn 1, and also did not cast it on turn 2.
Yeah, he's not the first player we've seen turn that down. I do like to commit Living Roots to the board early. I think it's pretty solid, but it seems the players are kind of scared of how ineffective they are against things like Armorsmith, Acolyte of Pain, etc.
Yeah. Plus, Eltane is known to be running a 2 revenge version of Warrior at this point, though trading the Living Roots for the revenge is pretty good. Wow. Yeah, my goodness. That's almost as good as a Shredder drop. It is better than the usual Shredder drop, but almost as good as a good Shredder drop.
Yep. The Mounted Raptor of Dreams picks up the injured Valdir there. Pretty great stuff, but
5/6 for 3. I'll take that.
Yeah, seems reasonable, right? Play a Pit Lord for 3 mana. So he's going to go ahead and execute the Shredder here just to reduce as much pressure as he can, and the Doomsayer actually doesn't really achieve anything here.
He could have achieved something.
Yeah.
But it is correct to kill the other minion first in case of taunt.
Yeah, absolutely.
Usually.
Yeah, the only effect that Doomsayer has is that it essentially killed the 2-drop that came out of the Shredder, which was the Doomsayer itself. But in terms of like the huge board clears or tempo swings that Doomsayers from Shredders can be sometimes, that one just had no effect whatsoever.
Alright, gonna find out what's in the box. Goes for a minion. Not too exciting. Raid Leader over Mukla.
Yeah.
That lets the Druid the bear kill the Shield Maiden. My bad. Raid Leader.
Value Raid Leader, why not? Does leave it sitting around at 5/1, so it can be dealt with by the Revenge here if you would like to. That then lets him equip a weapon and deal with the Raid Leader. That's the line we're going down, it certainly is, and then just armor up here. That Zombie Chow, no great threat. It is going to pop away at the armor a little bit here, but the 5 health healed, and it's going to grant when it dies will more than repair that damage done.
Wow, what a good pickup. Greetings.
Yep. Draw Boom, Play Boom. The turn 7 Dream. Is it time for Brawl number 1 already? Does have the Shield Slam here to take out the Dr. Boom, so it seems unlikely that he's going to
Wait.
Whoa!
Armor up!
Oh, he's going to invest his life total here for the tempo of playing his own Dr. Boom. So
yeah, that's actually really good.
He knew what he was doing there. That was a deliberate decision to take the extra damage on his own face. And I think he knows the deck that he's playing against. He knows he doesn't have to be scared of, 2 sets of combo pieces all the time. So he might feel fairly confident in taking the damage there for the investment of tempo.
Yeah, that is actually absolutely fantastic. I love that. Guts.
As we've established, this guy's a dreamer, right? He's an optimist. He knows what's up. He's going to trade his life total to get a boom on board all day of the week. Lotheb comes down, solid pickup, didn't really have too much of a proactive thing to do there apart from Sylvanas, which is more of a card that you want to play in specific situations for value, so Lotheb's a good pickup just to put something proactive on the board, but it does get dealt with by the Fiery Warax and the Boombot here, and he's able to load up, but the Druid is very comfortably out-carding the Warrior here, which is not always the situation you see in this matchup.
Alright, the problem with this out-carding, though, is that all of the cards in this hand don't really do much. He's going to be able to take out Harrison Jones with these two cards. The Sylvanas wants to be saved for a specific moment, which probably will never come up, and ditto the Mind Control tech, since Boom has come up, so really, Hey Wiz just has a 6 mana 5/5 and a 3 mana 3/3 in his hand at this point.
Sure. And Altaine correctly identifies there's no need for him to react to this board right now. He can gain 6 armor this turn from Justicar, and then if nothing else is committed to this board, it's only dealing 1 damage per turn against his hero power. So he can afford to sit back and be greedy here and wait for some value out of that Brawl in his hand.
Yeah, speaking of cards which don't do much, Reno Jackson is a 6 mana 4/6 in this matchup generally.
I'm not sure if we've even seen Alex Straza from Eltane.
That would be an interesting cut.
Don't think we've seen it come out of his deck, so even the Alex Straza swing is unlikely to happen.
He's gonna make maximum use of his health total. You can use the Keeper plus the 1 damage.
Yeah, I like it. Makes a lot of sense. Having just drawn Reno, and as you said, he has this huge health pool to play with already, which makes the Reno kind of useless. That's kind of the plus.
I would even encourage the tempo Reno there. 6 mana, gains 8. Seems pretty good.
Interesting. So...
Or perhaps tempo Sylvanas.
Tempo Sylvanas is definitely a consideration. Now it's a little bit more awkward. There are some minions on the opponent's board that you can steal here, but the Azadrake is a nice pickup here just to develop some threats. He's going to deal with the Armorsmith here first. Chooses to make the, let's say, mechanically correct play of killing the Armorsmith first so he doesn't get extra armor over the risk of that Acolyte drawing multiple cards with something like Cruel Taskmaster. Definitely an interesting decision there. You could have just easily taken out the Acolyte straight away and removed any risk of things like Revenge, Cruel Taskmaster, etc. But chooses to get rid of the Armorsmith and limit the amount of armor gain.
Right. Which seems to be almost irrelevant in this matchup because the opponent can have 100 armor, you play the same matchup the same way, but if he has one more card, that card could be the defining difference.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I'd equate that decision very much to the do I hero power a Grim Patron Warrior in the face on turn 2 decision. That 1 damage is not going to make a difference most of the time. The 1 extra card from Battle Rage is very, very likely to.
That was an error.
Alright, Eltaine rather, he was considering bashing that Sen'jin, but chooses not to. Hey Wiz might have picked up on this cue. He's like, okay. You pointed a card towards my Sen'jin that is probably a bash or an execute, but then you chose not to do it, so I think Hey Wiz might have deduced that Eltaine has a Brawl in his hand.
Very good. Alright, looks like Bash is going to come down to... Double Bash is going to come down, clear out both of these minions, and that Brawl is going to remain in the hand here. So this game looks like it has a lot more legs left in it yet, but there are now much more solid things in hand. As we said, the Druid has had card advantage this entire game, but a lot of his cards previously were pretty useless. Now, even considering Reno just as a 6 mana 4/6, his hand is looking a lot more stacked with threats.
Right. The tough part, though, is finding the right amount of threats to play for Hey Wiz, given the impending Brawl, and if you don't play too many minions, then that tree just gets executed. I think Eltaine is thinking about Revenge Execute, but chooses, rightfully so, not to do so.
Yeah, picking the right turn to do nothing with Control Warrior, especially when you already have Justicar activated, is very, very important, and that tree is only representing 5 damage versus your 4 damage life gain, so there's no real reason to react to this board just yet. Now the Emperor is going to come down, and this is going to demand an answer at some point.
Right, now the tricky part is the answers are imperfect on both counts. Can Brawl for a 50-50? I'm not even sure which one you'd want to kill.
No, me either.
Thorson.
Yeah.
Grom plus Revenge plus Execute looks good, but unfortunately that's 11 mana.
Mm-hmm. And looks
Will we just let Thorson roll?
Okay, looks like the double discount is going to come down.
Oh man, at this rate, it might be more than a double discount.
Yep. As we said, that he knows this is a Reno deck. He's already played against it one time this series. So when Emperor comes down out of a Druid, the thing that you are most scared of is double combo. He knows that's not possible from this deck under normal conditions, unless there are just 2 copies of combo in the Reno deck for some reason.
Oh my goodness!
Okay. He's bailed out and he has gone for the big.
This is a dreamer's play, and it pays off.
Wow. Okay. Eltane. Wow. Teach me how to play Hearthstone. Wow, that was amazing.
Wow, that wasn't even a line that I'd considered.
No, I don't think I ever make that play, but yep. 33% of the time, you're in a pretty excellent position.
Fantastic.
So now he has to choose again which minions he wants to commit to the board here, and he's just going to play an Aspirant to try and trade directly with this Big Game Hunter and not allow the Big Game Hunter to trade up into a better minion.
Alright, he was definitely playing this very, very cautiously.
Does he Shield Slam an Aspirant here to protect his Big Game Hunter on the board? It seems unlikely, but I do like him attacking face there. He's recognizing why this Aspirant was played, and that's because he wants it to trade with the Big Game Hunter. And if that's the case, why do it for him, right? Let's just take the 4 damage to face.
Yeah, good call. I'm not sure that I would have been able to see that from the Warriors' perspective.
And so Shade comes down, resilient minion that will start to grow and threaten a lot of damage, especially with this Force of Nature Savage Raw combo in hand. He could go ahead and steal it right now if he wants to, if he's that worried about it. He's just going to play out the Raw Sylvanas. He had the option to Shield Slam it himself and just take that Shade off the table, but he does still have another Brawl left in his deck, I believe.
Looking for Savage Roar, doesn't pick it up. Gets the Druid of the Flame.
Druid of the Flame. Second Druid of the Flame he's picked up from Scarab, so definitely Scarab showing itself as a pretty high value card in Druid. Lots of high quality 3-drops they can pick up. Savage Roar, as you mentioned, as well as the decent minion Druid of the Flame. And played as a 2/5 this time, so that it doesn't directly challenge the Sylvanas to open up a trade on the board. Belcher comes down. Pretty decent sequence of draws here from Eltine for the last few draws. He's been low on resources for quite some time here, but he's just drawing good enough cards off the top each turn to keep him competitive.
Right. Even with the full hand of Hey Wiz, once again, most of these cards are quite situational. Seems like Hey Wiz is gonna have a very big problem dealing with Sylvanas. Well, with no answer currently. Wow, he's gonna give the Shade over to Eltane at the best case for Hey Wiz.
Yep. Because Sylvanas' Death Rattle will go off before that of the Sludge Belcher, meaning that the Shade now will just belong to Eltane if he wants to take that direct trade. But he could also try and make some fancy things happen here with Revenge.
Yeah, he could take Sludge Belcher, but this is good enough.
Yep. Seems fine to me. We do know, and we see in hand, and Eltane knows from experience that there is a mind control tech in this deck, so he needs to be wary of that in the future now that he actually has some sort of board presence of his own.
Yep, Hey Wiz continues to trot along, finally finding some excuse to play a Sylvanas. There is 1 minion on the opponent's side.
Interestingly enough, he chose to sacrifice his Slime there instead of taking 3 extra damage on his own face, and he has Reno Jackson in his hand, where he made a very, very aggressive play with his own life total before, in the same sort of situation. So
such a trade might have allowed the Sylvanas to be able to act a bit more.
So again, Sludge Belcher comes down. He is just drawing good enough stuff just to hold the initiative on this board. And this may be a game that's just progressing towards Fatigue at this point, and even with the power of Reno Jackson, which is a very strong card in Fatigue, you just cannot beat Just-a-Card Warrior in a Fatigue battle, as pretty much any other class. It very, very rarely happens.
That's true, but I think it might come into a situation where Hey Wiz at the end just has that random mind control tech, dealing 3 to face each turn, and then that'll be the difference. So I think what it comes down to, we've seen a lot of cards being drawn, is just to see whether or not the Druid will be left with a threat at the end. One of the things is we haven't seen Eltane's Gorehowl yet, I believe, and that Gorehowl is going to play a very big impact as the game nears a close.
Yeah, absolutely. If we could just get a quick check from the spectator as to the number of cards remaining, that would be very, very helpful at this point. See how many threats he has left to deal with. So that's 4 for the warrior and only 2 cards left for the druid. So yeah, this is getting to pretty emergency standings here for the druid. He has to find some way of making things happen. Especially since I believe not only is there Gorehowl, there is still the second Brawl left in the warrior's deck as well.
Right. And now that we've seen Eltane's deck for a while, we can see just all of the big things that he's cut from that one might expect to see in Control Warriors, such as Alex Straza.
No! Oh, you cannot do that! No! Oh. That Acidic Swamp Ooze there could actually end up deciding the game. Because unless we've just missed Gorehowl being used completely, which I don't think we have. Yeah, there it is. That Gorehowl will probably now seal the game for Eltane.
That looked like an automatic play of how, oh, this is a 1-charge Deathbite. It's the best card that I can ever ooze.
Mm-hmm. Hey! Last card, Ancient of Law. Not exactly ideal.
Right. But who knows? Maybe based off of how the game has been played, he's happy he never drew those 2 cards.
Right. Very, very possible. May have just allowed him to have enough pressure to overwhelm the fact that Eltane has had very, very low resources in his hand the whole game. May have just been able to pressure him out if he'd have drawn more cards earlier, but he did have a lot of cards this game. Quantity of cards wasn't the problem. It's just, I guess, kind of due to the nature of the Reno deck. They just weren't really the right cards that he wants. He didn't have those double Shredders, double Druid of Law, those things that you really want to be dropping against Warrior.
Yep, looks like this is not going to be enough threats to stick around, especially with that Gorehowl. But possibly even without the Gorehowl wasn't enough, since he only has 2 minions that stay.
Yep, and this is probably going to have to be a defensive Force of Nature to clear out the 10-5. Don't see any other way that he can possibly think he has a chance of winning this game apart from clearing that with Force of Nature. He may have just completely forgotten about the Gorehowl, in which case he might think that Savage Combatant gets to stick to the board. In that case, then Force of Nature to clear is definitely the right play, but he may have also just come to the realization that he has no possible win condition left here.
Right. I think it's all about experience against Control Warrior. I've been in this kind of situation before where I'm like, oh, I've got so many cards, and the Control Warrior only has so few cards in hand. I can just out-card advantage him, and then it takes towards fatigue, and then you just lose because you ran out of threats.
Right.
And I think as you play more and more against Control Warrior, you start to realize sooner and sooner, eventually leading up to, you start realizing on turn 1, you need to plan the game very carefully so you don't lose when the Control Warrior 1-for-1s you enough.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just paying special attention to Haywiz's reaction there as the Gorehowl was played. There wasn't any moment of recognition or any dull moment or anything, so I'm not sure whether or not he was considering the Gorehowl when he played the Acidic Swamp Ooze, but at least no reaction for him when the Gorehowl did eventually come down. And I think that look, on the other hand, is resignation to defeat.
Nothing sweeter than having your opponent die as time ticks on.
Yep, and this just works out perfectly here. Reno comes down and the Gorehowl is left at 6 attack, just perfectly able to deal with the Reno, which is in fact just the last threat left in the deck. And that is just going to be game. Not sure if oozing the Gorehowl would have been enough to swing this game round the other way, but it definitely would have helped. Oozing the Deathbite surely has to be a mistake there, but I'm not sure even that would have been enough to swing the Fatigue Battle towards the Druid.
Yeah, it's possible that this Reno Druid deck just simply doesn't have the big threats, notably missing, even though it's a Reno control deck, are big cards such as Ysera and Cenarius, and cards like Ragnaros. I think the biggest card is a Dr. Boom, and then there's not much big stuff past that.
Right. Yeah, Eltane kind of just emoting well played here. He knows he's won. He's kind of just hoping his opponent concedes and saves us all some time here. But looks like they're going to go through the motions. Hayward's shaking his head. I think he realizes he's lost, but he's just going through the motions here, pressing that hero power button. But every sequence of hero powers is just another net gain of 3 life to the warrior. So. Right. Or two life, sorry. Yeah.
That's true. Even more than that, because of the fatigue, it's something like a net gain of 6, 5, somewhere around there.
Yeah, because of the advanced fatigue from Hayward, it's actually a lot more than that. But yeah, there's the innovate. There's the coin. We're going to see Force of Nature concede or just concede. We're going to see Force of Nature concede. Okay. So yeah, valiantly fought there from Haywards, but the Reno Druid, I think, just in the end proved to be a little bit too far off the wall to compete against the more solid decks of Eltane. And like you said, it wasn't built in that sort of late game fashion that you suggested was the correct way to do it. He seemed to just be still treating it almost as a combo Druid with his 1 copy of combo and his topping out at Dr. Boom and Ancient of Lore in the curve. That strategy doesn't seem to be particularly effective, especially since Control Warrior should be one of the best matchups for a deck with that sort of strategy.
Right. Well, congratulations to your viewer, Sottle. Eltane. He's showing. Watch Sottle's stream. You start winning tournaments. So Eltane makes it past the Heat 2, and he'll be playing in the finals of today, of which there will be 1 chosen to go into the 3-man grand finals.
Absolutely. And yeah, just a little bit of news for you. Heat 3 is already progressing pretty fast. We're going to take a quick break coming up shortly, and then we'll be back with what we can of Heat 3, but it's already progressed pretty deep into the bracket. And after that, we'll have Heat 4, which we were originally told was going to feature TJ and Frodan, but they are still unfortunately caught up casting the Tesper event, but Kit Kats has instead stepped up to the plate and entered in there. So there will be some star name power represented in Heat 4. But regardless, we are going to take a very, very quick break, and we will be back with Heat 3 very, very shortly, just after this.
All right, guys, welcome back to the One Nation of Gamers Geico PAX South Open Hearthstone tournament. We're on Heat 3 now, and you guys just saw the long Control Warrior versus Reno Druid match, and Altane went through, and he's going to be one of our finalists, and joining me is Trump. How's it going?
It's good. Just saw a great Heat where the kind of old school Demon Handlock managed to make it through. It's a deck that used to be my favorite before Reno came along, so good stuff. And here we are, right into Heat 3 finals, where there are 2 Paladins and 2 Warlocks, which are... Warlock is my kind of choice for the strongest type of deck that I would bring to a tournament like this right now, and Paladin's a decent choice also.
And T-Swizz is a player that's already played in one of the heats. Yes, I think it was either yesterday or the day before. So he's already had a chance to get through. He failed the first time, but this could be his opportunity to come back and have a chance to win $200 in the 4-man single elimination tournament that will happen at the end of all these heats. And of course, straight after that, we'll have the 3-man round robin, where another potential $500 can be won. So lots of awesome prize money to be won at this event.
That's right. So, man, what do I have to say? I want to just see this game.
Bring on the match. So, I think T-Swizz used Zoo and Secret Paladin last time. Just trying to rattle my memory because we've seen a lot of games over the last 2 days. Remembering names is one thing, but remembering decks as well. I have to dive deep into my my mind attic and open those drawers and see if I can find anything. But I think it is Zoo and I think it's Secret Paladin, and we'll probably see something very similar on the other side, unless it's like Murloc Paladin and maybe Handlock again. But I'm expecting Secret Paladin from Dubia, and, well, Warlock is kind of the wild card, right?
Yeah, I mean, both are a little bit of wild cards. We've seen a few mid-range Paladins in this tournament, and Secret Paladin, of course, has been the primary one, and the occasional Murloc Paladin. I think we've actually seen 2, 3, or maybe even 4 of those.
And it is Zoo.
Here we go. It's going to be Murloc Paladin against Zoo. Not a matchup that I'm too familiar with. Have any insight on this one?
Yeah, I mean, that's not something I've played. I don't play Zoo much anymore. I don't play Warlock at all, really. And Paladin, I don't play a lot of Paladin anymore. So this is a matchup I'm not very familiar with. But looking at Dubia's hand, he has some nice answers to some of the Zoo stuff. Consecration, of course, being a great pickup. And you know, the Bluegill Warrior can trade as well. What do you think of T-Swizz's hand as far as Zoo things go?
As far as the opening goes, that's about as good as you could have gotten. Turn 1 into turn 2 egg. The bad news is he doesn't have a abusive to be able to use the egg to kill one of these important cards. Best he can do is a wolf, which isn't great. W is running with the very unusual choice of having both Knife Juggler and Shielded Minibot in a Murloc Paladin deck. That makes his early game a lot better and has got to increase his chances a lot against Zoo.
Yeah, for sure. But the thing is, W has a lot of minions on board right now. It's kind of switched around. The Zoo player should have initiative on board by now, but the Murloc Paladin has it so far. So this implosion will even things out a little bit with a nice high roll. He gets a 2, so he doesn't get a high roll. Feels bad, but yeah, it's just being contested pretty well so far by W.
Yeah, very unusual way that this game is progressing. It is very rare for the usual Murloc Paladin to be on the offensive like this. W decides to take down one of the imps so that both imps can't trade into something. So perhaps both imps are going to trade into the Shielded Minibot. Hard to say, but there's a lot of math that can go on. For example, that Direwolf Alpha. So the little bit of a compromise, the half measure, has some benefit here.
I think I might have liked the egg being popped there and using the Murloc to kill the 4/4, because you have a Consecration which can deal with the lower health minions. The Nerubian does stick around after Consecration, and that might be an opportunity to utilize the buff from the War Chief and get some value from the Bluegill. And then this Bluegill Warrior's going to go down. He still can do the same thing, I suppose, but this Void Walker is going to make things difficult. You might have to run most of his... Well, you'll have to run at least a 1-1 in, and then you can still kill off the Nerubian Egg. So it does kind of stay the same after all. Maybe it's not much of a difference.
Yeah, W really going out for blood here, which I love seeing control decks sometimes get the aggro start. He's got his opponent down to 8, and it's his turn 5, so that's usually a pretty good mark for a hunter from back in the day, like face hunter marks. So to do that as a Anyfin deck is quite incredible. Quite a few interesting cards in the Anyfin deck. Those Knife Jugglers as mini-bots, but we've also got Sylvanas. So this is really kind of a hybrid of an Anyfin deck plus a mid-range Paladin deck, it seems.
Yeah, kind of his own take on it. Wow, that's a card I haven't seen in any kind of anything Paladin deck in a while. It did start out when the deck was first being kind of tested and people were figuring the deck out, and there were a lot more Murlocs, but because this guy doesn't have charge and the War Leader does a better job of buffing, he did end up getting cut, but ultimately it works out for him because his Bluegill Warrior can take care of that Walker and he can start putting pressure on this very low life total.
Yeah, the low life total is going to make tapping start being prohibitive. In fact, if you were to tap, you would die here. So he's really cut off the Zoo's source of draw, which is usually a very strong source of strength, especially against the slow deck like anything. I have to imagine that in order to make room for this, he had to cut quite a few of the equality enablers, equality pyromancer perhaps. Something got cut in order to let this happen, but this is a really fascinating take on Anyfin Paladin for sure.
I can imagine a lot of the draw mechanics have been cut as well. Maybe not having 2 Solomon's Vigil, maybe cutting down on the lay on hands. So
Right.
instead of going for the kind of the heavy draw combo orientation, this deck takes on the mid-range approach with a kind of explosive finisher in the anything and using those Murlocs as mid-range bodies to kind of contest the board. And it's interesting. It's working out as well. So that's quite surprising.
Yep, so far the Murlocs that have died are the War Leader, they're the 2-1 Charger, and then they're the Oracle. So that's currently just charging with a 6 attack Murloc. But even that is going to be good enough if Swizz here does not get a taunt up.
And he does get the Void Walker. The Sylvanas stole the egg. Now, that's not too bad because it doesn't give him any power on the board. He does need someone to activate it. And being on 4 health, I know a 1-1's not a big deal, but when you're on 4 health, a 1-1 could become a big deal with the right combination of cards. So I feel the egg wasn't a bad steal as far as T-Swizz was concerned there. But the Doomguard is definitely going to be able to put on some pressure, but that Sludge Belcher is going to stop things in this track, and then another swing to the face with that weapon, taking him down to 3 health.
Yeah, once that Void Walker goes down, it's just going to be the Anyfin for 6, and that'll be good enough. So time ticks on. T-Swizz really has to somehow kill this Paladin or draw a taunt in exactly this turn or the next in order to have a chance. But if he does, Davia's hand is really running low on stuff. Like you mentioned, he has drawn 0 card draw so far, so it's much less card draw heavy.
Yeah, it probably doesn't feel like he'd go for the tap here. Bran not being the best pickup, and Argus would have been great. Would have given him 2 taunt bodies. I don't know what else would have been good. Maybe another Doomguard to keep things stalled for a little longer, get some more power on the board. But he's just going through the motions of trying to clear up as much as he can, using these 1-1s to the best of his ability. Although that Void Walker...
Yeah. There's the big fear right now that tap leads to a loss to Consecration, but I feel like you have to tap because eventually... Oh, so this is interesting. It looks like the card draw source had changed from Solemn Vigil and possibly Lay on Hands into Cult Master, and that's also part of how he uses the early game minions. That 1-1 taunt might have been enough to stop the Anyfin. I thought that T-Swizz had to, 1, tap that last turn, and if he didn't, he would have to use the Doomguard to kill off the minion, the 1/1, so he couldn't use it with the weapon to get through the taunt, because he knows that there's only exactly one charge minion. Unfortunately, he doesn't get a taunt here, so this weak anyfin, combined with the very strong early game, is going to be enough to take it for W's first.
Yeah, I think the thing about the Cult Master then when you mentioned it kind of makes sense in a way because he's playing a very minion-based anything deck. So perhaps he thinks, I have a lot of minions at my expense for trading. Cult Master might fish me a few more cards than say the Solemns might. So yeah, I can see his deck building mentality when building this variation of Murloc, and I like it. It's something different. Maybe it will pick up steam if it does well in this event.
Yeah, that was the type of match that I really enjoy watching because that deck does definitely look like it has potential. It's gotten me curious enough that I kind of want to try it.
Yeah, that's good. So a first win for W. He has a Warlock left. I hope his Warlock has the same imaginative deck building his Paladin had. I'm very interested to see what he's cooked up there. It's looking very Reno already. With a Faceless, so that does suggest the combo variation. You had a name for the combo. Was it Rombo?
Yeah, Rombo.
Rombo.
I like describing decks as few words as possible. So, Reno combo. Why are we going with all that? Let's just call it a Rombo.
The Rombo. Oh, Bane of Doom as well. Another interesting choice. These Reno decks do allow you to be quite creative with the cards you put in because you have so many one-offs. And Bane of Doom, it's a slowish deck, so Bane of Doom may get some value. But of course, you can get Blood Imp and you feel terrible when you spend 5 mana to deal 2 damage and you get something like a Blood Imp out of it.
Yeah, it's very similar to Sacrificial Effect. It's very similar to Implosion in the sense that something really bad could happen, but something really good could happen, and on average, it's pretty good.
Interesting. The Voidwalker has the best stat line there. Could have went for the Seeker if he felt like he developed enough of a board. But with a lot of AoE, well, not a lot, but a decent amount of AoE from the Reno Jackson, he may not feel to get a chance to play it. It just goes for kind of the safe 1-free taunt there.
Yeah,
what do you think of the
yeah, I do like that choice. The Zoo versus the Reno or the Rombo lock has a really interesting dynamic where Rombo's or Reno's only chance of winning is by AoEing, and there's the Hellfire. It turns out that one of the AoE doesn't work very well against Zoo, which is the Demon Wrath, so you're left with just Hellfire and Shadow Flame and Twisting Nether, of which they're quite slow. So Zoo often has to very cleverly decide the exact right amount of minions to put out and the right amount of sticky minions to put out. Unfortunately, W has tapped a 10 card hand. He was possibly thinking about tapping into coin something, but shrug.
Yeah. That's tough. I mean, it's his first round of the Heat Free. He's bringing some decks that we haven't seen before. So
no, not just the first round. This is the finals right here.
This is the finals?
Yeah.
Yeah, it
it's
is.
being played simultaneously because today we're not only bringing the finals of the day, but we're also bringing the grand finals. So Heat 3 got kind of skipped a bit, played simultaneously.
Oh, yeah, the interest of saving time. That makes sense. Oh, right, so W has climbed through a whole tournament to get to this point with these creative decks. That's really cool. I quite like players who manage to get far with decks they kind of cooked up themselves, not relying on the internet to kind of give them their inspiration. And the one thing that really stands out, which you pointed out earlier, is that sack pack in hand. When a Doomguard comes down, he's going to get eaten up.
Yeah, that card is really good in this matchup. Unfortunately, he has found 0 targets for it so far.
There he gets the coin out of Belcher. Hopefully for him, the dagger hits the 2-1. Can relieve some pressure off the border. Wow.
Nice.
And there you go.
Knife Juggler, speaking of unusual cards, is actually also quite unusual for Reno luck.
That's
he does
true,
have
yeah.
the Knife Juggler plus Implosion. He has a Shredder in there. It's kind of a just good stuff deck. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too slow.
Maybe he's going for the heavy demon variation of Reno. Well, we say, did we see a Reno Jackson? This could just be like Demon Warlock.
It could be. I'm quite certain there's a Reno in there, though, based off of the one-ups that was shown. So, unfortunately, W misses what I have to anticipate is his best matchup, especially since he teched in a Sacrificial Pact, and he just couldn't connect Sac Pact into a Demon, which is really unusual. So he goes it against a Secret Paladin now. He gets rid of the Hellfire. I think the Hellfire might have been worth considering as a keep, because Secret Paladin usually starts off with quite a few cards.
Yeah, I agree there as well. Usually you only have 3 forms of AoE, which is Demon Wrath, Shadow Flame, and Hellfire. If you do find an opportunity to keep one of those AoEs, especially Hellfire, Demon Wrath in this matchup, it's definitely... Oh, and Twisted Never, sorry. But that's a bit too slow for this matchup. Keeping one of those cards is usually a good thing, right?
Yep, T-Swizz with a near-perfect opener. He's got 1-drop with Coin 2, into 2-drop, into 3-drop, into 5 Loatheb, into 6 Challenger. He's going to decide that the Creeper is a little bit too weak to lead off with, though, and he'll want to save the coin for perhaps moving the Loatheb to 4 or the Challenger to 5. Either way.
Alright, go to the tap here. Doesn't feel like Mortal Coiling the shield off and then trading with the Overwhelming. He is going to wait. He does have a Void Terror there. You can create a good amount of stats on the board by dropping that next turn. And he can squeeze in a Mortal Coil as well, which will fish him another card and deal with one of the 1/1s. So I quite like the Terror. He goes for the Coil first, which is great. See what he draws. Something a little better than the Terror.
Ooh, Void Caller is a really good pickup. He has Mal'Ganis in hand. He's going to save the Void Terror. I thought it would have been a pretty good use here right now, especially since he had the 3 mana after the Coil. But he might have the plans to do something like Void Caller into Void Terror.
Oh yeah, that's true. You know, that's an efficient way to get Mal'Ganis out on his terms, without having to trade sometimes, or maybe you can trade into a minion then Void Terror and kind of do it that way. It looks like the egg is going to be popped here. I like this. Get the True Silver down, clear up that 4/4. I know the board is definitely yours, and you have a weapon to back up you on the next turn to be able to kill something. So, you know, T-Swizz is playing very nicely on the board at the moment.
Yeah, and T-Swizz has that 5-drop, 6-drop coin Tyrion play if he wants to take it that, or if he wants to speed it up and get the Challenger out right now, he can do that. Challenger is a very strong card. He's going to opt to do that over smoothing out his mana curve. I thought both were quite reasonable. And that's going to be tough for W to deal with. W has really focused on tapping over, I think, quite a few of the turns he could have played a more proactive fashion. Here he can play out the Mal'Ganis. He can eat this guy to get the Mal'Ganis, but the Mal'Ganis simply dies to this Mysterious Challenger. We've got the secret conga line going.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, the conga line. So yeah, I can imagine it's going to be eaten to create some protection. Oh, you could do it this way. Get the Mal'Ganis down, clear a couple more minions, but the competitive spirit is going to be what he needs to run the Challenger into the Mal'Ganis, although he could he could just use his True Silver here, and then use the shielded mini-bot, and then he has 7 damage going to face. He can even Cog Hammer after.
Yeah, but perhaps even better than that is just shutting down the Reno Lock from being able to cast spells. Use the Loatheb, it seems like it would be very difficult to deal with both a 5/5 and a 7/4.
Oh, he's going for the... he might even consider trying to save the 3/3 here with a Cog Hammer. It was something he was looking at. It looks like he wants a guaranteed shield and taunt on the 7/4. Sets up another secret, protect him even more. Now he's going to swing in the face, so it might just be a Reno that saves him here.
Yeah, quite reasonable. However, that play is weak against exactly Siphon Soul, whereas Loatheb seems like it would lock in almost every situation. Let's see. He does manage to... Unfortunately, the Noble Sacrifice will counter this Power Overwhelming Spider. And W, I don't believe, is going to have the opportunity unless he gets a 4 here.
Oh, he hits the 4!
Alright, he's still in this. The Consecration is going to set W very low, but Very low is not low enough. W's got one more chance.
Oh, the
He can't tap into Reno, but he can just draw Reno.
This is it. Is he going to get the Reno to stay alive in this game? And I didn't see what that was. A Vein of Doom, I think.
Yes.
Mal'Ganis?
Oh, or taunt. Oh, that's a really good one, but not good enough. At least Void Terror had chicken.
Yep, he enjoyed eating up that Jiraxxus. So T-Swizz is going to win the Heat-3 finals. He's going to go into the single elimination 4-man tournament, which will be coming up very soon. But before that, we have the Heat 4 finals coming up. We have Silencer versus KitKats. Now, KitKats is a name we know and heard of and seen in the Hearthstone scene for a very long time.
Yeah, KitKats is actually someone who, during 2015's Hearthstone circuit, I had the pleasure of working with or collaborating or really just getting advice from KitKats, the mentor, as he talked about like good decks in the meta. He was kind of the person who convinced me to go with the Control Warrior choice with some interesting choices. So I look forward to seeing what he's got. So that was the Heat 3 finals. We're just heating up right here, skipping quite a few of the matches that would usually be broadcast and just going to go straight into the Heat 4 finals. So Heat 3, Heat 4, then that 4-player tournament, and then finally the grand final of the 3-player round robin.
Yeah, so a few more matches, more, important matches coming up that decide on prize money and all that sort of good stuff. So yeah, Silencer versus KitKats. I'd be surprised if KitKats doesn't bring Control Warrior, but you never know with KitKats. He could bring something else. You know, he's a very talented player. And there's the Warrior right there.
Of course there would be Warrior.
Of course, he's considered the Warrior god. So if he didn't bring Warrior, I think the chat would be disappointed.
Alright, and I look forward to seeing what type of Warlock he's brought. I think KitKats could really bring any type of Warlock. Wouldn't be surprised. Well, I would be surprised by some Warlocks, actually. But any of the Warlocks that are being played currently, I wouldn't be surprised. Silencer, with a very standard-looking lineup of Druid and Paladin, kind of the two that people expect and either come into the tournament bringing or come into the tournament with a plan of destroying.
Yeah, we saw a player yesterday bring Dragon Priest, as a potential, not maybe a hard counter, but a favorable counter to some extent to fight stuff like Secret Paladin, Druid. I mean, those two decks are pretty solid, I think, to put in a best of 3 conquest, because can you completely tech against those two classes with two other decks?
Yes, I think one of the really good decks to bring, and that might have been part of admirable success, is Patron Warrior. And let's see if I can quickly come up with a good number 2. Against both Druid and Secret Paladin, I think Dragon Priest is a good choice. So this just in, if you're expecting both Secret Paladin and mid-range Druid, then counter it by bringing Patron Warrior and Dragon Priest.
Yeah, and Dragon Priest is a deck that's not seen too often in a competitive format at the moment. Control Priest definitely being the one people are picking, but Dog did take Dragon Priest to Star Ladder recently, whereas Sifka took Control Priest, so it is still there, but just not played as much. So, you can catch people by surprise with stuff like Dragon Priest. I want to see more Dragon Warlock, to be honest. Purple has great success with that deck. I'd like to see it being played more.
Yeah, has or had?
Had, I guess you could say in past tense. He did win DreamHack Winter.
That's true, but that meta is
long gone.
Old, which is funny to say because it was kind of recent and was a very big tournament, but times change, and I think possibly if you ask Purple right now, maybe he'll even admit, okay, this deck isn't really good right now. I don't know what he would say, but perhaps. So we're right into the game here. KitKats with the Warlock against a Secret Paladin. Looks like a Reno Warlock.
Yeah, that looks like Reno to me. Seems to suit Kit Kat's style. You know, bringing Control Warrior, investing a lot of time into that class over his competitive life. Reno Jackson just seems to fit him perfectly as a deck. And, you know, the fundamentals and the experience you gain from playing Control decks, you know, it can be a good idea to bring something within that range when you're in tournaments like this. Hoy is someone who is very good with mid-range decks, going in kind of into his competitive prime, and he says that bringing decks you're comfortable with, like in mid-range decks, all mid-range decks or all control decks can help you win, and it definitely has in his past. So yeah, that can be a good idea when you're selecting your decks.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Kit Kat's taking the creative pick here with Secret Keeper. Could have picked an Elven Archer, which would basically be a 2-1, since you immediately kill a 1-1 and then you trade with a 1-1. But the Secret Keeper has some interesting... Oh, no, is Silencer going to fall for it? Oh, he plays the Secret first!
He runs into
That
it!
was a mistake.
Kit Kat's plan paid off! Yeah, Secret Keeper was a great pickup, actually. You put it that way. And look, Kit Kat's has benefited from it. He's got a 2-3. He once had a 1-2, and now this 2-3 can potentially kill 3 1-1s. Oh, and he gets a taunt up as well. Nice little wall there. And he goes on the aggressive. So yeah, this 3-4 is a little problematic. But True Silver does deal with it. Feels bad, Kit Kats.
Yeah, what an enlightened choice by Kit Kats. These Discover cards really allow you to go with a lot of style points and a lot of decision making inside a game. I really love the mechanic.
Yeah, a lot of people complain about RNG, and Discover is RNG, but it's choice-based. And I think it's one of the best mechanics Blizzard has cooked up with this game so far, giving that element of choice to randomness, which can separate player skill based on decision making, which is excellent in a game like this.
Yeah, I hope they I hope they continue to go forward with the general idea of embracing randomness, but letting there be an element of choice at the same time. It's really difficult, and I think they're getting better and better at deciding what is quote-unquote good RNG and what is bad RNG. And speaking of that, we're about to have a mind control tech possibility from Kit Kats. In this case, yeah, you're mostly stealing a 1-1. Sometimes you get the big prize of a 2-2 Divine Shield, but still an excellent play.
And Kit Kat is relentless. He's just hitting face. He's just ignoring these minions. He is not interested. He wants to put the pressure on the Silencer here. Now, he could be kind of faking a Reno Jackson in hand. If you have a Reno Jackson in hand, you can be a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more... yeah, so that could be the mindset here. Trying to put some mind games into Silencer. And I like it. He's taking the aggressive stance.
That's a really good point, and while Twitch can claim that they would just hit the face anyways, and that would be the best play, I think Kit Kat hitting the face here shows a lot of experience in knowing that the opponent is going to hit the face for you. You have to find those exact times, and that doesn't come without a lot of experience, because usually from the Reno perspective, you're looking to minimize damage to you however much you can. And I have to say that I think I would have traded there, but upon seeing the Paladins play, what Kit Kats did is he managed to get in 2 extra damage.
So, this secret. No Noble Sacks, so Avenge can be triggered off through a trade here, rather than getting the trade from the Noble Sacks minion. 3 secrets. He had Competitive Spirit, I think it was Repentance, and Avenge that he played.
What Kit Kats, upon seeing 3 secrets, he has got to have decided, okay, first thing I'm going to do, attack the Noble Sacrifice. But now that that's gone, he has to now play around both Repentance and Redemption with a higher likelihood. This is going to be quite a bit more tricky. He's going to go with the Shadow Flame first in order to get the Avenge to trigger on exactly a Spider, and that is a clear, and it means that the Competitive Spirit doesn't get anywhere, and he also now knows that those are exactly Repentance because Redeem didn't go off, and Avenge got triggered. A Competitive Spirit because he had no minions on board.
It's really clean play from KitKat, saying clean at the board, understanding all the interactions from the minions and the secrets in play. It looks like Silencer goes for kind of a desperate 5-5, keep this on board, play around stuff like Mortal Coil. Forreston will come down and Repentance will hit it, but since Consecration is a card that's kind of cycling in and out of Secret Paladin right now, he might just feel that the 5-5 might have to go into it anyway. And, he'll stick around, he will get Competitive Spirit, but I don't mind that at all. He gets the
He's got
value.
a very difficult decision on this turn. He has two choices, face or trade. If he goes face, then he could put his opponent down to 1, which is poor against Reno, and like you said earlier, KitKats, there's some subtle mind games going on here. By going for face earlier, KitKats may have asserted dominance, and I know that sounds silly, but by asserting your dominance, you can kind of fake your opponent into thinking, okay, I've got Reno Jackson. I'm not afraid of taking health. He draws it anyways.
There he
Excellent
is.
pick up here, but he might not play it because he does have the Twisting Nether, or he has the Big Game Hunter, or rather he has both. Oh, that's a really good play. BGH Reno.
You could even go for BGH Implosion if you wanted to. It is weak to Consecrate, but if you kind of force out a Consecrate, you can just slam Arena after. I would have loved for him to squeeze in a Faceless there and get that Rag at the same time, but he's a bit too low. Maybe if he had more health.
Yeah. There are plays that could have generated more value, for sure, here. I think KitKats is doing the calculation that, okay, this is not necessarily my best play, but sometimes you're so far ahead that you take out an insurance plan, where you just play the safer play. Overall, your expected value is much lower, but you want to just make sure nothing absolutely disastrous happens. In this case, that would be something along the lines of True Silver plus buff, or it's hard to imagine, but he's so far ahead that he can take out an insurance plan even against the unlikely.
The one thing Reno does do here as well, if he does go for the trade, it heals an additional 6 almost, because he has to trade into the Reno. If he felt threatened at this point, he does have the Noble Sack to protect him. Mortal Coil, a great pickup there, going to be able to deal with that 6-1 immediately. And once the Sludge Belcher comes down here, things are going to look really, really tough for Silencer. Go say Implosion
already?
I like this. Recognizes that the Consecration is gone, potentially no more in the deck. Goes for the minions to put the pressure on, and once again KitKats is playing the pressure game because he's healed. Silencer's down to 1 card in hand top deck, and that's a good card to rip off the top. But yeah, I like KitKat's line of play.
Yeah, well navigated throughout. Even that Ragnaros moment was very scary, where Silencer had the chance to potentially put KitKats down to 1. And it's hard to express how much mind games even play in a game, but I feel like just taking a closer look at it, because you mentioned it so much. You mentioned it very insightfully earlier. Just that decision to hit the face instead of trade, that one moment with 2 damage, could have set Silencer into the, whoa, am I the defensive player mindset? Whoa, does he have Reno Jackson? If I set him at 1, is that completely pointless? And such hesitance may lead to downfall.
Yeah, it's a common mind game played with Druid, I think, sometimes, where you may not have combo in hand, but you can say charge a Druid Claw to hit them down to 14, and then they're like, oh, whoa, I'm on 14, why did he charge? Does he have combo? And then you make kind of suboptimal plays in defensive and relieve a bit of pressure off the Druid who potentially doesn't have combo. It's nice to kind of see it outside of the Druid matches, and it just shows the kind of level KitKats is at. He's been in the game for so long. I remember him back in the ESGN days. Nice to watch that. So, he's been around a long time.
Well played.
Yep, a nice march to the win here, and I'm looking forward to seeing what type of warrior KitKats brought. Wouldn't be surprised by the 2 main types, whichever ones they are.
Do you know he could bring Dragon Patron? He did build that deck at one point, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. That would actually be a surprise, but I suppose it wouldn't be a surprise if it was KitKats piloting it.
Yeah, one of his own I think Life Coach also played it, but if I remember rightly, browsing some of the websites, I saw a list Kit Kat's Dragon Patron, and I'd like him to bring it. I never tried it myself. It just seemed a bit too ridiculous to make work. But if anyone can make it work, it's going to be Kit Kat. He's one of the warrior players, or warrior specialists, who can make such a deck work.
Yeah, the theory makes sense to me because Patron had to put in a few filler cards such as Corcoran Elite / Piloted Shredder and Finley, and you can certainly find the room for a lot of dragons. Looks like Kit Kats is going with a spicy deck still, but it is going to be the Charging Raging Worgen, which is the spice.
Worgen Patron, I guess you could call it. A Raging Patron. Angrier Patrons.
Yep, and Kit Kats has the best hand possible. I mean, the Raging Worgen isn't good, but those 3 cards are exactly the 3 cards you want when you're up against Druid. Just a question of whether or not the Druid can put on enough pressure to stop this turn 5 monster play from being just game-winning.
Yeah, turn 5 is going to be really hard for Silencer to deal with unless he starts drawing into some minions and maybe a couple of spells to help him out. If he picks up a Shredder next turn, maybe a Wrath and a Swipe in the following turns, and the Shredder does stick, it'd be really nice. But he does have 2 Ancient of Laws with no Innovate, so Hero Power is not great, and this is going to give Kit Kats an opportunity to go forward. I like he's playing the Worgen here because he recognizes that the Patron double Inner Rage Whirlwind off the Death Spy might just be enough to win him at the game, and uses that Worgen to start fighting the minions on board that could pose a potential threat to the Patrons.
Right, even a 3-mana 3/3, which is exactly what Kit Kat's played this at, even though it's dreadfully underperforming what it could be doing, it's really good in this context. So good on Kit Kats for realizing that. Now the only question Kit Kats has to do is, should I double Inner Rage, or is 1 good enough?
I think you should double. I think you should go all in if you're going to go for this. Yeah, you can split the Inner Rages up. You don't want to put Inner Rage on the same Patron before you do the
Or do
Whirlwind.
you? There's a consideration on both. Alright, so there's 1 chance of total disaster here. Will it be Kit Kats' unlucky day?
I think it is. Look at the reaction.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that one's pretty bad.
That's rough. It's not Doomsayer, at least. But yeah, that is... Ouch.
That's really unfortunate. This is one of the cases where if you double Inner Rage 1, it turns out to be better, but of course there's no way you could have planned around that. So Silencer can attack one of the full health patrons and leave Kit Kats' board with only 2/3/1 or 3/3/1s, which is way better than anything that he could have hoped for. He has to make sure to attack a full health one, though.
Yeah, I don't know if this Silencer has to figure out that it has to know that if he attacks the free, the patron gets generated, and then he can't generate additional patrons from the AoE. He only gets left with what he had. But he might not see that. He might just think, "Oh, this is actually really awkward. I need to run it into."
Oh no, he's going to clear a patron first, and then is he? Oh no, he misses out on a grand opportunity. Kit Kats winces a little bit. He's like, amateur. Shakes his head.
He's like, "Whew, that looked really bad." No, it doesn't look too. It doesn't look too bad at all. And that comes down to a lack of probably knowledge when facing patrons and knowing how the board interacts with the effect once the board gets filled up. It's a way that Swipe can deal with patrons sometimes, even though Swipe can be quite clunky. But yeah, Kit Kats does not get punished by the Explosive Sheep, and he must be pretty happy with that.
Right. I mean, this guy made it to the Heat 4 final, so I suppose for the benefit of the audience, we can kind of explain how it does work. If you send the Explosive Sheep into the 3/3, it becomes a 3/2, the patrons are full, and then the 2 damage AoE goes off, but before the patrons are cleared, the patrons spawn first, but since there is no actual room for them, it ends up killing all the 3/2s and the 3/1s, and the 3/3s become 3/1s, and there would only be 3/3/1s left and nothing else, which would lead to a much better situation than this, of course.
Yeah, the low fare probably locks things out. For Silencer here, we have a weapon in hand, a Deathbite, so that's 4 damage. You can even charge an Armor Smith if he really wants to beat him, but that's not generally a bad clear as far as Boombots go, but is it going to be enough? Goes for the heal. Clear the 5-5. Might be able to keep him in the game a little bit. 3, 6, 9, 4 from the weapon. You just need to find a little bit more.
You just have to charge the Armor Smith and you win. What a great way for Kit Kats to finish.
Fiery War Axe. Goes for the Whirlwind.
Go with the Whirlwind charge instead. I think charging an Armor Smith would be more up Kit Kats' style, but this works too.
Just having some fun with the Armor Smith, but oh well. Kit Kats does take it there. Silence not having the experience, I guess, in the patron matchup to notice the explosive sheep interaction there with the board. Bit unfortunate, but he did well to get to the finals and play someone like Kit Kats who's had a lot of experience. So, well played to Silencer for getting this far. And Kit Kats will be moving on into the... that's to go into the single elimination, right?
That's right. So we have our 4 finalists for today. I wonder if there's some kind of scoreboard. I don't, unfortunately, remember the players by name yet, but...
Oh, wait, there we have Filtor and Eltion, and they're playing now off-stream for the Heat... it says for the Heat finals. For the single elimination.
So Filter and 18 are playing off-stream, and T-Swizz versus Kit Kats is going to be the match that we are going to broadcast right after.
Yeah, they're just
right now, I should say.
Right this moment, yeah. So they're going to set it up, I can imagine. And then the winner of this little bracket will get $200, and they'll be going into the round robin along with Admirable, Neo, and obviously the winner of this, and that'll be a 3-man round robin for $500. And I'll come up straight after this little bracket here. So still a lot of Hearthstone action to come with prize money on the line.
Yep. We're setting up now, and we're going to see the 2 players' classes. Again, as a reminder, T-Swizz with the Paladin and the Warlock. Let's see. Do you happen to remember which ones they were playing?
I think it's just Zoo and Secret, if I remember rightly.
Zoo and Secret. Patron is very strong against both of those, and a Reno Lock from Kit Kats is going to be decent against both. I think a little bit decent. If you're a really good Reno Lock player, you can usually get slightly better than 50-50 against both. And I would consider Kit Kats a pretty good Reno Lock player.
Yeah, I would too. Especially with his game against Sansa, taking kind of that, playing those mind games as well, which is really good. It does very much come down to some AoE sometimes on the Reno Lock side, especially if the Zoo kind of snowballs out of control. Even if you AoE a Zoo lockdown, they can recharge the board up, and especially if the Zoo is a bit more conservative with flooding the board, fearing an AoE. Well, it very can come down to skill, and we've already seen what Kit Kats can do. And I think T-Swizz has a fair chance. I think he's played very well in this tournament.
Yeah, certainly you have to in order to make it to the finals.
So this is the finals of the day for the Heats, at least.
Mm-hmm.
One of these players is going to go through to the grand final to the $200. And then straight after this bracket, we're going to have that round robin, which I'm looking forward to. I don't know if they can change decks. I don't think they can. I think they have to keep their decks from the previous days. I guess we'll find out for you guys, because Admirable had Patron Druid, and I think Neo had Paladin, Secret Paladin Freeze Mage, remember rightly? So I'd be interested to see if they can switch up their decks. Okay,
yeah.
So these players are getting ready as we speak. For any of you just joining us, we are at PAX South, the Geico and One Nation of Gamers booth. Hearthstone Open Tournament. 48 players have played through today, yesterday and Friday in 4 heats each. And we're kind of at the end of the heat right now, where one of these players will win $200. And both these players are already going to get some more Kit Kat's love going on here. And T-Swizz is queuing up his Zoo lock versus the Reno Jackson lock.
And here we go. T-Swizz keeps the Void Walker. Even such a simple choice as this, I think, bears some consideration. I believe if I were playing Zoo, I might have considered, especially with the coin, I think I would have just tossed it, because it doesn't really put on enough pressure to a Reno lock to justify. These are some small, unobvious plays, which could be game deciding.
Yeah, you really want to go for kind of back-to-back 2-drops when you have the coin, when you're playing an aggressive deck like this. But maybe he feels the taunt is enough. He might have not seen Kit Kat's play. Maybe he's preparing for another Zoo in the mirror, but you never know how these players think.
You never know, but I would say if you're... I mean, T-Swizz got onto the stage right after Kit Kat's here, so I would hope that he would have done his due diligence, at least. It's not obvious to mulligan Voidwalker. In fact, it's very counterintuitive, because it's a 1-drop, and you put your Voidwalker in your deck to play on turn 1. But it turns out that Voidwalker's purpose is often to just... It's more geared against aggressive decks than it is for this Control Reno deck. When you look at the Voidwalker, what is it really doing here? I guess it managed to kill a 2-2. And that's only because Kit Kat's let him.
Yeah, and killing the 2-2, Kit Kats won't be too bothered about it, because he gets rid of the minion on the aggressive side. The 2-2 is doing its job, sustaining the board. A little bit of news here. Philtor has defeated Eltion in the other side of the bracket, so Philtor will be the first grand finalist, and he will play the winner of this match.
Kit Kat's off to a good start, having the Dark Peddler get a... Wow, that's a 4. Having the Dark Peddler get a strong early game play, in addition to the Implosion hitting a 4, T-Swizz is going to try to get it back, and he does. Kit Kats gives a nod. It's like, alright, fair's fair. Both players going for the face here. 2-2 not trading into a 1-1, nor did Kit Kat's 3-2. I believe it was a 3-2, trade into the 2-2.
Yeah, taking an aggressive stance again. I'm curious of what he's going to do here. Will he use these 2-2s to clear up a couple of 1-1s, get some value on them? He might clear the 1-1s here. I like this.
It's very important to realize the distinction of why Kit Kats is going for the face over clearing the board sometimes. And I believe in this case, he's playing around exactly Direwolf Alpha, among many other cards. But if a Direwolf Alpha were to land, all of T-Swizz's cards would have gotten a much better trade. And this kind of secures the board for Kit Kats.
Yeah, the board has been taken care of. Kit Kats goes to the tap here, doesn't really have anything on board to play. There's a Leroy, so we go with the faceless. He just needs a Forsen to get kind of 12 damage burst without the power overwhelming. You hit one of these cards with Forsen, it sets up the combo for later. You only need one to be hit. So he does have that available to him in the future.
Right. A simple Thorsen tick does make the 20 damage combo possible. In this matchup, the 12 might be enough. So that's often a reason. I actually often get asked why Leroy instead of Arcane Golem. With Arcane Golem, you don't have to get the Thorsen tick. But the extra 2 damage that Leroy has on Arcane Golem is often a big deal, because with Leroy Faceless, without the help of power, you can do 12 instead of 8. And with the full combo, you can do 20 instead of 16. That ends up being a lot. So T-Swizz just hardboard controlling like he should. And Kit Kat's in a little bit of a tough position, because he has 2 pieces of the combo which are not good in this middle stage of the game. He has Demon Wrath, which is not good against Zoo, and he has Siphon Soul, where there's no big card.
Yeah, Siphon Soul's a little slow. Dart Bomb can deal with the Imp, but the Knife Juggler is going to get a knife off. Well, he can still clear up a couple of things here. He could Dark Bomb the Imp, run one of his 2 attacks into the other taunt, and clear up the Knife Juggler. He might want to tap first, see what else he can get. He's looking at Faceless. I quite like this, actually.
The nice thing about the pieces of the combo are that they are sometimes good enough to use, and I like the Faceless first because, wow, he gets the Knife Juggle on the Imp Gang boss. That's what he was hoping to happen. Sometimes you make your own luck, and he manages to clear up that board fairly well. The Imp Gang boss, it's wounded, and but that's a good use of Faceless when otherwise you would have to go up to exactly 10 mana and only use Faceless as basically a fireball to face, which you don't really want in this matchup.
Yeah, and the Imp Gang boss does create more board pressure through those imps. He had a nice lucky knife there, generate another 1/1. So yeah, this is pretty good. You know, he understands that the only way the zoo is going to win is through board. So if he generates a lot more of his own board, he has a stronger chance of winning. But now with the Reno being picked up, I like Reno here as well. Put a 4/6 down, heal back to full. So all the damage that the zoo has done so far has been negated. And now he's putting on pressure himself.
Yeah, that's strong. T-Swizz picks up a Nerubian Egg. Looks like his initial plan is to Egg Defender, so he's going to tap. Going to play the Defender of Argus before the Egg. See some trades. Looks like he needed that damage in order to kill the minions on board. So good turn. Next turn, T-Swizz is looking to use all of his cards and play the Doom Guard, which should happen a good amount of the time.
So Demon Wrath doesn't affect his imps here, but it does pop up in the Egg. He will be able to clear the Argus and one of the spiders. He does have a 4/4 up. He can. I don't think he's going to go for it though at this point.
I like it.
I like that. I like it.
There's a 4/4 left, but he uses the Imp to kill the 2/1 or a Coil to kill the 2/1. You can play the Twilight Drake with the remaining mana. 4/6 against the 4/4. That's excellent. Tap first. I think that is a poor decision because he could have played 2, 3, 4, 9. Looks like he doesn't plan on playing the Doom Guard this turn. Picks up the Bran Bronzebeard. A little bit fortunate because... well, not really necessary though. He skips the turn of Doom Guard, and that could punish if he gets something that costs 3 or more. Or 4 or more. 5 or more.
You know, Kit Kats is very close to... Well, I say very close. He's close to lethal himself. He does have the Leroy. He finds an Overwhelming, and T-Swizz keeps tapping to kind of find answers to his board. He could get lethal fairly soon. And he might not even need the Overwhelming if he can find some stuff to stick to the board. Shredder is one that can do it. I think I prefer Belcher at this point, because it makes Overwhelming a little bit inefficient. What do you prefer here?
I think Shredder's a big consideration. I think he also reached for it pretty quickly because the 4/3 is really good against the 2/4. You might even be considering siphoning the 2/4 just because some terrible stuff such as Defender of Argus could happen. It also plays into the Chow well. He's also thinking about Chow or no Chow. Gonna go with Chow. Even though he's close, Kit Kats is close to lethaling T-Swizz, it's not really close enough to warrant not playing the Chow. T-Swizz picks up a excellent card. He's going to be able to play all of these cards plus the Doom Guard. Doom Guard discards 4 here, but fortunately he has no cards in hand.
It goes to the tap as well. He's going to put 8 to face here, I think, which is very nice. He's going to be able to catch up some of that Reno healing that was done earlier. So looking at the zombie channel.
That is definitely a big consideration. If he's thinking about using Egg to kill Chow, then he will have made a mistake because Doomguard could have taken less damage then. However, he is going to go for face. It's questionable whether or not that's correct because he could have taken, 3 less damage on the Doomguard to deal 3 less damage to the face. So he's chosen to make that trade-off.
Kit Kat's tap for lethal here, doesn't find it overwhelming. And he's going to go for the Shadow Flame. Yeah, I like that. Keeps the Zombie Chow alive, so the healing isn't an issue right now, and Leroy sits in hand ready, just waiting for, say, an Abusive Sergeant will be enough with what's on board at the moment. No taunts coming from T-Swizz unless he finds one here from the Discover. And a scratch to the head to me doesn't say a taunt. Oh, he does find a taunt.
There it is.
Ready
And
for
Kit Kat's-
action.
Yeah, Kit Kat's getting the card which he's known for so much, the beloved Armor Smith.
All right,
And
so-
that's going to be enough. Not even the Power Overwhelming was necessary. Will Kit Kat's finish with the Armor Smith? Now, I'll let Leroy do it.
And the overwhelming for a bit of BM with the Wildmet. And there we go, Kit Kat takes game number 1 against T-Swift, and now he is left with his Raging Worgen Patron Warrior going against Zoo, which is generally a good matchup if you get those patrons down, because they find them very hard to deal with and they interact so well with the low-cost minions. And of course the Secret Paladin, which is another great matchup, using those Whirlwind effects and patrons to clear up the board.
Right, it's gonna be tough for T-Swizz. Kit Kat's one of the most experienced patron players around. We'll see whether or not he can take a quick one here. T-Swizz keeping the Creeper, and Kit Kat's with a key card, the Grim Patron. Wow, I haven't seen Gnomish Inventor in a while.
Yeah, that's kind of an old school patron inclusion when it was more of a combo orientated deck, but I guess you could say this is almost a more combo variation of modern patron with the Raging Worgen. So I guess card draw is a little bit more important if you are banking on the win condition of that Raging Worgen combo.
True enough. Kit Kat's very happy to pick up the Fire War Axe. Clears the Void Walker very nicely. And he's just hoping to pick up either a Death Spite or an Inner Rage. At which point the Grim Patron will be able to take over the board, unless T-Swizz is able to get some very strong board presence rolling until then. T-Swizz with a good curve of his own, a 1-drop, a 2-drop, a 3-drop, going to 4-drop.
Yeah, the Imp Gang Boss was a great play there because it plays around the War Axe. If he just had the Imp and had to tap for something, would have felt pretty bad. He goes for the Raging Worgen Tempo here, which is fine because he knows that the patrons are enough of a win condition in this matchup. He doesn't need to rely on the combo.
Yeah, this is very similar to the game that Kit Kat just recently played against a Druid, where he played the Raging Worgen on 3 because he had the Grim Patron follow-up. Nearly the same situation here. This time, Kit Kat doesn't have the perfect Patron, but he realizes that the tempo gain is fantastic. Picks up a really good card. Deathbite is fantastic, can kill the 4/4. Not only that, he sets up for the Patron turn next time.
Yeah, and he
and
gets
that's a clear board next turn based off of what is existing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but T-Swizz picks up the foil, the Lotheb.
Yeah, Lotheb's going to slow him down a little bit. But I guess he's got enough health to kind of stall at the moment. But that Doomguard represents a lot of damage and pressure going into the next turn. The only thing I can see here is if he could go for the Patron and kind of bank that he doesn't have a way to deal with it. But I don't know. I don't feel you can at this point. What do you think?
So if he goes for the Patron, the board presence that he's going to be up against is a 2/3 Imp Gang boss and that's it. So he'll be up against that against a 3/3 and a 3/2. The 3/2 will die to the Imp Gang boss, so he has the 3/3 to worry about. What is Zoo able to deal with a 3/3 on 6 mana? There's not really much besides the Doomguard to face, so he may decide to go down that path. The other path that would be worth considering is the Ghoul into an Armor Up. If he does that, then he's able to do Grim Patron Whirlwind next turn, which gives him a lot. He's going to go with, however, a completely different path.
Kit Kat has other ideas in mind here. Inner Rage is a great pickup there for the Patron. So he does find kind of another activator after using the Death Spite. I guess we're going to see Flaming Doomguard, which represents a lot of pressure for T-Swizz here. And Execute would be brilliant for Kit Kats going forward.
Damn, this is the Inner Rage was a really good pickup by Kit Kat. He's able to do all this stuff. Unfortunately, that Doomguard just pressures way too much. Kit Kat's going to have to armor to shield block for the draw to try to draw into an execute, but even if there's no execute, the shield block will allow him to live, perhaps.
Yeah, and you can also chuck down the ghoul to kind of soak up the imp at least, so you can protect himself with free damage. Might go for the battle rage perhaps to kind of fish for that execute. It's a kind of a desperate time here for Kit Kats with that much power on board. He might feel he needs to dig deeper and find an answer to one of these minions at least.
Right. Ghoul makes sense. It does take out... Oh, interesting.
Two
Interraging
draws.
the ghoul. Ah, for the... Oh, okay. This is
Making
a...
something big enough to stop at least one of the 5 attack minions.
Yes.
Oh wow,
Oh,
this is
the
Doomguard.
Doomguard, though. That's not lethal yet, but it is going to be very, very tough for Kit Kat to dig himself out of this one.
Kit Kat's response. Oh really? Another Doomguard? Yeah, this is tough. Oh, there's an execute. A little too late, unfortunately, for Kit Kats.
Still possible. He can Battle Rage into something that... Battle Rage into Slam? Is that what he's looking for?
Battle Rage in the second execute would have been good enough as well.
Oh, yes, yes. Unfortunately, this is no longer enough. You can manage to get up to 5, but that's not enough to escape the 5 damage of Doomguard. And that one turn where he played No Mission Vener, that was a very slow play, and could have played Ghoul, could have tried for the combo with Grim Patron. It's difficult to know exactly why he chose that path over the others. It was not one that I was considering, but what it allowed him to do was draw. It was slow, but might have been the right choice. I'd have to go with Kit Kats just because he has played this more. Oh my. Kit Kats with the perfect hand yet again. This is actually the exact same hand that he had against Druid.
Yep, he had the perfect hand last time, but it wasn't enough. Maybe against this deck, he will be a bit more... Well, he might find a win, at least. I mean, Rage and Worgen on 3 seems like it's going to happen again, I think.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the glory of the Rage and Worgen combo yet. It's just being used for tempo.
Yeah, the last game, the Lothab from T-Swizz just came at the perfect time. Without the Lothab, Kit Kats just pulls off the combo, easy peasy. Coin from Kit Kats, that's fine because he knows that he does not need the coin for either Deathbite or Grim Patron. He's got his turn 4 and turn 5 planned out. An interesting attack from T-Swizz there.
Rampage time.
Oh my gosh. Woof, that's some damage coming in.
Slams him for 14, very casually. Thanks, T-Swizz. Oh, he had the Noble Sack down. I guess he was just hoping he'd run into it. He gets to do 7 at least.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Kit Kats decides to go for the board control here.
I guess his game plan of setting up the patrons is the win condition he's looking for, which is fine. Keep going for board. That's why it's definitely going to come down here, clear up that shredder. He could hold on, I suppose, and get the whirlwind off, but it's probably not going to be worth it. It very much depends on what T-Swizz has on board. And Belcher is a nice pickup here. He's going to be able to protect some of his other pieces of his board. He doesn't go for it. He goes for the Noble Sack to soak up the Death Spot. I like that a lot more.
Mm-hmm. And here comes Kit Kats' turn 5 play, I would have to imagine. He has to take a moment to think about what are the results. That Noble Sacrifice does change things up quite a bit. However, luckily for Kit Kats, when you have the Grim Patron on this turn, you come up with 2 3/3s. And the Shredder can deal with one of the 3/3s, but what is the other 3/3 going to be answered by? And that is the problem that T-Swizz is going to have to find an answer to.
Yeah, that's true.
One of the things that could have happened, actually, is that card ends up being Avenged. Kit Kats doesn't know what secret it is, and Kit Kats would then have to lose both of the 3 health patrons. In fact, the entire board. But he felt like he had to do it anyways because this is a lot of pressure.
Goes for the Belcher here. He did have a Consecrate. He could have lined up killing all those. Oh no, he wouldn't be able to kill one of the freeze, would he? Sorry, my
Right,
bad.
that's the main problem. Just that one extra 3/3 is usually the sticking point.
And Kit Kats is already on 14 health. I wasn't keeping track of his health there. It's quite threatening. And good for him, he got the 1-2 out of the shredder. That isn't threatening. And now he can generate additional patrons off these 1-2s, throw another whirlwind down, and that creates a massive board, which T-Swizz doesn't have an answer to in his hand. And because he's Secret Paladin, unless he's running Equality, he may never find an answer to.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised by how fast Kit Kats did it. That might be a situation of almost too many patrons, because now the Consecration doesn't spawn any full health patrons. Kit Kats kind of does the eye roll thing. Oh, he had it. So Kit Kat's going to be left with 3 patrons which don't have any health. I wonder if now he'll regret that decision. He could have left like 1 space open on the board, or even 2 spaces. This still looks good enough to win with, but worth noting that there might have been a little bit more efficiency that could have been done.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of karma, right, for the explosive sheep
Right.
from the previous game.
If there's if that actually likens to be a pretty similar thing. One of the rookie patron mistakes is to have your entire board full of patrons, because then you can't spawn any when you get AoE'd. And the other rookie mistake that Kit Kats had was not hitting the full health patron to the opponent of Kit Kats, not hitting the full health patron in order to spawn a patron, then the AoE going off, thus not spawning patrons. Playing against patron definitely takes a lot of experience, as well as playing patron, of course.
For sure, yes. I mean, Patron was considered one of the most high-skill decks in its previous form, where you had to work out a lot of math to get wins and get like optimized boards and damage and stuff like that. It's kind of taken more of a mid-range variation, but that experience does carry over. And this is a good setup for Kit Kats here. He has something to deal with a 4-1 in the form of the Unstable Ghoul, has a weapon up and a low fab. The Blessing of Kings does come down to protect his minion, but that low fab still is alive, and there's an execute sitting there ready to take care of it. So Kit Kats could have enough here to take the win if T-Swizz doesn't find something next turn to block the damage coming through.
Yeah, this bat both hitting face twice will do it, along with the help of that Taskmaster there.
Yep, and the weapon ready and waiting for anything else that comes from T-Swizz. Top deck Secret Keeper, that's not what you want to see.
Yep, and that's it. Kit Kats makes it through to the finals of the day. He's up against Filtor.
Yep, Filtor went through against, was it Altian? Yeah, Altian. So this is the finals of all the heats of the Sunday tournament, and then that will go into the Grand Championship, as they're calling it, the round robin. We haven't figured out if it's going to be best of 3 or best of 5 just yet, based on time, but we'll keep you updated on that as it comes through. So yeah, next up it's going to be Kit Kats versus Filtor, and then we might have Kit Kats, Admirable, and Neo in the final. So 2 very accomplished players going into
Already
the final.
counting Kit Kats as the winner, huh? Not so
I said
fast.
possible. I said possibly.
Right. We could have a Filtor finals. We'll see. Filtor looks like he took a 2-0 win against Altium. Now he must face Kit Kats. Tough tough player to face off in any finals.
I can't remember what Filtor was running in the end. Did you cast the Filtor's? I think you cast Filtor's side of the heat. I'm not quite sure.
Well, sometimes I forget things. I'm sure as soon as I see the deck class choices for Filtor, something will go off in my memory.
A lot of games over the weekend for us to cast. Can't remember everything, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So yeah, going to be setting these players down very shortly. This is the One Nation of Gamers tournament at PAX South. Coming to the end of the whole event. Had a really good weekend overall, I would say. A lot of players got to experience what it's like to be a professional player, have their games casted on Twitch, but also in front of an audience. There are 30 seats sat in front of a big screen for people to watch this. And of course, all the people walking around in PAX got to witness these players duking it out for a bit of prize money, as well as some fame and glory alongside that.
That's right. And whoever wins this final match in this group is going to have $200 in the bank and have a chance to win the $500 in that 3-player round robin. And this is being run by One Nation of Gamers. There's going to be an entire circuit similar to the 2015 summer circuit. I actually participated in that circuit and ended up going to PAX Prime, and that tournament gave me enough points to qualify for a BlizzCon. So good memories there. Onag is going to be hosting 10 open tournaments, 5 feature tournaments, leading up to that PAX Prime finals. So cool stuff putting on so many tournaments.
Yeah, I bet it was quite an experience going to PAX Prime. I've never been to a PAX, but they look fantastic.
They definitely are. Been getting... I follow a lot of kind of streamers on Twitter, and a lot of those end up going to the PAXs, and there are a lot of cool ones. Got an awesome shot of Eris in Cloud. Some cosplayers there. Eris is my favorite video game character of all time, perhaps.
Final Fantasy VII fan, the classic. Well, these guys are ready. Kit Kats versus Filtor. Secret Paladin versus Worgen Patron. A good matchup, as we've discussed, for the Patron Warrior. Kind of a close game against T-Swizz then. Maybe Kit Kats can find something better going into this game. And
we've got a case of 2 kind of unfortunate hands. Filtor visibly seen shaking his head. He kept the Mysterious Challenger and mulliganed the other 3 cards. Unfortunately got 2 noble sacrifices. So he's kind of got some really dead cards until turn 5. Kit Kats, on the other hand, he does have the Armorsmith and the Unstable Ghoul, which are excellent against Secret Paladin, and now he just picked up the Deathbite. So when I said that Kit Kats had an unfortunate hand, turns out I lied. That's a pretty good hand.
Yeah, it got a lot better with the Axe coming to hand, but compared to Filtor's, or matching up against Filtor's hand, the Unstable Ghoul interacts well with the Mustafa Battle, but also the 1/4 can pick away at those tokens as well. So yeah, not too bad. It looks like Filtor is considering another secret here, maybe getting ready to set up that Mustafa Battle and trying to get some value and buff some of those 1/1s up.
Yeah, it's a tough choice between playing the secret, and he really did not want to draw that card. Between Hero Power right now, which would lend him to be able to play Avenge and Hero Power again the next turn, that's one decision. Or you can just play a secret on this turn. Kit Kats will no doubt be ecstatic to be playing against a Secret Paladin, which has played 2 secrets on turn 1, and not a Secret Keeper.
Do you feel coin Hero Power might have been strong there to get someone to proc the Avenge on now? To have a minion on board to fight?
It would definitely be good in the short term, but Filtor knows that his hand's kind of weak, and even though that would give him a bit more board presence, he would only be left with a 4/3, which could kill this Ghoul, but wouldn't really be able to do much more. The Armorsmith would then trade. I do like his play. He's held the plan to coin out Mysterious Challenger on 5. And that seems to be his power turn. But until then, he's got to get something going until turn 5. The Mister for Battle is very poor right now because he's up against a Ghoul. But what choice does he have?
Yeah, it's kind of a tough draw there as well. Blessing of Kings. He probably would have liked a Shredder. Or maybe just a shielded mini-bot, something to kind of stick around on the board a little longer, or at least force Kit Kats to invest some resources into taking it out. The Mustafa Battle just doesn't interact well at all with the Ghoul, but it does give him an opportunity to start proccing that Avenge off, which is what he might need to get back into this game. Doing nothing just feels bad.
I mean, something has to kill the Ghoul, so it might as well be Muster for Battle. Filtor
Does nothing.
passes. Kit Kat's visibly seen saying, "What?" I actually think I can read lips because I just knew exactly the reaction that I would get. It's like, really? Not even a guy? And I kind of understand the not a guy because then Kit Kats cannot use the ghoul to take damage and then draw 2 cards with battle rage.
Yeah, pretty smart, I guess, if you look at it that way. True Silver's a better pickup now. He can deal with this ghoul and make that muster a lot safer to play. Still has a threat of Whirlwind, and if Kit Kats does develop Death Fight, the muster is foiled once again, especially if he attacks with it. So things are looking pretty tough straight away for Filtor, but he does have Coin Challenger going to the next turn.
Yeah, Kit Kats, though, should be 100% expecting Mysterious Challenger because, 1, the Secret Paladin had one of the worst starts of all time. 2, I wonder if Kit Kats would have realized he can earmark the card that Filtor has kept in his opening hand, and he hasn't played it by turn 4. He's kept the coin, so Mysterious Challenger is bound to happen. What Kit Kats will not count on, though, is that Mysterious Challenger will pull a stash of secrets, but not Noble Sacrifice.
So, yeah, this seems like an easy play in the Challenger, but he has nothing else going on. So Kit Kats might have a very good response in where he procs all the secrets, Inner Rage Execute deals with it very nicely, and he can even use the 1/1 to clear up the redeemed 2/1 if he goes for the weapon hit, or you can keep most of it. Well, the True Silver will deal with the 2/3, but you can, deal with everything, and that's not what you want from a Challenger. You want him to get some value with the secrets on other minions, so I don't think he's going to go for it just yet. He's going to be a bit more patient with that play.
Yeah, Filtor in the tough and awkward spot here where he knows that, 1, if he plays Mysterious Challenger, he's not getting a Noble Sacrifice, and that in itself causes Mysterious Challenger to be quite a bit weaker. Ooh, Whirlwind picked up, which is fantastic against this board, I'm tempted to say. So, if he plays Mysterious Challenger, Kit Kats has been preparing for it, certainly last turn, but probably all the turns leading up to it. So, Filtor throws a curveball, and let's see whether or not that works out. Oh, not to mention, I had forgotten the Avenge out on the board, so Mysterious Challenger would actually only grab 2 secrets, possibly. Depending on the number of secrets Filtor is running.
And there might be a comp spirit in that mix somewhere. I can't see if he's got another secret on top of his head because of the overlay. But yeah, that was a good turn for Kit Kats. Clears the board, gets a 4/3 Armor Smith down as well. And there was no secrets at all from...
So this will get the 3, which will be the Avenge, the second one. And then if you only get 2 more, it's usually Competitive Spirit and Redemption.
He gets an opportunity to coin out the Noble Sack now. So he gets the full range of secrets he has available.
All right.
But this is kind of weak, really, because Kit Kats has a perfect answer to this Challenger.
And it just got way worse for Filtor because this Grim Patron is usually the key card to winning this match. And not only can Kit Kats effortlessly activate the Grim Patron, but he can also get an execute on what is likely ending up as an 8/6 damaged Mysterious Challenger.
Yep, the Whirlwind effect from Deathbite will be enough to activate the execute. You can drop it in a rage on the Grim Patron, generate 4 patrons, keep that Armor Smith up. If he uses a weapon, execute what is left, and then he goes forward.
Good amount of armor also getting gotten because of the Armor Smith. Oh, but no, there's one more thing. There's a twist. Grim Patron can possibly not be played because of Repentance. That's why you had to think so much. Oh, man. And Kit Kats chooses not to play it into the non-existent Repentance.
It's a fear worth considering, right? Because you do lose one of the cards that could win you the game. He doesn't have any other minions in hand, so he can't test it anytime soon. Kit Kats executes floating around. I wonder what else he managed to pull off before the rope went down. Maybe just an armor up and pass.
Yep, and Kit Kat's going to be disappointed to learn that the last secret is competitive spirit.
I think it was worth considering, though. He still
Certainly
has
worth it. At the same time, though, this is the type of benefit that you can get from scouting your deck. Philtor has played a few, and it was a while ago, it's true, but that's
think
one of the
it-
benefits.
I think Kit Kats might have been playing at the same time. There is possibility of that, considering some of the heats are running at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
All right, just a shredder and a dude so far. If Kit Kats does find a whirlwind, he'll be a very happy man. Oh, another patron. So he does have a backup plan there if he needs it.
Yep, this is not a terribly strong patron turn, but it is going to spawn 3 patrons, possibly 4 with the help of a slam on one. Weak patrons, but patrons nonetheless.
Yep, this is pretty good, I think.
It's quite decent.
Consecration would be very nice now.
Yes, it would be. Hikatsu is playing around. I mean, he cannot play around it. So he's playing around him not having it, which turns out to be correct here.
He does have another patron in hand, so maybe he felt the investment here wasn't too bad. Worth taking the risk, because if he does find another whirlwind, he can start the patron train again. This is Philtor. How is he going to manage this? Is he just going to pop the Blessing of Kings? The thing is, he hasn't got an opportunity to be aggressive here because Kit Kats hasn't taken any real damage. He's actually above his normal health, and Philtor is on 18, so he must be a little bit worried.
Yeah, this board is not looking great for Kit Kats right now. He's really hoping to get a 1-attack minion out of this thing.
Oh. Slam on the own patron? Yup. Oh, if that was a whirlwind, that would have been very juicy.
Yeah. Can Philtor clear this stuff? He's got the hammer, which will be able to... Well, the bird and the shredder are going to be able to handle the 5-2, so at the very least, I'm sure he can stop lethal. Looks like he should be able to deal with 2 of these 3 patrons.
Gets us out with Cog Hammer as well, which is nice. It does... Oh, Blessing of King... Oh no, the Keeper of Alderman, sorry. Does make it a decent target. Having the 1-1 get hit by the Cog Hammer would have sucked a little bit, but being able to make it a 3-3 makes it a lot better just because it deals with a patron. And this might be an opportunity for Philtor to come back.
Oh,
wow.
My goodness. Rough times for Kit Kats. Nothing more sad than a patron which has no card draw. And few cards left.
Oh, shield block. Give him another draw on 5 mana. What could he find? Acolyte of Pain. Probably just going to slam it down here. So, yep, so just put something on the board, make a trade on it so he doesn't draw any more cards. What could he... Does this deck run Grom if you run the Walking combo? I guess you don't, right?
Yeah, I think you cannot fit it in that case. So, comes down to Kit Kats making the educated guess to play around Repentance. You took the entire time to think about, alright, can I play around Repentance? And he decided to play around it. There was no Repentance, and what looked like it would have been a game-winning turn was stopped due to a fear of a secret that didn't exist.
Yep, that turn ultimately probably cost him this game because it's going to be very hard for him to, well, win here. I mean, the patrons have been cleared. That's his 2 win conditions. The Raging Worgen got dealt with very early on. And this taunt might just be enough to secure him a win. Deathspite does deal with it, but the Paladin is still on 1 extra health, so another swing from the Deathspite after he clears up the taunt won't kill him. He'll need to find damage from something else. There is a Fiery War Axe in hand, So he's going to have to invest 3 turns into winning this game. But Vultures and Tyrians do exist. So KitKats may rely on a little bit of bad luck from Filtor's side, drawing some cards that don't protect him from the weapons.
Yeah, this can definitely happen. He can survive for that long amount of time. He can survive for 3 turns based on what's going on the board. Filtor takes, KitKats is taking in the 12 damage here, and then the next time he's going to take 18. But he's above 18, so we may have a slow but steady victory here. Filtor needs to draw exactly a taunt, which is, I believe, at most 1 Sludge Belcher. Or Tyrion.
Go on KitKats hiding the weapon as well. Wouldn't expect any less from him, but as far as Filtor's concerned, he feels probably quite safe. But as we know, he is dead next turn. He hasn't got a taunt, and KitKats does clutch this out with a weapon swing.
There it is. KitKats hobbles his way to a victory, but it is a victory nonetheless.
Yeah, that was a very close game, all things considered. Like you said, one decision from KitKats playing around a secret that didn't exist made this a very hard match to win. And having those back-to-back weapons come at this point is enough for him to clutch out this game, and he's going to take a 1-0 lead over Filtor. And he gets another one! He could even dual wield if this was Warcraft.
He gives the sorry as he plays the top deck axe, trying to tilt the opponent a little bit. Well, one could say that KitKats ended up making the right decision. He played around the Repentance because he thought it was far enough ahead to play around the Repentance, and he ended up winning. So, all in all, the risk paid off, but we all can see how close that game ended up being.
Yeah, well played by both players. I think Filtor kept himself in the game as long as he could, considering how bad his hand was for the first 4 turns. He did fight back. He almost won. So, well played to him, even though he lost that. But he can still come back here if he gets a win with his Secret Paladin. And then he has a good matchup with the Druid. Yeah, that's a very saucy hand.
Secret Keeper, Avenge. That's got to be one of the better starts he can have. Gets rid of Avenge. Oops!
Did he throw it away?
He threw it away!
You have 2 Secret Keepers!
That's the best one!
Oh, man.
Well, now... I guess now it just dies to this 2-1.
Yeah, if you have a strong aggro hand like that, you should take advantage with it against a deck like this. And now these Secret Keepers just become, I don't know, just bait for a Dark Bomb and an Abusive and don't really get any value. He does get to Noble Sacrifice here, but it's just going to get Dark Bombed. Not a good start for Filtor. He had an opportunity to have a really strong play.
Yeah. I think this game's result might be one that's similar to throwing away an Avenge.
I like what you did there. And look at this AoE in the hand of KitKats. Demon Wrath, and Hellfire with a Mind Control tech as well, so he has lots of options in hand to steal minions, clear minions. Things are looking pretty good for KitKats on his side of things, at least.
Yep. Things are all good in KitKat's land. He's got the Demon Wrath in case of the muster. He's got the Hellfire in case of minions, early game minions. And Filtor with a chance to play a 5/5 now, or just to play the True Silver. And hard to say whether or not he should hit with the True Silver if he plays it. Doesn't look like this hand can really be that aggressive. Probably needs it for minion control.
Yeah, I agree there. If you're gonna play it, keep it there, ready to deal with anything that comes out. I mean, he could potentially drop a Belcher next turn, and he can clear that, and then he still has another charge to deal with anything else that comes the next turn. And this looks like a decent implosion target, I think. Start generating some minions of your own. We do see a Consecrate in Filtor's hand, but that is his whole turn playing Consecrate. Both Secret Keepers are gone, so those 1-drops can't go with it. So the slower Filtor plays, the happier Kit Kats will be.
Mm-hmm. That would be a rough consecration to play right now. It's between that and Lotham. I think I would even favor Lothab here.
Yeah, I
going to
think
go
I
for
prefer
Lothab.
him.
Lothab, based on the board, looks like it's going to be a 5-2 if the 3 Imps were to trade with it. So it's completely worthy. Plus the abuse that was played on turn 1 already.
Oh, Noble Sack is up. Completely forgot about that. So he does get to tank a Noble Sack with a 1-1, which is pretty good for Kit Kats. Drops the Forison. Trying to get some value on this AoE. Now he has tons of AoE in his hand. Demon Wrath, Hellfire, and Twisted Nether. So if anything does get out of hand for Kit Kats, he has very good options to deal with this sort of stuff.
Yeah, Filtor holding the consecration though, manages to get a pretty good consecration going, getting rid of a lot of stat value. And he's got a good next turn with Tyrion Fordring showing up.
Kit Kat's down to 18 health already. Sylvanas doesn't feel great here. Peddler gonna come down. Voidwalker wouldn't be too bad. Be able to bring some protection. And he does play Sylvanas just to kind of put some pressure on board. Probably will only steal a 1-1, but at least he'll deal with the low feb until he can get to a turn when he draws Reno, some healing or some stronger minions to contest what Filto will play. That doesn't steal anything.
Right. Kit Kats has been doing a good job of just keeping the board off. Filtor just didn't have that much pressure going. Looks like he had the potential to have a very strong start, but with no secret, Secret Keepers were not able to grow. Right now, though, he's going to be able to grab quite a few unique secrets. It's going to be 4. Kit Kat's learning from the last game that Filtor does not run a Repentance in his deck.
Yep, he's learned his lesson. He knows exactly what's there now, so he doesn't need to play around that card. Gets the coin dude as well, so this does make the sequencing of the secrets when they're popped a little bit better because you can spread the power across, which may avoid a big game hunter initially when Avenge goes off. Although competitive spirit will make Mysterious Challenger big game hunterable, but that's not something for Filter to worry about at this point, since Kit Kat doesn't tap into anything particularly useful at this point.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. We were saying about how good it is that Kit Kats has all this AoE, but the AoEable cards never came up from Filtor. He has never played Filtor. He has never played Muster. He has never played the smaller Knife Juggler / mini bots. So Kit Kats with a tough spot. If you were to play Twisting Nether, the Mysterious Challenger would come back as a 6/1.
Yeah,
so
very
he's
tough
just going to
spot.
play this to throw away.
So if this 9 damage goes to face and Tyrion comes down, that can prove to be problematic as well. He does get a nice Twisted Nether, but that Ashbringer represents a lot of damage over time, and with no Reno Jackson yet, that's quite a threat in itself. Although Tyrion can be kept for a little bit later if he doesn't want to be too greedy and just use what he has on board, because as far as Phil will know, he has no idea that if Kit Kats has Reno or not.
Yeah, looks like he's going to be playing the anti-Reno path. This is a really dangerous path for Filter. Both paths were dangerous. This play is dangerous against Big Game Hunter and Siphon Soul because he's just put down a massive threat that would like to be targeted by both. Not to mention, Kit Kats could have BGH in his hand because that Mysterious Challenger was not big enough until this turn. Kit Kats, though, does not actually have the answer. Well, at least not a clean one yet.
He could go for Twisted Nether, and then the Demon Wrath clears up the 6/1 Challenger.
Oh, that is good. Yeah, this is a good time to combine 2 area of effects. Looks like Kit Kats is instead going to go with, that is a good faceless target.
Oh, that's very good, yeah. 7/7 with Taunt and Divine Shield. Although, Keeper of
Filtor has
Alderman,
the answer.
that evil card from the Paladin side is going to be able to help him deal with it quite efficiently.
Yep.
Is this going to be
To
lethal?
Filter's distress, though, you will be setting Kit Kats down to a low amount, but not low enough. Because any number that isn't 0, Reno can come back from.
Yeah. No, this is... He just has to do it anyway. He's got no choice. It's his best line
Right.
of play. But Kit Kats will be able to tap as well, which might find him the out he needs in Reno Jackson.
That's an interesting way of attacking. Let's see, he's chosen to keep more health on the Sludge Belcher in order to do less damage.
Now, leaving this owl up lets him proc all the secrets, and then he can twist a Nether, which is quite
Leaving
dangerous.
the owl up could also be a severe downfall to Filtor, because that does proc the secrets. The first card played was Mysterious Challenger, which means Kit Kats has forever been having to worry about the 6/1 coming back to life, but now that the Noble Sacrifice has been procced instead, Kit Kats can just use this Twisting Nether with much less fear.
And Demon Wrath on top of it for a full board clear. That's really good. This might be the time he needs to stay in the game. Kit Kats is looking around quite frantically. Something happened on his client?
He is
Help
definitely
me, help
trying
me.
to get the attention of someone right now. This game is very close, though. Let's see, Kit Kats with no answer to Tyrion Fordring.
That's not it.
He does have like a temporary answer. He can taunt up stuff and hide behind it, and he can still draw Reno. Overtime.
Yeah, I don't think it's worth tapping for the Reno at this point, especially when you have access to an Argus. He can drop an MC Tech if he wants, or a Zombie Chow. Zombie Chow is fine at this point. The Paladin's life doesn't mean a lot. And now he steps up this big taunt wall, and Kit Kats is fighting to stay in this game, and he's doing a very good job of it so far. And that owl, even that owl up was massive. I think that was a huge moment in this game.
It was. Filtor can clear the Twilight Drake without losing anything. And he's just going to play out his hand, I have to imagine, because it's... At this point, it's overextend. Might as well.
Yep, everything's going to come down here. A Molten Giant would be fantastic at this point. A Shadow Flame, that would be great. Even, of course, Reno. Oh, hang on. He can Leroy Shadow Flame for the clear.
That is true, and then the Zombie Chow would block the Ashbringer.
Engaging TC-130 until
He's
there's
gonna
no
go.
Oh,
Steals
wow.
Wow.
Who needs Leroy Shadow Flame where you just steal Tyrion from a fill board? And now you can
Good
just Shadow...
Tyrion. I think I will take it.
And I'll Shadow Flame it too. Get myself an Ashbringer, heal up, and then swing the game in my favor. That is craziness right there. Kit Kats is loving it.
There is justice in this world, says Kit Kat.
I don't know if I could call that justice. It depends what perspective. Oh man. Filter probably felt so comfortable with that board.
Oh my goodness, he just stole everything from Filter. He took from him everything. Oof.
Wow, that was incredible. So yeah, Kit Kats is going to win the final heat of Sunday. He will be going into the Ryan's Robin with that Admirable and Neo, and we'll be having that coming up very soon. Wow, that was a tense game.
Yeah.
And
Alright, well, Kit Kats takes down today's prize with the heats of $200, and he's going to be playing for the 500 with that 3-man. Coming up right after this break as we set up the round robin.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Grand Championship, the round robin with the 3 players playing for $500. These players have already won $200 each, and now they're playing for more prize money in the best of 3 round robin with That's Admirable, Kit Kats, and Neo. Neo is one of the players from Tespa, so all these players are very experienced, so I'm expecting some high-level Hearthstone coming up.
Yeah, all of these players made it through their own 48-man group in order to get to this position. So it's really the best of the best that PAX South has to offer. Let's see how they do.
It looks like we have a mirror here. I did say Neo had Freeze Mage, but I do remember Patron, if I'm correct. So I think it is an actual mirror in both lineups going forward here. There might be some tech choices on either side that may make some... that may change things, maybe a Harrison somewhere or an Ooze, you never know. But yeah, it's definitely looking like Patron from the top side of the screen was a shredder there. We haven't seen the bottom, which I think the bottom is actually Neo's hand. All right, we're just waiting up now for this to come up. Mulligan's gone through for the top screen, which I think is Admirable's hand, if I'm correct. Oh no, it might just be Neo's. I am wrong. And it is going to be Druid going up against Patron.
Admirable psyching himself up in front of the camera there.
That face.
Is that a battle roar I'm seeing?
He's in it to win it. Alright, gets to the hero power on the face of Neo here. You may not know what the deck is. Sometimes you can hold off on that attack just to stop some battle rage value.
Oh my gosh. If you don't know what the deck is at this point, you're not playing competitive Hearthstone correctly. I actually
this
still
is a
remember
fun
Neo.
tournament,
He's,
right?
he's got that unique Hearthstone cap. He wants to be a Hearthstone master.
The very best, like no one ever was. Alright, so the mind control tech comes down for tempo here. Does have the potential to steal a patron at some point. Gets a nice Dread Corsair for almost for free, well, for 1 mana, so that does line up very nicely. Wrath will probably come down here potentially with the Wild Growth to ramp up a little bit. And he does sit on an Ancient of Law there to draw some cards into that forest, and so the hand of Admirable is looking pretty decent.
Yeah, Neo had a fantastic start as well. I'm not sure about Admirable playing the mind control tech directly into the axe, especially since this is Patron. Might have been able to use the mind control tech to some utility to steal a patron, perhaps. But plays it for the tempo. The axe is still there, but in fact, Neo's going to be very happy with his axe because Slam plus axe is going to be able to take out Thorsan, should he choose to take that route.
I mean, Admiral could have went for the Ancient of Law with the Innovate there, expending like 2 cards to draw 2, baited out some removal potentially, and then played a Forest on a much more valued hand. He does hit a Savage Draw, which is great, but he probably just wanted to be mana efficient and maybe find something a little bit better with this Innovate. And yeah, he's going to be able to deal with this Forest, and like you said, quite efficiently with that Slam, and keep a Shredder intact with a Acolyte Pain to boot as well.
Yeah, Neo's got a good start, but the thing that he is missing is Grim Patron. If he draws Grim Patron here, he is so golden. He does have the potential to draw quite a few cards if he does decide to Whirlwind. Looks like Admirable is going to cut off some of that card draw source though, which is strong for him. This does mean he can draw the cards without using Whirlwind by using both of the minions to attack the Keeper, but he's going to decide to do this immediately so that he can also kill the 5/4.
I like this. He uses a Whirlwind to activate more for the Battle Rage, and he does set up an Execute on the 5/4 there as well. He does have 2 in hand, and he finds that Patron, which we were talking about, going to be very important going into the next turn, as he has an Inner Rage and a Whirlwind already, so this game for Neo is already going in his favor.
Looking like a monstrous next turn for Neo. Admirable will have the mind control deck to possibly deal with the massive problem next turn, but that likely won't be enough. We'll need some help.
I like the living roots here. Ooh, that's a good card to get off your shredder if you're playing Patron. But he'll have to deal with it now. Immediately follow with the swipe. And he can clear the board here, which is pretty good for him.
Admirable has to make choice on whether or not to tempo MC Tech. Unlike the first time he played it, and he will not play it here.
If he had
And
kept,
be rewarded for that.
if he had kept the previous MC Tech, he wouldn't have been able to steal 2 patrons, but he would have had 2 opportunities on 2
Right.
patron boards. I think playing to the War Axe probably wasn't great, but he probably just wanted to put some pressure on. But this board, generated by Neo, is going to be very threatening, and he gets to squeeze in a War Axe with the coin as well if he chooses. He is considering it right now, and he just leaves the coin up. Maybe
Oh,
go
that's
for
the card he wanted to pick up. He needs to steal full health. He does. And that is going to mean that all Admirable needs to do is clear off the 3/3, which is currently difficult to do. But if he does, he can take down at least the 5/1 as well as another patron.
I mean, he could have swiped Savage Road the whole thing away, but that's too many resources invested at this point. I do like him playing a bit of patience because the power on board he has right now does match the patrons. So let Neo find the answers at this point.
Really hoping is Neo that this comes up with a 2 or 1 attack. He does get a 2 or 1 attack. However, the way that the patrons have kind of broken, this swipe now manages to clear out the board. Admirable can even use the silence instead to swipe Harrison. But the big problem that, well, I guess it's not that big a problem. Admirable is going to be top decking soon, but so is Neo.
Yeah, I like him doing it this way. Can drop the ping on, hero power, tank the 5 damage, well the 4 damage with the armor. And now he has board and he's dealt with the patrons and it's only the weapon the warrior has. However, Grom could come into play here to develop some tempo and put some pressure on the board.
Oh, that's
and
lethal!
Lethal!
Oh, goodness, Neo.
Wow. Keeping that coin as well allows it to
Admirable
speed things up.
sneers! If it wasn't for that Gromish. Well, really, it was going to be a tough spot. That Gromish really putting in the work there.
Alright, Neo taking the first game here. 1 more match away from winning in the round robin, and individual scores will matter when calculating any kind of tiebreakers. So if you don't lose any matches during the whole series, you're better off to win the whole thing. So Neo will probably want to go into this with a win as well, and that sets them up with a 2-0 when they calculate the scores at the end of the tournament.
Right, because it is entirely possible in a 3-way that the score goes 1-1-1, so the tiebreaker ends up being quite important.
Alright, Druid Mirror coming up.
Ugh, says Neo as he looks at his hand.
Yeah, that is an hand, for sure. And Admirable's looking a lot better. He has Innovate if he wants it. I think you just pass here and just go for the Wild Growth. Is he going to go for the Shredder? So Shredder runs into the Wrath, so Neo can't be too disappointed now.
Yep, I was thinking that he was going to coin Wild Growth into the 3-drop into the 4-drop.
Yeah, I think I would have preferred that.
The Shredder definitely has the chance to put on a lot of pressure, and I guess this is the play that you make if you're not planning to use your Mind Control tech. At this point, when I see 2 Mind Control techs from Admirable, I'm like, oh, he surely must have replaced Shade, or possibly 2 Shade with it. Have you seen Shade from Admirable?
Not at all. So I think it's correct there. 2 Shades are probably being cut at this point. I haven't seen any aspirants either. So there's a potential cut there as well. So MC Tech going to come down as tempo here. Put a 3/3 body. The chances of MC Tech getting much value in this matchup is quite slim unless Neo kind of snowballs out of control. But if he does snowball out of control, an MC Tech might not be enough anyway in this circumstance. So just developing them as 3/3 bodies is pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, it takes a swipe, so not bad. Not really because Neo wanted to swipe, but because his entire hand is answers. Unfortunately for Neo. Admirable picks up another Wild Growth, which is going to allow him to kind of use that as an innervate because he can play the lore next turn.
Like you said, answers is what he has in his hand. He can go for another swipe if he chooses, or he could just hero power the 2-1. Could play a tempo keeper here. Hit the free, and then hero power it down, leaving the 2-1 on board. I think he has to go for it at this point. He needs to get a minion on board. He can't just keep swiping things and not developing his own kind of pressure.
Mm-hmm. And, ooh, Admirable draws some good cards there. However, Neo does have the answer. He has both the Big Game Hunter and the swipe. Neo kind of gulps a little bit as he draws yet another spell/answer.
He does get to develop the 1/1s, which will put on a little bit of pressure. Not the kind of pressure you want to see from a druid. If you're playing them, you want to see the 4-attack minions. But this is all he has at the moment. And like you said, he does have an answer to the Dr. Boom, which is just getting slammed straight away. So again,
Neo knows how to play this deck. He's like, lore, done. Dr. Boom, done. He's like, all right, let's win this tournament and get out of here.
Yeah, the mana cost.
Oh my gosh, did he just win? 14, 16, 17, 18, 20, 24, 26! Neo 26!
Oh, that's enough? Oh, wow. I think he's counting it.
Wait, one more time. 14, 16, 17, 18, 20, 20... Oh, it's 24. It's 24.
Ah, so close. You get to play the BGH at least. You can't be too unhappy about that. Can clear a Boombot first with a hero power. And then probably use a 1-1. Drop the BGH as a 4-2. And it might force a force of nature from Admirable if he feels threatened going forward. But yeah, very close for Neo, closing at this game 2-0, but he is just a little bit off.
Mm-hmm. He certainly wants to keep his 1-1s on the board, but he also is aware that Admirable can do the thing right back at him. Still attack, potentially? I mean, should have sent in one of the damages first. Anyways, here comes Admirable, force Savage right back at him. And
he wins.
That's how the cookie crumbles.
And that's how you win as Druid. You play things on curve, and then you just force them down.
Yeah,
Admirable.
Came really close, though.
So, 1-1. Very quick games from both these players. One of the players taking a kind of an advantage and steamrolling the game. Neo just had a kind of a very responsive hand. He was very close to finding lethal of his own, like you said, just only 2 damage off. So yeah, played very quickly, and now we're into the last game. One of these players are going to take a lead in the round robin.
Yeah, as it's going to be another Druid versus Patron. This time, though, Neo is going to have Shade of Naxx Rammus, unlike Mind Control tech. Shade tends to be quite good against Patron since he can just leave it hanging in there for a very long time.
Yeah, sticks around, and then it can either complement the combo damage or even trade. And Harrison, of course, is another key card when facing someone like a Patron Warrior.
Yeah, Neo has the best of cards and also the worst of cards. The 2 swipes are not good, but the Harrison Jones and the Shade of Naxx Rammus are quite good. On the other hand, an Admirable side does have the Unstable Ghoul into the Acolyte into the Deathspite, which is looking quite good. He's just looking for Grim Patron.
Yeah, sniping that Deathspite is very important. Back in the day, before Patron was nerfed, a lot of people argued that hitting the second Deathspite was potentially more important because the combo orientation of the deck required you to draw a lot of cards before you kind of pulled the trigger on the Patron turn. But I feel with Druid, you especially want to get rid of that Deathspite as soon as possible because a Patron board from turn 5 can be a bit too much.
Yeah, absolutely. And Admirable picks up the perfect card, Grim Patron. Now, good news, bad news for Admirable. The bad news is there is a Harrison Jones lined up for that Deathspite. The good news is that actually doesn't even break Admirable's curve because if Admirable pulls out the Deathspite now and it gets Harrison with the coin, you can just Deathspite again the next turn and it doesn't even slow him down. Oh my goodness! that is really terrible for Neo because now he can't coin Harrison.
That did ruin his
Wow,
game
what an
plan.
unfortunate Shredder drop.
Yeah, that is rough. But without Inner Rage, he's probably not going to pull the trigger on the Death Spike just yet. We're probably going to see the Finley developed unless, of course, we get an Inner Rage next. No Inner Rage. So yeah, I can't imagine Patrons come down just yet. So we will get an opportunity to coin out Harrison, I think.
Yeah, which interestingly enough ends up delaying Admirable's turn by one further turn, because the Harrison was expected to be played on this turn, and then he would play Despite on this turn and then make it go down to a 4-1 again. But because of the ordering that Harrison is coming out on this turn instead, Admirable is going to have to delay 2 more turns. But while that sounds bad, setting your opponent back a full turn because of losing a mana crystal is even worse.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal. Totem, hero power, pretty good here. Healing especially with the patrons, but I don't think it's going to stick around too long. Admiral does seem disappointed with the Harrison.
Oh, of course.
But he does have the other Death Spy available to him, and he can still set up a dominating patron board. He has an Execute as well to deal with anything a bit too threatening, like a Ancient of Law or potentially a Forest in the future. So I think Admiral's still in a pretty sweet spot.
Yeah, Neo really thinking about killing this 1-2. Benefit of doing so is that the Battle Rage is a lot less good. Admirable had the fortune of drawing Healing Totem, which is the main reason to pick the Shaman hero ability when you have Finley in a patron deck, because the Healing Totem not only gets everything back up after you Whirlwind and Battle Rage, it can be really insane with Grim Patron.
Opts for the Execute now, and this Healing Totem will heal itself and could find some potential use when he pulls the trigger on the pit. Well, actually, no, he'll kill his own totem. If he had an Inner Rage, it'd be a lot better.
Right, an Inner Rage would be absolutely insane. He would get to have a board of, instead of having the 3-3-3-3-3-2-3-1 setup, he would have a 3-3-3-3-3-3 and 3-2, which is so much more difficult to deal with. So Admirable is a little bit sad that he's going to lose his Healing Totem, but I believe he's going to still go on with it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason to stall here based on Totem. You might pull it out a little bit later, and they can help you out developing this board of patrons, and that's a great minion to find. He is considering keeping the totem up, but I think being able to clear the whole board here is just too good. And of course, you get 4 patrons demanding very specific answers from Neo on 6 mana.
Yeah. And Neo doesn't quite have those specific answers, though with Thorstand, that might make some interesting answers possible.
And now Admirable needs to be cautious of combo. That's something he's on low health. He doesn't have access to armor anymore, so no way to generate any more health.
Looking for that Armor Smith so you can generate a bunch of health with these patrons. He got a Sludge Belcher, which is really good. It'll save him from the combo. Though the combo doesn't do enough damage to worry about quite yet. Oh, another Healing Totem.
He rolls a second one as well. Very nice for Admirable there. So that Healing Totem becomes a problem now for Neo.
Yeah, this is very menacing. The main problem that Druid has with dealing with Patron is that they cannot deal with 3 health patrons very efficiently or effectively. So those are pretty much stuck on the board. It seems like Neo's best chance to win is going to be drawing... Well, Savage Roar is a good start. So he will have 14. So he needs to be able to fend off the damage long enough to swipe Admirable's face. Well, no, he wants to swipe last, so I think Neo's game plan would be force Savage into swipe.
Yeah, I think that's a good game plan going forward. The Belcher is going to stop things, although the Admirable also has some access to Burst of his own. He has a Crowcon and a Cruel Task. He has Grom on top of that, and Inner Rage would be devastating for him.
Right. with the hand that Admirable has with the Gromish and the Activator.
Oh,
that's
there it
it.
is. And that's lethal. That's the thing he needed to win this game. So Admirable takes a 2-1 victory in the first piece of the round robin. We're going to be showing every match as far as I know. So Admirable will either stay on, or Neo will stay on and face off against Kit Kats.
Right.
And it looks like Neo is sticking around. And he will have to go against a Control Warrior and a Reno Jackson, as long as they have to keep their decks, which I think they have to, because these are the 2 decks that they ran in their respective heats.
Right, a patron rather. So all 3 players are actually bringing patron. Kit Kat's the slightly interesting variation with a Raging Worgen instead.
Whenever I hear Kit Kats, I always associate with Control. I don't know why I said Control. It's just his history with the deck. But yeah,
right.
They all have
Makes
patron. Kit Kats is probably bringing the most different lineup to all of them. He has, like you said, the Worgen patron, which is a different variation, and he has the Reno lock, which will have to take on 2 druids. So yeah, Kit Kats does potentially have the toughest time as far as matchups are concerned.
Right, because both of these players do have Druid against Reno, and everyone is running Patron. So it is interesting to see just what kind of filtered through the tournament. Every single heat was 12 players, and every day was 4 heats, so 48 players. It turns out that Patron seems to be the standout deck of this particular tournament, with 3 patron decks making it to the finals, which is not a huge surprise given the number of Secret Paladin we saw, some Zoo, some Druids, quite a few Druids, and Patron is good against all of those, ranging from good to really good.
Yeah, no Secret Paladins in the finals at all, so these patrons are the perfect counter to those decks. And of course, Druid definitely thrives in a meta game that's very versatile. Because a lot of its matchups are quite even. It does have some, does it have any really bad matchups, mid-range Druid? Like, would you say just unwinnable?
No, Druid certainly doesn't have any unwinnable matchups, which is why it's so good. In fact, theory has it that Druid doesn't even have any matchups that are below 40%. However, Zoo is, in the ladder at least, doing really well, mostly because there's a lot of Druid out there. So you match up against enough 40%ers and you're going to get really strong. Perhaps Zoo can be built in such a way to get even a higher score than a 60% win rate against Druid.
Well, I think it was the Demon Zoo as well, which really helped fight the Druids, having access to those Mal'Ganises and kind of like those value from the Void Callers. But yeah, ultimately, if you're playing in a format, especially like best of 3, where you have a wide range of different players of different skill gaps, a different experience, Druid is a very solid deck to take just because of how well-rounded it is. And you're never going to get kind of an accurate read on what everyone's going to play. So the more well-rounded decks you take, the better off you are going to be, statistically at least, when it comes to matchups.
That sure makes sense. So Kit Kat's opening with the Deathbite and Enrage, keeping both of them, hoping to draw into Grim Patron. He'll have a chance to do so with those shield blocks. Neo's thinking about whether or not he wants to keep War Axe, presumably. And he will choose to do so.
Alright, so this is round 2 of the round robin. Neo versus Kit Kats. Fiery War Axe will be... Well, Fiery War Axe can deal with the Acolyte of Pains and the Dread Coursers, so it does find a few good targets. So I think it's worth keeping at this point.
I think, having played the matchup of Patron versus Patron a bit, I tend not to keep the Axe because it is only good against Acolyte of Pain.
Well, some patrons don't run Dread Courser. I think Dread Courser is a card that kind of cycles in and out based on preference. You can get kind of the double Crocon and a Shredder, or maybe double Shredder and a Crocon, or maybe a mixture of all 3. Yeah, it's hard to get a read on that without seeing the deck beforehand. So yeah, I can see some value to getting rid of Axe, since your only guaranteed target is the Acolyte of Pain, like you said.
Yeah, and the more you filter towards the exact cards that win you the game, which would in this case usually be a Death Spite, a Patron, and an Inner Rage, the higher chance you have of winning, pretty much. So KitKats is currently 2 out of 3 on that, and Neo is 1 out of 3. Gonna hope to get some Acolyte of Pain drawing value.
But as we see, Kit Kat has access to the coin, can develop that Death Spite and deal with the Acolyte of Pain. Now, something I was just thinking about, back in the day before the nerf happened, the way kind of Patron was played was kind of like a Western kind of standoff, two people at either end, hands on the Patron, ready to pull, see who pulls the trigger first, and if he can kill the other opponent in his first shot, he'll win. But if he doesn't, the other Patron player generally counters and won off the Throbbing combo. But now that the Warsong nerf has come into play, I guess it comes down to who gets the Patron board first, because it's very hard to deal with.
I love that visual. Thank you for bringing it up. So yes, it was very much like this, and now whoever shoots first will usually win because the tech cards of Brawl have been removed, as this deck is not that popular. It's pretty popular, but not that popular that you would run Brawl. The Harrison Jones has been removed for the main part, and it's just all about who pulls the trigger first, because you can no longer do the extreme counter of charging Frothings.
It's kind of interesting how one nerf can change the mirror matchup play style, how you play the matchup altogether. Before you had to stall, now you just have to go for it. I quite like that. But yeah, it looks like Neo has the advantage at the moment. He does have the minions on board. And as this deck does play more like a mid-range deck these days, the person on board is definitely going to be ahead.
KitKat's drawing cards. Wonder if he's gonna. Oh, he picks up a Battle Rage. That's a good 2-card draw.
Yeah, that's
1, 2,
great.
3, 4, 5, 6. Quick calculation that he will not overdraw. He has a chance of overdrawing, but not realistically, I think. And I'm not sure if that matters too much. So I'll choose the Battle Rage with a slight risk of overdrawing. That's an excellent pickup. He has the natural Grim Patron, Inner Rage, and a Whirlwind effect.
Yeah, so he has the opportunity to go first with his Patron board next turn, actually. He gets the Whirlwind and the Inner Rage on that Patron, and then he says to Neo, do you have a way to deal with this? Because a lot of your answers have Whirlwind effects built in, so then you don't want them to go off at all.
Let's see. Neo is still in This game has several phases, so step 1 is the phase where you try to draw exactly Grim Patron, Inner Rage, and a Whirlwind effect. And Neo is currently in that stage. Stage 2 is where you play the Grim Patron, the Inner Rage, and the Whirlwind effect. And KitKats is in that stage. So usually the person who is higher up on the stage will win. But there are some opportunities for boards to come up which can deal with this. In this case, that 3-2 Acolyte of Pain can deal with one of the patrons, and basically Neo's board is strong enough to stop Grim Patron, Inner Rage, Whirlwind right now. So KitKats cannot do it and has to find a turn to clear up Neo's board.
Yeah, I think he's dropping this low fab to try and get him to use some of his removal, but now Neo picks up a Patron of his own, so if he invests the Death Spite into the low fab, he'll be able to generate some patrons of his own and draw more cards. How's he gonna do this? He goes for the attack first. I guess he's looking for an Inner Rage, right? Oh, he's
Well, under the effect of low fab. He is going to just play 2 patrons, and he's going to say, okay, good enough. Given how many cards that KitKats has, the patrons on the board also serve as a good answer to Patron, because if you already have patrons on the board, then your opponent cannot do the Grim Patron, Inner Rage, Whirlwind combo, and instead has to deal with your patrons. Neo is possibly going to put on enough pressure that he's going to be able to deal with KitKats' low life total right now. KitKat's 3 away from lethal. Neo has 4 in hand.
Yeah, he needs 1 more damage now next turn after the armor up. Unless, yeah, he's only got 2 mana to expend, so armor up seems like the thing he's going to do. He's going to invest a whirlwind here to clear it, understanding that he is very low on health. Grommet Rage is just going to be it anyway.
Oof, and that's it. Another game of Grom plus Enrage, getting a victory. Not a surprise when you see 3 Patron decks in the finals to see this being the finisher so often.
Yep, so Neo's going to take game number 1 here. Do you think the Worgen aspect of Kit Kat's deck favors the mirror, or probably puts him at a disadvantage? How do you feel about that?
Well, you're usually taking away the mid-rangey cards, such as Korkron and Shredder, and possibly Boom. I think it ends up being rather close. It is a slow enough game that you usually should be able to get off the fast charging and the damage. I guess I'll answer that I don't have enough experience to really know which one's favored.
Oh, that's fair enough. So mid-range druid going into Reno Jackson lock. So the one advantage of Neo winning that first game is now he has a nice chance to get a win with his druid against the Reno lock. If the Reno lock had queued into the patron and the Reno lock had won, he kind of lost that favorable matchup because of Conquest. So yeah, I think Neo's in a strong advantage to win this whole series based on this matchup alone.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think Kit Kat's misplayed his Q choice here. So, like you said, there is tiebreakers going on, which means that you want to queue in your best matchups first. This is probably the worst matchup that you could have gotten. So therefore, queuing Patron in would have been superior.
Yeah, I agree as well. A lot to consider here in a round robin when tiebreakers are involved. You don't want to drop any games, because if you don't drop it, the less games you drop, the more chance you have of winning in case of the tiebreaker. And Neo has currently only got 1 win, right? One match, not
Right.
1 series.
So if Neo wins this one over Kit Kats, he'll be in pretty good shape, because the third player lost to Kit Kats, so Neo will have that tiebreak advantage over him in the case that it goes to a secondary tiebreaker, which I'm sure the rules are somewhere. I don't know them off the top of my head, but for now, really the important thing is win. Neo gets a good start with Shredder into 5-drop. He's got a 6-drop. He's got a 7-drop. This is exactly how you want to play Druid, not have those spells.
Gets the 2, but he has enough on board to deal. Oh wow! So that does deal with a couple of the imps here, but it can't die just yet. I know he's going to stick around for a bit. Neo does have a Forest available to him.
Yeah, looks like a good turn to play it. It's behind a taunt, and I think Neo should deal 1 damage to the bear, and then that'll mean anything that deals damage to the ghoul will kill everything. He's gonna play it a little bit more ambitiously, because he expects that the 2/2 will naturally have to go in there. This protects Thorson a little bit more, and yet it kind of doesn't also. It has its upsides and downsides.
Kit Kat's is like, I'll match your Forest with my Forest, and my bear will protect me, and you have your ghoul. So both sat behind taunts, waiting for the other player to strike.
Oh dear, Neo picked up the combo. This is the fear of Reno Jackson decks everywhere. So with a double discount on this combo, it's going to be very terrifying. In addition, Neo can even take down Kit Kat's Thorson pretty easily with a swipe, it appears, in concert with the ghoul. So you would need to swipe the Thorson, kill the ghoul with his own hero power, and then send the ghoul in. Kill the bear, rather.
Yep, so swipe here. Wait. Oh yeah, that's fine. So you can just hero power the Forest, and he keeps the ghoul up, right?
Oh yeah, that's another alternative. 2 choices: either kill the bear with the hero power, or kill the bear with the ghoul.
I guess the Ghoul isn't really doing a lot at this point for him. Maybe he just wants to get rid of it, and it makes the Shade a little bit better, I suppose. But Shade does run into Demon Wrath. And the second tick of Forcing coming down, that Savage Raw combo is going to cost 6. So next turn he can even squeeze in a hero power. And on turn 9 he can squeeze in a Druid Claw as well. So very dangerous for Kit Kats here.
Yeah, that's the terror. I find that it's going to be very difficult for Kit Kats to deal with the exact sequence of Dr. Boom into Druid of the Claw Force Savage. He does pick up Reno Jackson, but Reno Jackson is notably not as good in this matchup because you have to play it when you're at 18. And if you play Reno Jackson here, you're going to die to Force Savage still while you're at full health.
Yeah, this is the issue he has now because Twisted Never does clear the board. It does take him within combo range, probably from the boom bots. If he heals, he's dead anyway to the combo with... yeah, there's no way that he can get out of this, unfortunately, for Kit Kats. Those Force and Ticks had a devastating toll. He doesn't even need the Druid of the Claw, but he looks like he's going to drop anyway for a bit of swag. And finish off Kit Kats with a 2-0 lead. So now must be pretty happy with this because this puts him closer to winning the whole round robin. 2-0s are what you're aiming for here when you're playing round robins with tiebreakers.
Yeah, Neo's ecstatic. Not only is... I mean, Neo is by far the leader right now since Kit Kats defeated his opponent and Neo's about to play him, which will mean... I think if Neo loses 1-2, I'm thinking about this, will he still win?
Wait, isn't it Kit Kats and Admirable now?
Oh, yes.
So yeah, Admirable 1-2-1. Neo against Neo. So Neo's kind of on 3 points. Admirable's on 2 points, right? Kit Kats is on 0 points. If you could look at it that way.
I'm going to take your word for it.
Yeah, so Admirable went 2-1 against Neo. So they both Admirable got 2 points from that game. Neo got 1. Neo just won this match against Kit Kats. So he went 2-0, which is essentially 2 points. So he has 3 points as far as the tiebreak is concerned. So if Admirable 2-0s Kit Kats, it's a... Wait. Admirable wins, right? Yeah, Admirable wins if he 2-0s Kit Kats now because he beat Neo. Yep. Oh, the complications of round robin, right?
But this is one of the things which really helps when you see a graph or a table instead of off of memory.
If Admirable 2-1s Kit Kats, Neo and him are tied. If Kit Kats 2-0s Admirable, Neo wins. So Admirable needs at least 2-1 Kit Kats to be able to tie up for Neo for, I guess, a final game to decide who wins the overall thing. But if he 2-0s him, he will win the tournament. All right, so this could potentially be the last game of the entire tournament, depending on how the scores go. Admirable does queue in his Druid first, and Kit Kats once again goes for his Patron Warrior. So if Kit Kats does get a win here, he does stop Admirable from taking the whole win. Otherwise, I don't know if Kit Kats can actually win this tournament at all at this point. So yeah, it's the complications around robin. So let's get into the game. What do you? How do you feel about these hands? I think Admirable's is pretty good considering he got to drop a Drake on turn.
Well, yes and no, because Innervate Drake is almost not that great because you used 3 cards to kind of play a card that just... Like, Azure Drake, there was this thread on Reddit that came up about fairest cards in Hearthstone, and Azure Drake was listed as one of them. That's because it's just generally good, and yet not terribly unfair. So I feel like that's the case with the Azure Drake here. Yes, you boost it out on turn 1, but it's still just a 4/4 while it's out on the board.
It does provide a good amount of tempo, I suppose. A definite answer to it is Deathspite, but he has to wait till turn 4. Admirable does have a good response to this. He can draw a card, they run a 1/1 in, which is nice. But yeah, I do agree. I feel Azurdrake's quite a fair card for its stat line. When you innovate stuff out, like you said, you want it to be unfair, right? Like a turn 2 Dr. Boom, which is just absolutely ridiculous. So yeah, in comparison to something like that, it is not that threatening overall. But I feel there was enough at this point to get Admiral a nice early lead going forward.
Kit Kat's trying to go for Inner Rage, misses. And this is going to be difficult. The 4/6 taunt is a very difficult minion to get past, even if you have a Death Spite equipped. You can only deal 5 damage to it, and it feels terrible to execute it afterwards.
Let the pain speak to me.
You might just go for the draw here. Hope maybe for an Inner Rage will be able to ping it, but you kind of want to save that for your patron. Slam is a way he could have dealt with it without drawing, but the Acolyte on its own will be enough to challenge the bear, but he gets to swing again for another 4 damage, and there's a burst potential in Admiral's hands coming up.
Yeah, that is so much damage already. 12 health for Kit Kats. He does have the double armor smith to try to regain some armor moving forward, regain some health. Admirable does have a good follow-up, immediately plays the Thorsan, even before seeing what card he draws. And what a card he's drawn! That's the combo next turn. That's 14 damage.
Yeah, that's really tough for Admirable. Sorry, for Kit Kats. I don't think he can come back at this point. Admirable had that kind of snowball start with the Drake. Even though it wasn't the most threatening of minions, it gave him enough to secure a pretty stable win. The Whirlwind will generate him some armor, at least.
Up to 15. That's 1 above 14. 14 being the magic number of the combo.
So that is enough to keep him alive for now, at least. He could set up a Wrath on... How does he want to do this? You kind of want to clear the Armor Smith, right? If you... Can you Wrath the Armor Smith, maybe swipe face, and then you have lethal going forward anyway?
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, this is tricky because the... Admirable fighting for the board control. Alright. The downside of this play is that you are giving Kit Kats a number of armor to push even further out of range. But the pro side of doing this is you're not all in. Kit Kats could have done something gross if he hadn't stopped the patrons, something like Armor Smith into Whirlwind effects.
That low feb will slow things down, but the Ancient of Law does recharge Admirable's hand, following him a Dr. Boom as well. So yeah, things Kit Kats is fighting back, but it's pretty tough considering how much Admirable has drawn already and how much board dominance he's had from straight at the beginning of the game.
If nothing else, it looks like that Dr. Boom is going to be the straw that breaks Kit Kats' back. He does have the Death Spite Whirlwind in order to break Dr. Boom's boom bots, at least. Oh, this is actually lethal because he does... Admirable has that extra 2 damage with Living Roots, so the 14 damage combo actually goes up to 16.
And there we go. First game goes for Admirable, so if he wins the next one now, he wins the entire tournament, so he's very close to taking a victory here. And so this is the deciding game. This match now decides if we go into a tiebreaker with Neo or Admirable takes the tournament.
Well, since Admirable... Okay, I'm very cautiously saying this because my memory is clearly not... Let's see. Okay, so if Kit Kats wins 2-1, Admirable still wins since he beat Neo. There we go. Yes, so...
Oh, that's true, yeah, so he's already won the tournament, right?
Admirable wins! But
Yay!
let's play some more Hearthstone.
Yeah, we'll finish this game off, give Kit Kats his moment to shine. So yeah, Kit Kats needed to win 2-0 for Neo to win. Admirable only needed to win 1 game.
Yep, the
We've
benefits
just been confirmed.
had already defeated now.
Yeah, so we're playing for funsies now.
Alright, let's see if that creates some more spirited plays. I think given the rapidity of the games, Admirable does not realize that yet, so I'm sure he's going to be trying his best still. Game face still on. But while we're talking about game face, Admirable has just been really on point with his plays. He's playing clearly the fastest player that I've seen today. Like with his druid plays, he's just playing, okay, I know I want to play this card. Oh, it's my turn. I'm playing it right now.
He very much reminds me of a player called Blackout from the UK scene, and I know Admirable and Blackout are friends. Blackout is another player who kind of knows what he's up to before his turn starts, and he kind of just
he's
plays.
Playing those cards before he even sees what he's drawn. It's like, what? I drew this card. Doesn't matter. This card is clearly the best one.
So confident in his decisions. He doesn't even need to see what he draws. He just slams those cards down. Did have to make some decisions there. Nothing too obvious. He could have went for a Throbbing. He has Steady Shot available to him. Totem. I'm not sure. Yeah, I
think it's by default it's usually Totem.
I guess the healing does benefit you when you're ahead.
One of the it's usually for battle rage purposes. Kit Kats goes with a quick patron. Not even going for the extra patrons. Usually you save up a whirlwind or a inner rage, but Kit Kats thinks that this frothing is threatening enough to go. This turns out to be a good call on Kit Kats' part, as the Shredder has gotten a creeper, which is terrible against patrons. Admirable does have the resources to take out these patrons, though, as there are only two of them.
Yeah, he has a slam on the 3/2. He could inner rage the creeper or the Finley if he wants to clear that one as well. So he does have the answers. He's just trying to figure out how he wants to do it. He does have extra mana at his expense, even if he does go for the clear.
Gets the spell damage totem. That is going to enable a different series of plays. Slamming the 3/3 is now possible. Inner raging the 3/2 is now possible.
Oh yeah, super whirlwind, super slam.
Yep. On the other hand, inner raging your own minion is now a terrible mistake.
Yeah, he sees it. He goes for it. I like this a lot, actually. The spell power totem did pay off a lot. He gets a full ball clear as well with the execute. Very nice. Showing the power of the shaman hero, hero power.
Kit Kats with some draw. He does have a combo. Raging Worgen, Charge, Cruel Taskmaster will give him 14 damage. Needs a little bit more past that, though. Admirable just continuing to pile on the pain with a on-curve Dr. Boom.
Yeah, everything's going his way in this this series so far. Although Kit Kats does have answers. Has a slam, execute. He even has a whirlwind if he wants to use it to deal with some of the 1/1s if he pops up with that spider. But he may not feel too threatened at this point. He does sit quite healthy, 23 health as well, so yeah, he can be a bit patient. That Armor Smith will get some mileage if it doesn't get taken out by a boom bomb.
Yeah, Kit Kats has managed to hold off this front from Admirable quite well. Right now, this spell damage totem is a little bit awkward since the whirlwind will cause both totems and spider to die. But still worth. Draws the Gromish. That's 14 or 12 damage in Admirable's pocket.
Finds another spell power totem as well. So again, making the whirlwinds quite an interesting interaction. Something you don't see all the time with Patron.
Oh, Kit Kats has a really good turn here, drawing 3 cards off of the Acolyte. Unless he's gonna task that. Okay, he's gonna go with that play instead. It looked like it was going to be a Taskmaster Acolyte into Battle Rage play, drawing a decent amount of cards. However, Kit Kats has a lot of respect for that spell damage totem. And Admirable keeps rolling the spell damage totem.
And he drops an Armor Smith of his own. And he gets 2 Battle Rages here. They're going to be really nice. And, you know, that Worgen with charge is sitting there waiting for an opportunity to start causing some pain to Admirable. He may have an opportunity next turn. Develop
This
that
is
Death
getting
Spy.
very close to lethal.
Oh, we finally get to see the Worgen do more than be a tempo play, it looks like.
Let's see, that's 3, 6, 8, 10, 11, 22, 26 damage on my quick first round of math. Looks like Kit Kats has 26. And what is Admirable at?
26?
Oh, fancy that. Let's see if the math is correct here.
And here we go. Finally, the dream comes true. We get to see the Raging Worgen do its stuff. And Admirable's like, no, no!
No, says Admirable, no!
How dare you, Kit Kats? Woohoo. The dream.
Well, hey, if there's a matchup that's good and it's this one, usually get enough time to pull that off. Well, I'm not sure, actually. You asked me whether or not this particular patron was good against that patron, and I am not sure, because while you do get enough time, maybe you don't because of the patrons. Alright, well, Kit Kats gets a game. And now he's into this matchup, which I consider to be strongly in favor of Reno Lock, though Sottle has said otherwise, that either it's in favor of Patron or close.
Sottle's gone with a 50-50, if I believe he said in Skype yesterday, although he did challenge you to a first to 100 to test this theory out.
Well, I mean, that could be worth my while. I feel really confident in my version of Reno Lock against Patron, at least. He puts enough left on the line. I will gladly take that challenge.
So Trump is accepting the challenge, Sottle. If you do, I think you are in chat. What is your response? First to 100 with Trump, with enough on the line.
Though I would ask the number to be reduced to something like 50. Anyways, looks like we've got a strong curve from Kit Kats, a 2 into a 3. The Bran is difficult to get that much value of in this. Admirable takes out the very threatening Bran.
Yeah, it just plays as a body. Has board at the moment, but Kit Kats' hand is it's not looking bad at all. He's got a Belcher coming up soon, create some protection. He also has that Reno Jackson when he needs it. Doesn't need to worry about the crazy burst of Patron of old.
Very zooey hand here. Admirable gets an insane Battle Rage off here. 4-card Battle Rage on turn 5. Not to mention the 1-card draw from the Acolyte.
And this is why Battle Rage is ridiculous, for its cost 2 mana.
Kit Kats. Oh, draw 5. Oh.
Hurts so much. Oh, he gets to draw another card.
Oh, sorry, draw 6.
And clears the board. 6 cards, ladies and gentlemen, and a board clear on top of that.
And some armor gain, because why not? Well, Admirable is going to burn 1 card. Maybe it'll be Patron.
Oh no, he does
Where's
find
it?
the Patron. So, yeah.
Patron
was
safely
crazy.
in hand, though.
Doesn't have that Whirlwind just yet. You could set up a Death Spite if he wants to get the Whirlwind ready. He did hover over Shredder first, but now he's considering his options. He just goes for the Patron here with the Inner Rage. Okay, so he's just seen the Demon Wrath. He's going to see if he can force maybe a Hellfire quite early. Squeezes in the Finley as well. Let's see what he has access to. Heal. Yeah, I figured it'd be heal.
I have no time for games.
Sylvanas going to come down. And this might... I don't know how much influence Sylvanas can really have here.
Well, it's certainly good. The patrons are sticky, and Sylvanas loves sticky minions. Looks like Admirable is going to have to make a choice on whether or not to risk Sylvanas taking the 1-3 while he's only got that out, or whether to ignore Sylvanas and just kind of hit the face. And this is a difficult position because Oh, he's gonna trade everything in. All right.
Yeah, I figured he might go for that, just kind of be on the safe side of things. He does get to develop 2 minions straight after, so he didn't lose board. He just kind of lost his first patron run, but he still has plenty of stuff in hand, which pose a big threat. Dr. Boom coming up, Crawcon for a bit of burst, but another Belcher comes down from Kit Kats now, and this will be able to stall for a little bit longer till Kit Kats finds kind of his own pressure.
Admirable taking this game a bit slower. Looks like he's not sure about whether or not to play Dr. Boom into the potential area of effect of Kit Kats. He's going to take it a bit easy. Or rather, he was perhaps just counting first, because that Frothing Berserker can do quite a bit of damage.
Oh wow, that is a lot of damage. Can Twisted Never though? 7. Oh, so close to finishing them off. And Twisted Never's not going to be enough. You can only play Twisted Never, and Death Spire is in Admiral's hand. If he Renos,
There's two choices upon that. Yes, you can Reno, or you can do Healbot Coin Shadow Flame, which will deal with the board and just give him a card. Set himself to 12.
Well played.
yeah, I think I like that more. Oh, he just concedes. He doesn't even want to think about it. I'm not in the mood to work out this nonsense. And Admirable is your champion of the PAX South Hearthstone Open. 3 days of heats, and it comes down to a professional caster taking the tournament.
Wow, way to go, Admirable. Managed to win 2 matches in this group of 3. And not just that, he manages to get pretty good records on both.
Nets himself $700 as well, so takes away some extra money from PAX as well. I'm pretty sure he's happy with that. But Kit Kats and Neo don't go away empty-handed. They also get themselves $200 each from winning the heats on their days. So yeah, that was a very good tournament overall. We got to see a nice mixture of different skill levels compete. We also got to see some interesting decks and some really fun series along the way. Any final thoughts on the tournament as a whole, Trump?
Yeah, I mean, it's great to have this event over at PAX South, and really cool how everyone can just attend. This is just one of many tournaments that One Nation of Gamers is going to be running. They're going to be hosting a lot of tournaments over in 2016, 10 open tournaments, 5 feature tournaments, and leading up to a PAX Prime Finals.
A lot of prize money involved. The open tournaments have over $1,000 each. The feature tournaments have $6,000, and the PAX Prime one has $25,000. And I believe the open ones do start in February, so they start next month, which is very close for me. Only half an hour away into February, so yeah, they'll be starting very soon. Also, big shout outs to Alienware for supplying the computers that were played at this event. And of course, if you look on your screen, there is the competition you can enter if you look at that link. And if you want more information on kind of Geico and One Nation of Gamers, be sure to check out geico.onog.gg. So that is it for us. Thank you very much for tuning in, and thanks to everyone at PAX who participated and spectated along the way. Geico and One Nation Gamers will be back next month, so be sure to follow the stream and check out the Twitter to keep informed on when their tournaments will be going live. So, yep, that's it from me on Trump. Until next time, guys, take care. We'll see you around.
Cheerios.